Hello and welcome to Blast R6 EUL. This is stage 2, play day 5, the end of the group stages. By the time this show is over, a lot will be decided as we start to switch gears and shift our attention towards the playoffs and, of course, the Atlanta Major. My name's Ian Chambers. It is an honour to be here. I'm really excited. Obviously, I'm used to being on the stage when it comes to our majors, and I was lucky enough to be at SI. I know another guy who was there as well. I'm going to introduce him in just a second, but fresh and a 3-time world champion Fabian in the house. Guys, I am delighted to be on this desk with you. Fresh, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, Ian. Do you know what? I'm surprised because the last time you was on this desk was the back end of 2021.
Yeah.
And you upset the French. It took them that long to get you back. A good 18 months, but...
Are you aware of what happened?
Welcome back.
I have no idea.
Do you want to say it? Or?
He signed off the show, EUCL signed off the show, meant to say au revoir chat. But instead said au revoir twat.
Oh, he said it as well. I didn't think he was going to say it.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
I'm sticking it.
I'm not surprised.
Listen, Fabian, I'm a little bit nervous around you. I was definitely scared of you when we were in Montreal, right? And you happened to win your 3rd ever world championship as the coach of G2. Congratulations again, by the way.
Thank you.
You specifically said no interviews. I'm not doing any interviews. And I was like trying, and now look, Fresh, he can't escape us.
Yeah, permanent interview guest.
I think everybody that worked that event tried to get me on an interview, and I said no to literally everyone. It's just next person came along when I said no to the first one.
We were trying to call in personal favours, weren't we?
Yeah, we were doing everything.
Fabian, come on, please, just for me as a friend, we've known each other years. Do an interview because Ian wants to interview you. No.
Refusing. It's not my job. I was a coach. Players' time to shine, you know?
Are you enjoying this, though?
I mean, yes and no. Worst part is I have to work with Fresh every day. That's really painful.
Yep.
He's so annoying. But
I do all your prep for you.
Oh, hey, I can vouch for that. No, I'm kidding. He doesn't.
I wish I would cut down my hours. No, but it's a nice job to do. It's fun.
Yeah.
Especially when you can just, watch video games. It's fun.
I am really excited to get your insight because you've got that double-edged sword, right? You've got the vision and the experience as a player, but then also as a championship-winning coach as well. So, Fresh, I know you've been leaning on that a little bit. It is quite nice to have that insight.
Yeah, I mean, especially recently as well.
Yeah.
For me, I've been doing talent like a couple of years now in terms of being in the professional game. When you've not been there, for a couple of years, you definitely lose it. So, having this guy next to me that, has won the most recent SI definitely helps.
I've got some experience.
Yeah. I do. Before we move on and start actually getting into the meat and bones of this, because we've got a really exciting play day for you watching at home right now. We've got some really important games coming your way. But before we get into it, I think you two need to get into it a little bit more, as this show goes on. I've been watching you with Fast Dan, who, by the way, did a magnificent job as host, and I loved watching her in action. But you two, you've been a little bit too tame. I want to see you at each other's throats a bit more. What do you think?
Maybe I'll wrestle him down after this pre-show. Who knows?
Do you think he could take you down?
Yeah, no. Fabian could not take me down.
Listen.
He puts on this persona, right? He puts on this persona as this big, mean guy who swears a lot and tells players they're going to get dropped.
You're allowed to swear.
But really, you're a cuddly bear, Fabian.
I've wrestled the players in G2. Carl goes to the gym literally every day. I eat a cheeseburger every day. I still took him down. He said, you know what? I'm actually going to tell it on broadcast. Carl calls himself my little bitch. Because I got him down, I wrestled him down, took him in a headlock, nearly choked him out, and then we went on to win SI at the same time because that was actually in a hotel room at SI.
And I got cancelled for saying that.
Yeah.
Au revoir. Anyway, whatever. Let's move on.
to this.
Let's take a look at the lay of the land in the last day of the group stages, starting with, of course, Group A. Now, this has been a pleasure to watch from the sidelines, to be honest. In particular, I mean, VP's sitting proud, but they've still got one more game to go. ITB, Into the Breach. They've just been Fresh, just such a beautiful surprise for all of us watching.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is, nobody really had expectations for them. Nobody thought there was going to be indeciders. They looked awful in the first game, and then they've pulled it all the way back around. They're not playing today, but we will see them at minimum tomorrow. They could end up first, of course, but assuming they'll be second or third, we will see them in best of threes to qualify potentially for the major tomorrow.
You say that they looked awful, but they did look poor, but I think at least we saw some sort of potential in their first game, right?
Yeah.
So they did take those steps afterwards. I mean, the disappointment for me is just Koi. I had some expectations on them, and then they just did decide and they didn't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I think for Koi now, in today's play day, it's all about maintaining some integrity and to wrap things up. But let's take a look at some of the potential outcomes here of what can come out of Group A. Big shout out to our guy Sprabuni, who comes up with all these stats and graphics, absolute legend. But Fresh, talk us through some of the statistics, some of the percentages and numbers here as to what could happen when all of the puzzle pieces land in position.
Yeah, so obviously this is as it is right now. It's based on the outcomes of the fixtures. So the Wild Secret fixture is obviously up at the top. Now that's a really interesting fixture from the point of view that is more or less winner takes all to get into the deciders, unless we hit overtime. If we hit overtime, it gets a little bit funky that if Wild was to win 8-6, they would go into deciders. However, if they was to win 8-7, they would put Secret into the deciders. So that's what you can see there. You know, it's based on a regulation win, 8-6, 8-7 win for Wild. Now, Virtus Pro probably confirmed themselves into top spot today with the game against Koi. However, they will need a certain number of rounds, assuming that Secret or Wild game goes their way. It's very likely they will, you know, be first however it drops. And ITB, pretty much just waiting to see where they land. There is a chance they get first. However, it does rely on, I think it's the Wild Secret game going to overtime and Koi 7-0ing Virtus Pro.
I mean, Virtus Pro is just going to win 7-0 themselves, so I don't think that's very likely to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, Fresh? Because we've got teams here that have already, of course, solidified themselves in the top three. They know they're going into the playoffs, but there is, of course, so much more to play for when it comes to seeding and how many opportunities you then have to make it to Atlanta.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you want to be in the number 1 seed, because number 1 to 3 gets through to the deciders phase. However, the number 1 gets the bye into the games that matter to go to the major.
Yep.
If you finish first place, you get 1 best of 3 guaranteed to go to the major. If you lose that, you get another best of 3 guaranteed to go to the major. If you lose that, which is what Wild did in stage 1, you get first seed in the LCQ. So you get 3 bites at the cherry. That's why all of these teams are so keen for that first seed.
Man like Fresh making it simple. Let's take a look at Group B, shall we? Of course, we have plenty of other teams in action as well, and this is how it's all shaken out on that side of the fence, Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, this group could literally be a toss-up at the start of the season, and we would have said, yeah, that's fine. Those teams goes through. The only team that we expected, and I think all of us kind of knew that Heroic were a little bit weaker than the rest of them. I mean, then they do a player change
Apart
in the middle of the season. Yeah, and they make a player change in the middle of the season. I don't know what they were thinking, but other than that, this group could be shaped up any way that it is. I want to praise Wolves, though. They've taken such a massive step, and they seem to be such a confident team, and they've just been dominating this group completely.
Is this the best you've ever seen, Wolves?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, by far. And I think the big takeaway is stage 1 for Wolves was awful. Stage 2, we said it might have been 1 step backwards, 2 steps forwards when they made that rise to Deadshot change. Turns out it's been 3 steps forwards, because they have been incredible.
And I mean, if you look at the player we always expect to perform for Wolves, Mowgli, he's actually had the worst stage of all their players. And in my mind, and a lot of other people's minds, he's probably their best player. So if they can perform like that with him having a rough time, imagine how they can perform when he's having a good one.
Fabian, your boys G2 in a somewhat precarious position there.
Yeah, I mean, they are fighting for their lives right now, aren't they? This group, again, it could just tossed up anyway. I think they should be very happy with their win against BDS. That's really what's giving them the best chance here. So we'll see how they turn out today against Eminem.
All right, well, we did it with Group A. Let's now take a look at Group B's potential outcomes. And yeah, Fresh, I'm coming right back to you to talk us through the numbers.
Yep, so it's exactly the same as basically Group A in terms of the way it is. It's sorted by fixture first to, the first fixture that will happen, which is G2 against Eminem. Now, we did mention with G2, the fact that they went to overtime against Heroic might cost them. Where you might see it cost them is Eminem actually have a sniff. If they'd done a clean 3-point win against Heroic, they would have been able to qualify even if they'd lost today. However, they're going to actually have to make it at least overtime against Eminem to get that qualification done and dusted. Can't get first place, neither can Eminem. They're basically, G2 Eminem are in a straight shootout. Wolves and BDS, on the other hand, are also in a straight shootout, but this time for top spot that we said is so important because it does get you that bye. BDS need a 7-4 win or better. Any other result, basically any other result for Wolves will qualify Wolves into that first place.
It's not only that, though. That game in itself, it's so much bigger than just the first place seed.
Yeah.
Everybody wants the first place seed, but if Wolves manage to finally beat BDS in a Tier 1 competition,
yeah,
that's probably what they're fighting for the most. I mean, for Wolves, that's a bigger trophy. It's not even a trophy. I mean, it's just that they finally get over that last hurdle that might be the last step for them to finally fight for top spots at the major. Because They have been performing well, and if they keep performing like they are now, and they're beating BDS today, I think that we have the best team in Europe that might take the major.
It's that wall that they keep running into for Wolves as well. Especially, even when they got to the major in Jönköping, they were feeling great. Then they got drawn against BDS, and they knew, and I spoke to the Wolves coaching staff, as soon as they were drawn against BDS, they knew it was over. So if they can get over BDS today and get over that mind block that they've got, then great.
Well, you see it in all sports, don't you? I mean, when you've got a monkey on your back, curses were meant to be broken, and we've seen it happen time and time again. Could this be it for Wolves? Let's take a look now at our schedule. Here's all of the action that you can really be looking forward to here. 4 matchups coming your way, and let's be honest, Fabian, depending on results, it can be like a bit of a domino effect. Each of them could, add extra stipulation to the next.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like if Wolves and Secret game. That one for me is where it's Wolf and Secret. What am I saying? Wild and Secret is what I mean.
You just love Wolves that much.
I just love Wolves.
You've changed from G2. You know what Wolves enjoy.
If you look at it, it is the 2 previous teams I've been on. So maybe it's just that. No, the domino effect. I think the Wild Secret game is just going to start off the day, and then from there we're just going to see banger on banger. My favorite game of the day, however, is the Virtus Pro versus Koi game. Simply because as soon as Virtus Pro has 7-0 Koi, I can go back to the hotel and have a nice sleep. The other games I'm really excited for, however.
Yeah, it's very hard to pick one. I think, I don't know.
BDS Wolves, I mean, we really teed it up nicely there.
We've teed it up nicely. I think that will be an excellent game because there's more to it than just the points, right? But the G2, the first 2 are just shootouts to essentially give yourself for the major.
For sure.
One of G2 or Eminem are going to be in the Open Qualifier playoffs. G2 could be playing against Billy Bob 6 next week in a community stream if it goes wrong for them, which is already monumental failure. So, there's so much on those first 2 games. It's incredible.
I mean, the third one is just as much on it. It's just, as we just spoke about, the potential of Wolves finally taking that step up. This day is going to be amazing.
Then we've got VP Koi.
And then we've got VP Koi, which we all look forward to so much. Maybe we can see another 7-0?
I don't think so. You know what?
Oh,
I've got some friends on Koi. I've got some friends on Koi.
Here we go. Friendship League comes back.
Leon's our guy. You're a big fan of Leon as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
I know Crying hasn't been. It hasn't really been.
Yeah, I mean, just let's get the game over with so Leon can focus on his cats and the rest of us can just focus on the rest of our day.
All right. Well, if you were actually put it on the line right here, right now, and say which team is going to shock us here and potentially get a big W, before we go to the break here, I'm going to put you both on the spot. Who is it?
G2, always.
Is that a shock?
That's a shock. Is that where you're at? No, you're the world champs.
It's the shock. It's the shock.
Fresh?
No.
He's been saying G2 are going to steamroll Eminem all day.
Oh, they will be. But it's not. It's just I want G2 to win. I don't care about the rest.
Okay. Well, on that, Wild versus Secret is where we will kick off proceedings. One of the 2 teams will make playoffs. Who's it going to be? Find out after the break.
Professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with the Central Combine. 2 Tier 1 qualifying teams are sent straight to the playoffs, whilst there are 4 national spots composed of teams from the Legacy national competitions and 2 EU squads made from teams that are at least 3/5 from Central Europe. These 6 teams go straight to Phase 2. There are then 18 more spaces to be filled by open qualifiers, which means this is your chance to get involved. During Phase 2, our 4 national teams, 2 Central European teams, and 18 qualifying teams will be divided into divisions to play against each other based on a point system, with the lowest 2 teams of each division being eliminated. Our remaining 12 teams will be grouped into 3 conferences, competing for their spot in the playoffs. Each team will play every team in the other 2 conferences for points, with the highest scoring 6 teams moving forward to Phase 4. Phase 4 is our playoff bracket, where our top 6 teams from qualifiers and our 2 Tier 1 teams face off in a best-of-3 bracket. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the €40,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to €15,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hello, welcome back to Blast R6 EUL Stage 2, Play Day 5, the end of the group stages. My name's Ian. Of course, once again, not of course me, of course these two. We've got Fresh and the three-time world champion himself, Fabian. Guys, we're kicking off, as you keep saying, with a shootout to make it through into the playoffs. It is Secret versus Wild. Both teams didn't make it to the last major, and this is a final shot at doing it. Well, a final shot at another shot, I guess.
I mean, Wild were so close last time, but they just couldn't clinch it out. They had 3 opportunities. They messed them all up.
Yep.
Hopefully today we can see something different from them, but who am I to say? I mean, it's 2 good teams coming up against each other. Wild a little bit more downward trajectory. Secret a little bit more upwards. It's going to be a close game.
Of course, if you lose, you've got the upper qualifiers that you can dip into, but you don't really want to go down there.
No, you don't want to end up on my stream where I'm laughing at you. That's basically what happens.
That sounds like a good place to be.
That's what happens in the open qualifiers. I'm going to do it to Kai next week. It'll be fun.
All right, let's do a bit of a deeper dive into our first 2 teams here, starting with Team Secret. Fabian, they've been impressive. They made some big changes, after not doing so well last stage, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, the picking up Falls, Upor, and Miracle, they've had a much better playstyle. And Twister said himself to us that we were correct in our prediction of why they picked up Falls and Miracle to be the supports, Brazilian players with Brazilian playstyle that we Europeans can't really make happen, at least not on the player level yet. But I think it's transforming because teams are more or less trying to play that way right now. So they've been on the upward trajectory. They've completely dominated into the breach on Skyscraper. Then they struggled against the Virtus Pro a little bit on the bank game, and then they beat Koi, which they should have beat in regular time, and they realized their mistakes immediately. But today I think it's a different nut to crack for them because they are in a lot more pressure, and Upor have been struggling quite a bit, so I'm asking him to step up today. And False, that we expected a lot from, he haven't really shown what we expected of him.
That being said, you talk about pressure here, Fabian, and Fresh. Falls and Miracle have played at invitationals and majors. They've got tons of experience in high-pressure moments.
This is where they need to come into their own. They were brought in for this exact reason. Secret have always operated under, I would call it bad pressure. Always pressure to try and get out of situations, to escape relegation, to, scrape into, places and be in the league. Now they've got that good pressure where they're fighting for their own future, fighting for that chance to go to the deciders for the major spot.
Yeah.
This is where they need those experienced players now to step up. It doesn't matter what's gone before. They need those 2 experienced players to be the leaders in the team so that the rest of the team doesn't falter under that pressure, Upor included.
It's the first time we really see them in a positive light, maybe.
Yeah.
That's what I would put it as. It's the first time we actually see there's something here to grab onto.
Do you get the impression that it's like they know who they are and they know what they want to be about at this point?
I think so. They've got that kind of core identity. And I fell out with Team Secret about a year ago with the old Team Secret roster when I said that it didn't feel like they had any identity, right? They've now got Twister in post. They've got the Brazilian kind of Portuguese core, especially with Savage being Portuguese. They've got a way of working that looks good. It's the brand of Siege they're playing is good. They're controlling games, and I do like them a lot. So, I'm excited where the secret roster can go.
You talk about you don't want to ever look forward past the biggest obstacle in front of you, and we do know that this team can struggle in a best-of-3 environment. I think last split they got 2-0 right in the playoffs. So, do you think they've got the map pool if they do get there?
That doesn't really matter what happened last stage. It's 3 new players.
Yeah.
It's just such a big change that the best of 3s, we can't tell until we see them in it. But again, as I said, it's the first time we see them in a positive light. I think they have it within them. Then it's just up to them to show that they do.
Beautiful. All right, let's take a look at Wild, their opposition here, fresh. They had 3 chances of making the major in Phase 1. They didn't make it. They didn't qualify for Gamers 8. And now they're here, and they're a little bit inconsistent. You don't really know what you're going to get from them.
It's probably the best way of describing them. If you want to summarize since their inception, because they were a brand new team in Stage 1, they ran away with the league play in Stage 1, failed in the best of 3 to get to the major, failed in the next best of 3, failed in the LCQs, failed to go into Games 8. Whenever they get to the point where it is big pressure, they've failed. Now, this is completely new for them because they're at the point where there's pressure before they've ran through the league. There's pressure now just to get into those games that they were in easy last stage. And I put it down, to be honest, at the minute where, I've done quite a lot of VOD review on Wild. I think they've got quite a big coordination issue going on in terms of people going at different times. I watched they got 7-0 last week. You can't say they're not inconsistent when they've got a 7-0 and been 7-0. Their downward trajectory that Fabian's talking about, I think, comes from the coordination seems to be falling apart. I'm seeing Aces on Blitz last week going in on his own. 5-10 seconds later, then it was Jegs, and then Hungry, and then Teb. And it was just one by one, walking in to die up against VP. And that's not something that we are used to seeing from Wild. It's not something we saw play day 1 from Wild. Something's kind of gone astray. They've definitely got the quality to get it back, but that's what today's about for me.
They flew too close to the sun. That's what they did. Because we look at them 7-0 in Koi, and then they get all the confidence in the world, and then the arrogance hits in. They go on their perma-ban against Into the Breach. They lose against Into the Breach. Who would have expected that? And then 7-0 the next play day. I think that they maybe have gotten a bit of arrogance, that they feel like they can finally oh yeah, we're one of the big dogs now. Look, we beat everybody last time, and we come back and we 7-0 Koi immediately. Look at how big and strong we are. Only to kind of lose all of the basics. That's what made them really good. That's what made this team. They played as a team. They played with a lot of innovative play style. Like, we don't see that much in Europe. And now it's not the same.
The last 2 play days, we've been going into the Wild games saying, these are so exciting to watch.
Yeah.
And they haven't been.
No.
They've strayed so far away from what made Wild really good, the first stage and even the first play day, that I feel like they need to get back to that. Maybe
we'll see it. You know what it takes to be in high-pressure situations at the grandest levels that this game can provide, right? You've, like I said, a million times, you've won world championships. But it's all relative, right? For these 2 teams, this is a monumental occasion because they want to make it into the playoffs to give themselves the best chance of making it through to the Atlanta Major. What sort of techniques do you think these players will be putting into place right now before going into the map?
I don't know if they have anything special that they do ahead of this games. I mean, for myself, it was mostly about just knowing what team you are and how good you guys are as a group. Because if you rely 100% on the individual, I don't think you will reach the tops. And one thing that they have to look at already is the pressure isn't even now. This is just the first step of different levels of pressures that you need to overcome. And if you're struggling here already, there's just something that you need to do differently. Be that the way you approach a match day, be it the way that you do your preparation with your staff. Is it your own mental health? What is it that you can change around to handle this pressure better? So I don't know if they do anything special just yet, because I wouldn't. For me, this would just be another game day. So for me, it's hard to compare that one. But hopefully they're going in with the right mindset, because I need to see Wild differently from what we've seen them the 2 last plays.
Did you hear that, Fresh? Just for Fabian, it's just another day in the office.
Yeah, but if I was Brazilian, I would be like a 9-time world champion with all my Pro League titles and all of that stuff. So it's just, maybe do they count GoForce as world championships in Brazil, you think? Probably.
Just send it for Brazil. You know it's in Brazil, right?
I don't care.
Okay.
Do you want to go? Anyway, where are we going to go right now? That's the question that we're all wanting the answer to. Our first map for our first matchup. Fresh. we're going to border.
So, wasn't actually necessarily expecting this. I was personally expecting a Nighthaven Labs. I've been waiting to see it from Secret because I know it's a very, very high preference map for them in terms of preference. What is the highest preference map for Secret, though, is border. Now, Wild get border banned against them a lot because of their unique playstyle, because they're very, innovative in terms of the way that they can rush and try and play for the plants, which we see all of the time in border. Suits Wild perfectly. Now, in this high pressure match, I'm not surprised that we've seen border because Secret love the map. It is their #1 preference, and Wild love the map. It's very high preference for them as well, number 3. So, am I surprised we got here? No. Am I a little bit sad it wasn't Nighthaven? Yes.
I agree. I'm sad that it wasn't Nighthaven, but I'm actually happy for Team Secret's sake that it isn't, because what I'm hearing, Wild is probably the best team in Europe at that map. So why would you take that team?
See, I was hearing that about Secret. Oh, damn. Can't believe we don't get to see it.
Guys, our little birds are telling us lies.
One thing I want to know is when we go to watch this game behind the scenes, can you not bicker too much? Can we have a bit of peace and quiet while
we'll
we
hold hands?
No, we've got an ongoing bicker about Wild, about who's the Ayana main on that
and
team.
he's so wrong.
And do you know when the Wild graphic came up? It was Jegs. Jegs was the Ayana main. So
no, he's not. He's played like once.
Okay, guys, let's get into this game. We'll give you two a break, all right? Who will cross the border into the playoffs? Let's find out with our casters, Fluke and Hap.
Well, thank you very much, Biggie and Chambers, and welcome to the EUL studio. To join, unfortunately, those two, they will be bickering eternally. I am so sorry. What I'm not sorry about is this game and the fact that I'm here with Hap.
Hello. And
Hi.
yeah, they really are a married couple, aren't they?
It's both adorable and frustrating to sit in the room with them. Unless you're like prodding and poking them to sort of set them off at each other. In which case, it is a lot of fun. And this will be a lot of fun. Okay, we don't quite get the labs that maybe was on the cards, but we do get what can be quite an explosive border, because if you sort of look at how these two teams have been playing and have been operating, as we said, we were missing some of that sort of togetherness from the side of Wild in the recent game. I mean, 07, you can't get less together than that. This is such a good map for big guns and for big moments for teams to get into a gun game. If you're looking at Secret, Groovy, he's got, plus 20, he's almost on a 2.0 KD. Miracle, plus 15. Savage, plus 6. Secret are terrifying at the gun game right now.
They definitely are, and that is something you really need to look twice at when you head to a map like Border. We often state it, a very paper-thin map. You can take gunfights from one side of the map all the way to the spawn on the other side, almost, it feels like. And you just got to make sure that everything is on point. I do remember a game here, though, where Wild was playing on Border, and they managed to get, well, not quite 6 plants in. Oh, look at that, all those commendations. You can see who's playing ranked here. So...
Yeah, the new commendation system, if you aren't aware, it's been introduced. You can commend your teammates and your opponents for being good people. That's the little fire icon. So Yupo had one, Jags had one, I think someone else had one, but I couldn't quite see. Thank you for being good community. Thank you.
There you
Hungry. Jags, Hungry, and Yupo are truly the best of this lobby.
Yeah, they've been commanded many times by their ranked teammates, so they deserve it. But let's see if they're on fire in the server. I do not know. Fun thing is, I played a game of ranked this morning, and I was playing Mira, as one does in Oregon.
As you do.
And I called out, there's one above the hatch on the little electrical box, and there's one in blue. So what happens, a teammate just runs over towards the box, gets killed from the hatch, and he starts shouting at me. He's like, Mira, why you grief? Why you don't tell me where they are? And then I got reported for griefing. So, I could see it at the end of the game.
That teammate, Fabian.
I got 3 commendations for the game, though, because believe it or not, I will stop fragging. It's insane,
I don't believe it. All right, who will get the break on the boards here? Who's going to be able to get themselves tucked in? Now, although I've highlighted the huge gun game from a couple of members of Secret, Fools and Upor unfortunately do come into this lobby as the 2 lowest rated players. It's very much a top-heavy setup here from Secret at the minute. They haven't quite been able to find that sort of flat balance as the team is learning its footing, learning how to strike as a sort of unit. At the same time, Aces and Jags are the 2 that are able to break over that 1.0. The rest of the team are not that far behind. Teb might be the first on the end of a gunfight. They hop in, but instantly get caught by Packbull from underneath. Teb gets the rotate, and what a bait and switch.
I was a bit greedy there from the side of Secret. They thought they had a free kill in their hands. as they collapsed from both break and of course from the window at the same time. But the cover was out there and instantly the rotations from Wild on the board. Very important. Miracle taking lots of damage as well as he's forced to rotate around. As the Orcs is jumping back up, Savage just delayed and actually checking that.
Groovy gone as well. After talking about his 2.0 KD, the first sort of victim of this towards Packbull, towards just good setup here. They've been able to get CC and they're still trying to operate with that bit of pace, get themselves some momentum moving towards the end and the backside of this plant itself. Tab and Newport trade each other out. Works for Wild because they're able to sort of keep that body balance back. But again, look at what they're clearing. It's so far away from the site, the opposite end of the map itself. There's still a lot of work to do.
And they're nowhere near the site yet, and his Aces sees a person there, drops down the hatch, but he's aware of the fact that someone's around right behind the server stack as well. Escapes with his life, quickly gets himself inside of the next room, Customs, so he's looking to go for a bit of a flank at the Savage later on.
Jax is going to go off for some support, get himself just in the core in the middle, but there's Aces round on the side, finds the head of Savage, and again, another secret player struck by just not quite knowing where Wild were holding and what they were watching. 2 remaining players, Fools and Miracle. 2 pickups, and obviously the conversations of ex-MIBR, ex-Furia players, making them have their mark, and these the most important of games. Packbull doesn't have the C4, but it's ready to just pop up, and oh no, runs out of bullets! Can't get the second, does get the down, and that's more than enough to cover the end of the round. Wild open up with their first.
The SMG-11 doesn't really carry a big magazine, so ran out of bullets through the second person out there. And Wild indeed, as they managed to get the first quite cleanly, you have to say, they were able to slip away from the grasps of Secret for the majority of that round. I was also going to be mentioning that Wild will be looking to get 3, maybe even 4 rounds on the defense right here. And that's not because of the fact that it is, you know, needing to be a defensive side of map. It's quite even, like 52%, something like that, towards the attackers. Either way, the point is that they've just come off a 7-0. They need that confidence. They need to just make sure they're winning that first half so they can get back to their usual gameplay, their objective-focused gameplay, when they're going over to the attack. And they'll only do that once they do have a comfortable lead. Otherwise, they'll play a bit more reserved, and that might actually be when they are quite vulnerable.
Now, one of the most exciting things about this game is actually how it breaks down depending on how long it goes on. So if either team gets a clean 3-0, they're good, they're golden. They're making their way through towards the deciders, the playoffs, and then well, the other team has to go through a much longer route by the open towards the closed. However, if we get to OT, things start to get a little bit spicy because it is sort of differentiated by the round difference. If we get to overtime, Wild needs to win it 8-6. If it's an 8-7, then they draw on points, even if Wild win, but Secret have 1 more round than Wild do over everything. So that 0-7, if we somehow end up as that result, is going to haunt them.
It's definitely not going to be something they'll be very happy with that moment. But again, yes, Secret, they only need to find 7 rounds. Doesn't matter how they do it, and they'll find themselves in a playoff spot. Receiving a bit of pressure. 7
plus a little bit extra. They need 8. If it's an 8-7.
Secret needs 7 point rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no. Secret needs 7 rounds. The Wild need make sure they don't get 7 rounds.
That's fun. There was also some other things that were thrown into this that I was discussing with Sprabuni before, based on the fact that the ITB versus Wild game had that 1 round replayed, which actually changed it so an 8-6 would have been okay for them. I can't remember. Sprabuni maths.
Miracle taking quite some damage there as he drops down the east staircase. So Jags is very eager to be taking a fight out here as the castle barricades are being opened up slightly. See which AFNATs have been activated to stop Secret from moving in cleanly, and that's going to be making it so it is a bit more difficult to actually challenge the players out here because there's just no safe way through. Tab, does he know how close he is to find a head out here? Goes for the pre-fire, actually finds the kill, tries to rotate around, but a player on the actual window has found them out there, and that made him, well, get quite stuck in that position.
I was going to say, if he got out of that, you would really have a couple of questions there of Secret. They're able to at least get Teb back. But with Savage down, Hungry can see through that mirror window as a heads up. It's just a graphical bug on our end. So he's got a keen eye towards the angles that have been opened up in that CC wall. Now, they have the ping on the players, but Hungry knows that he's being watched, and as soon as he puts his head around the corner, he's in danger. Hey, now he can't see through that. He's still stuck in the situation, though, because if he goes for a rotate, he's going to get shot in the face, but Groovy just double dips. Gets the kill onto one, tries to find the next via the short box as Packbull locks in with a shotgun and holds onto the angle. Jegs doing his best to make sure nobody pushes via beepers, but they are all pressed up against that armory wall. And as the blinds go through, they really want to move behind them. The C4 gets the tail end of the players. Upor's on the ground. Packbull cuts off, falls. It's just Groovy left standing. Accidentally, I think, almost puts a bullet into his own team, but the rotate round the back, the strike into the side. Secret entirely locked a bit too forward there.
They had the numbers advantage, but then everything just fell apart as they were too heavily stacked on that door. Shotgun blast, C4s didn't help them out there. They needed a bit of variety in that push. Maybe even open up that wall. Of course, they hadn't had the opportunity, and a very quick and early timeout is being called by Secret here. Only 4 kills on the board, which, I mean, isn't the end of the world when you've just played 2 rounds. But that does mean something is not quite connecting as they want to, and Wild are on the right track.
And the Secret timeout. It's entirely becoming a bit blinkered. It's twice we've sort of seen them try and throw themselves into an engagement there. And, you can see Twister having a lot of words at the back line of the team, trying to get them back on it, make them pay attention to the game that Wild's playing, because Wild have and can play very clever Siege. They can play very quick Siege as well, but their sort of main point is changing up the thoughtfulness of the game. They do great takes, and in this situation, they've been able to do great reactive sort of retakes of territory, of ground. The opening catch against Groovy in the first round, towards that, just the swing around the back of CC. I mean, it is that sort of all or nothing play, but Secret have to find a way to keep their heads screwed on.
Again, beautiful shot from Teb. And as he wanted to rotate out, or actually went for a quick run outwards to see if there was still a player on the window, I think the best course of action would have been to just jump over the balustrade and hope to rotate down the main stairs door that way. He gets stuck as soon as he moved back in, as soon as everybody just aimed at his position. Back to the mirror window as well. As soon as that got knocked, if you're not moving, you're just going to have pre-fired at that point. So it was a good attempt by Secret, finding those 2 kills well, but besides that, we're unable to actually put a dent in.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
The winner of this game, if it's clean, whoever is, the one spot above, goes into the decider playoffs. Doesn't guarantee you a seat at the Atlanta Major. There's still at least 2 games to play before that point, but then it does at least get you into the LCQs, which, if you otherwise lose this game, you've got to play through the open to get a seat at that table. And there's SI points that come from this as well. That's one of those big cost things here, because we have 2 games like this today. The next one is immediately after. Oh, there goes Savage, immediately removed after the timeout. But if we find a team scarpering for points at this point, that dream of SI, whoever loses this is so much further away. At least another 10 games buffer or something.
It's definitely going to be a rough time. Tab again, basically taken out in the same position he was in last time. The C4 will find a kill to falls. Those Jags needs to rotate out quickly. A grenade was about to be tossed over the top, but I believe Esports put it back in pocket after that. C4 almost took him out as well. And even though Secret, they get a great start, again, find themselves with a man disadvantage not shortly after. And Uper being very low on HP as well, so definitely not a great start to this round right after the tactical timeout. But your castle barricades is going to be locking them off now. If Uber wants to go and open, it actually puts himself in danger of Jags just instantly replying, and as he grabs the grenade, might actually open up. No, didn't do that either, so there's going to be that shut down as well.
Miracle trying to get some cover around on the side. It's burnt by the ADS. They're recollecting the kit. Look at the spread of the 2 players. There's one down right underneath. Miracle, they're well aware of the game that you're playing, and tucks the rotate background towards 90, but again, you can see Wild is trying to make motions. Groovy hoped to catch and bait. There's the spray through, but they were watching. Fired over the top of one. You fully understand what he was doing there, but unfortunately, so does Wild. Another C4, another huge explosion, a catch on the player. here after their team timeout. Secret have just found themselves once again battered as soon as they make the approach.
Was that a pre-play C4 as well that I was wondering about that Miracle almost took himself out with? Because everybody seemed to have been above, or
Might
indeed,
have been Jax.
yeah.
After getting the
Red Light
kill,
just
tucked
said.
in, hit the hatch, rotates underneath.
Was unfortunate though, you know, you're trying to go for the pre-fire on a player on the mirror window, and it was someone right underneath the crosshair out there. Didn't see it. Miracle now in a 1v3, 19 seconds left. He's close to the side as he goes for a flashbang in, but he's about to be walking into a crossfire. Player inside a bathroom. There's someone up above the hatch. He needs to make a decision here, but no matter where he goes, it will most likely result in death. The time runs out. There's no more planting for him now. It's going to be another wild round to be put on the board.
They knew exactly where he was coming from. The intel game's been great. The sort of response, again, as I said, it's been so sharp from Wild. They know that every single round is one that they have to dig their teeth into here. And pushing themselves onto tellers, that 4 that you asked them to get might be the first 4 of this game in a row. It really has been a dominating performance. Full 5 cats. Technically 10. Cats. Maybe that's why they're playing the best they have.
Their first game, they only had 2 cats on the backgrounds.
Yeah, it went from 2 to 3, and now
then they lost their games.
Yeah,
now
now
they're
we're up
5.
to full strength of cats.
So it's either 2 or 5. That's the ideal ratio of cats, supposedly.
Or is it 4 or 10? Is it 2 cats?
Oh yeah, because it's double. Yeah,
cat
no,
picture,
4
or is
or
that
10.
a mirror?
I don't know. I would have to ask Sandbox.
We would have to ask Sandbox. We'll send out our best analyst on it.
Put the detectives on it.
Twitch chat. I'll let you fill in who that best analyst is. And also the green room. Ian Chambers, if you hear me, you have to choose right now. Look them both in the eyes. Tell them which is the best analyst. Sorry, I said we like to stoke the fights between Fabian and Frozen to start with this. I am. 3-0, Wild. And they are running Wild a little bit with it here. They've fully lent into this gun game. And, you know, we want to see Secret, I guess, have a little bit more awareness. Packbull in the same position he was in before. This is the change. They're going to open up underneath, try and force that player out of that position first. He's already gone. He's Packbull knows this. He's hot-footed it all the way up.
I mean, you close it off, like, you reinforce the tension because it forces them to open up. It's also like a free entryway if you don't. So them using Selmas to open it up, that's going to be utility they cannot use elsewhere. I think with that it achieved the goal of those reinforcements. Not quite sure how many files have used, just 1. Teb taking a lot of damage from a grenade, still finds the headshot onto Groovy though. Shouldn't have lived out there, that grenade should have had him. But he lives, finds the kill in response, and again, Wild get an entry.
It has been. Every single blow, every single entry has been one into their favor so far. They've just kept that statistic. And Jeb! Unbelievable tear through. Hungry gets Miracle on the back of this. And, you know, I sort of said it at the start. We've had a couple of good gun game showings here, but it's generally just been aces that's come into this game positive. And then you're looking at all of the Wild roster are massively showing up here.
Oh, great for them, because it's the important game that determines whether or not you have to go through the open, or if you manage to actually get yourself into those playoffs for a shot at a direct invitation towards Atlanta. And now 2 players stand on Secret as they try and prevent this 4th round to go Wild's way. They definitely seem to be aware of the fact that the CCTV and break is being taken, as it is going to be 1 each. A 3v1 now falls. Last man standing has the diffuser in hand, but it's going to be having to attack 3 full health Wild players all around that bottom floor. Long angles are being engaged in as well. So even if he drops into the site, he's going to be visible from so many directions, and the cameras out there spotting him is not going to be helping either, because he then has to rethink the approach. He's getting some pings, but there's actually nobody there or not right on it. And all the sound he's making is just giving away the game that he's playing.
Well, suffered a bit of a scrape as he went for a rotate round that was deep inside the workshop. There's a scrappy fight, but Jegs has the lockdown from the far side, and they are just not giving them an inch. And it's sort of this combination of not only are they making sure that the whole map feels dangerous here, regardless of whether they've got a person in it or they have the angles towards it, Wild are being just this unstoppably terrorizing force on anywhere Secret want to approach. But also, the gun game, as I said at the sort of moment of Teb getting the swing round, has been so sharp. They are playing as this is a do or die game, and it really is told in the fact that they're 110%. Everything is just instantly getting responses to. Some of it is that little bit of extra special sauce that sometimes only happens in these do or die games. There as well, how low he was, but this kill especially, getting the drone and then getting the kill on the back of it. Sometimes the siege goddesses and gods just smile upon you.
Perfect muscle memory as well out there. Just not like a pixel too much, just center of the head out there on that flick. Finding the kill. So Tab in his position as he's continuing to play out there feels very, very confident inside of CCTV. I think literally all his 4 kills came from inside this room. His deaths as well. I don't think he's really been anywhere else. Now, Secret, you've used your timeout. There's nothing left you can do. You can just wait until Wild uses theirs, or you need to try and get it together in these rounds. Because I mentioned it before, Wild, they need to get 4 rounds to find some of that confidence to get into the second half with everything they got. They've got those 4 rounds already, and there's still 2 more to be gained. That means you need to deny them those rounds, otherwise this might be eyeing up to another Wild 7-0.
That is how it works. Groovy finally gets the opening kill there. Jags gets caught out, but there is AC's very quick to respond and take care of Miracle. They have made sure that no technical ground was taken, and Esperbuni highlights towards this as well. Our genius behind the seniors. Wild do get this as a 7-0. VP need at least 5 rounds against Koi to maintain first place.
Well, there you have it. I believe that also means that with every round that Secret wins, that means it's 1 less round that needs to be won afterwards. 2 blind players as the FNATs are going to be causing some trouble out there. Savage will still find the kill, a double kill actually, on the sides of Wild, and suddenly it seems an opportunity is arising here that they might be able to pick up a round if it wasn't for Packbull to strike back instantly.
Packbull has a lot to do here around on the swing. The beepers will give some of his position away, but he does have Teb not too far away for some modicum of support as Teb actually goes hunting, takes a big risk, gets 1, not quite the second. Look at the health of Falls and Newport though, both quite hurt. A single C4 well placed in time could be the end. Oh. There's the drop onto Upora. 1 versus 1. If they go for the fight itself, they're not going to go for the pickup yet. They've pulled themselves back. There's the bait on the C4 tear. There's the pickup on the down player. Hits the beepers so they'll know they've taken a rotate. And then hops back round on the box. You will hear that as well, but he's not quite sure what side. They've gone all the way around to the right. Packbull!
Beautiful play to come through. Manipulated the sight and the beepers and everything to his advantage out there to rotate around multiple times, retake those fights, and make sure that Wild stay unbeaten so far here on Border as we're 5-0. Definitely the best start they could have hoped for so far for this game. Again, everything to play for here. It is the final spot in this group to go over to the playoffs, which could decide 2 of these teams to go over towards the major, and well, the losers will have to go down to either LCQs or right up to the open qualifiers. And that's not a game. That's not a route you want to go through, because it's just so many games you need to go over. And while really showing that they really want this to be their last.
What a game from Packbull so far. 8-1. And, you know, when he's playing that sort of support structure role, he's never picking the flashy gunner ups because there's a lot of flashy gunners ahead of him. He's sort of alongside Hungry as that sturdy backline. But when you need him the most, I mean, what a performance so far. Could get themselves that 6-0 for the second time throughout this split so far. And although they had the perfect run throughout groups, they are well aware, based on what happened after groups, that it is far from the perfect way to get themselves into that final situation. AC's opened this last time with a take through the soft onto Savage, I think it was. Gonna see if he can get another bit of luck. But again, you know, Secret, they're playing themselves every single round. We've seen almost more and more passive in this approach. They're starting 3 bodies, heavily droned. Teb goes down, caught through the soft. Jegs might be able to get the pickup.
What?
In fact, yeah, gets the pickup on the player. Upor slapped off the back end. Teb's able to slink their way away. Aces is on the rotate round to maybe see if they can try and get the pickup before the danger and the destruction comes. It's actually step in their support structure of Hungary and gets them.
Just wanted to make sure that that wall was closed. Most importantly, Teb will be held back up right after, but it's like, you can wait. It's fine. Like, we need this wall more than we need you at that point. I believe there's going to be a C4 that's being spotted out by the defense, of course, using the evil eye, or the black eye, sorry, to try and get a pre-placed C4 kill. And now they're seeing that CCTV and Break have fallen, you might just have a real opportunity of finding a kill like that.
The flash has come over. Jegs has got himself that mirror window to get a little bit extra strength and wiggle room. There's also a Teb underneath hunting upwards, but Miracle goes for the drop to see if he can hunt right back. The glass breaking will give a bit of the game away. They're so close to a player. Savage finds Hungry. Jegs does get the end of Savage. Doing his best to hold on. The sprays come through from Miracle. He's drawing some attention. There's an instant responsive pressure as Miracle gets Teb. You can see Wilder trying to retake ground. I said it a few rounds ago. They're making sure that everything feels uncomfortable. Miracle is forced further back. They don't want to give this body advantage back.
And they have that top floor under control. They have a couple of breaching charges they can still use in fast to create some verticality, which will be very important to try and limit the amount of, oh, really, where these defenders can play. Also, the diffuser is still in hand for Fall, so he might just be opening up as much as he can. There's a player out there, Miracle jumps right into Ace's line of sight. Luckily for Secret, 2 players are very low on HP, but it's not going too great forward on Files. Insight to sight now with that diffuser. It's going to be looking to eye up a potential plant spot. Where's the cover though? Yes, it is up above, but as Files gets off, he's hearing something. He's not sure if he can actually stick that plant. And it's the main stairs that's being held off by Groovy. But that means that there's a horizontal approach right through the actual workshop that's being taken right now, and the C4 will find Files instead.
Drone just inside the lip of the door there. You can see all 3 remaining Wild players made the motion. They had the full audio read. They know where the player's coming from. Groovy's got 1. There's 1 in front, 1 behind. No seconds left. Wild. For the second time this split, a flawless half.
And what a way would it be to start off your group stage and end it in the same way? A 7-0. Whilst they've struggled in those games in between against ITB. And of course against VP when they took a 7-0. It would be like a very like big hit or miss. Like either you 7-0 them or you get 7-0 kind of deal.
I mean, you couldn't get more. Big hit or mishap, let's be honest.
I mean, the ITB game could have been a 7-0 or 0-7, you know?
It could have, but, you know, it's sort of, it's like statistical baselines, not even anomalies at this point. They're just trying to make everything end up as clean and dangerous as possible. If they did find these points, find themselves on 7 and find themselves with such a body deficit that they jumped from here towards the top of the group. It's almost 2 stories, because on one hand, you're like, great performance on the final day from Wild, bouncing back after an 07. On the second, you're like, they were here before, and then they lost the next 3 opportunities to get themselves into, what was at the time, Copenhagen. So the same way they sort of put it on the desk, I think it was Fresh said, you know, they've come in quite confident. They've come in as a little bit like, we're the big boys now. This might have humbled them. And this might ruin that humbling.
It might, but I feel that they're going to try and go for a quick plant attempt again. You see the Monty on the board. You see Packbull with that diffuser. The Twitch drone getting some good information out here inside of the actual office. A bit of an assassination out there. Sadly not able to get the Twitch drone out just in time. As Hungary is now approaching, well, that might just be an archives plant.
Yeah, the setup's coming across. They're just giving Hungry that room to enter. He's making sure he doesn't get blown up on the first steps. And now tucked inside, Upor realizes, well, I can't quite get the cover of that. Gets the taste. Someone's there, and the smart move to crouch so he doesn't get shot over the top as Hungry just feeds all this info. Falls gets the first, though. But Ace is very quickly getting one back, and then suddenly, Wild getting a couple more connections. Jegs underneath, Ace is straight across the top. Groovy brings it a little bit closer to even, but Falls just sort of throwing a Hail Mary C4 there. There's no connection. The Monty is alone currently, but both secret players are two. Jigs underneath. 2 kills via hatches. The last note on a grenade. If it ends like this, it ends like that. Wild. Jegs is confused. I mean, 2 7-0s and an 07 in a single split. Who else but Wild?
That round was perfection to some extent as well. Of course, you lost a couple players, but 3 kills, 4 kills coming from underneath because we're just like having drones, having information. I don't know what else to say. A perfect game from Wild to close off their group stages here, and that means they will be, well, bumping themselves up to a potential first place, depending on how the VP game will go.
I mean, what a performance from the team, especially obviously Jegs and Packbull. 19-2 between the pair of them. Secret, they are much improved from where they were at, and it's not entirely over for them yet, but what it is now a much longer run via the open quals into the last chance, into maybe a seat towards the major. But our next location is a quick break before we're back with the desk to have a quick chat.
It should be easy. Have you put yourself in there?
No, of course, bloody not.
Oh, guys, you're actually on point.
Yeah, I think Dougie has most first engagements.
Yeah, might not win them all, but...
I just found pick on defense, so I was just rushing it with no chance of attack. Classic Savage.
Yeah, of course he goes himself.
That's right.
In defense, I think 80% of the round done making an open frag.
That's a good one.
I think we can all be unanimous.
Yeah, that's a unanimous one.
It's his birthday, don't bully him.
He just has a broken sleeping shadow.
Kind of surprising because me and Miracle are Brazilian. Like Brazilian is used to get late for stuff. So
I was tired. Okay. I've got the answer for this one.
This is a hard one, I think.
I think they will be the same player.
I have a good one here. I've lost the Discord.
There you go. That's your answer.
So Noah has like just his phone falls out of his pocket in Uber. You know, we try and call his phone and the guy's not answering, and then this Uber driver like picks up, but he doesn't really speak English.
And I didn't understand like if he wanted to even give me the phone back or if he was just gonna keep it like the entire day.
Yeah, different athletes. Yeah, it's probably me actually. Should have voted myself.
Why? He lost his headphones on LAN as well.
And I think Carl is probably the most likely to lose something.
Yeah, lose his mental.
Oh wow.
I think we can do this in a few seconds, guys.
I think they're right. I can't argue with that. So he's just very eager to not learn the calls or just like change to what he knows.
No, why me, guys?
Yeah.
Why me?
I mean, I think he's trying his best. I don't know.
I know my answer.
That has to be me. It's a hard question.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys don't like to keep me alive, so they let me die. And
No, that's true. Whoever I choose to bait, that's who the bait is.
Oh, what the?
because I feel like when we rush, you go full ham.
I think it's Noah. He's like, yeah, double up with me, but you go first.
That's so true. No, that's actually so true.
Welcome back to R6 EUL. Wild are in the playoffs. Secret don't make the cut. They didn't even show up to the dance. 7-0 was the score. We'll be picking it apart on the desk momentarily. But before we do, let's speak to the man of the moment, Packbull of Wild fame. This man just had a cracking game, joins us now on the show. Packbull, you've secured your position in the playoffs and you did it in tremendous fashion. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I was just saying a minute ago that that's 3 7-0s in 4 games. You know, one against us, obviously, but still, it's been a season of ups and downs for us, for sure.
Yeah, let's talk about that before we reflect on this game in particular. What do you think is the reason for that inconsistency? Because you've definitely been an entertaining team to watch from a neutral perspective, but I imagine within the camp it can be a little bit stressful.
Yeah, I mean, last week it just felt like a bit of an off week. You know, we went in confident on Consulate. We expected them to be, same as us, which is comfortable on it, but it's a new map, so maybe not the best they're ever going to be on it. And then Dan in the interview says, "Oh, it's our best map. We're super happy to play it." So maybe that was a bad decision from us to go to the map. But at the end of the day, we don't know how good they are on a map if they've never played it before in an official. So nothing we would really change if we went back.
Well, it was a good decision to go to Border, that's for sure. Fresh was saying just while we were watching that game that he thinks you're one of the best teams in the world on that map. Is that something that you share? Do you believe that yourself?
I mean, it's a map that plays really well into our playstyle, which is aggressive together, basically. So it's a map where, because it's so small, pretty much everyone can help everyone. Whether you got one guy in CC and one guy on the opposite side in office, they can still help each other and stuff like that. So it's a map that plays really well into our playstyle, and because of that, we're always comfortable on it.
Collectively, the playstyle was magnificent, but individually from you as well, wonderful game. You stepped up when it really mattered, and I think that we really teed up at the pressure that was involved in this game in particular. Did you not feel it at all?
It felt like a bit of a more chilled game than maybe it should have been. The nerves weren't really there today, and maybe part of that is we got stomped so hard last week. It can't get any worse, but it was an important game, and I'm glad that I was able to show up, same as the whole team really did. When you win 7-0, it's not you can't say it's down to 1 or 2 people. It's a whole team effort to win that convincingly, so we're really happy.
Absolutely. So that win is now in your rearview mirror. You are now locking on all of your attention and focus to the playoffs and looking to potentially secure that spot at the Atlanta Major. How do you think your map pool is going into this best of 3s?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better than it was last season, that's for sure. So last stage, we only had about 10 days from me joining the team till our first game against Koi. And because of that, we did really good in the best of 1s. And then as soon as we got the best of 3s, our map pool was just completely holding us back. Of course, we had a big off season in the last couple of months. So in that off season, we were still working full pelt. We were still scrimming as much as we do during the regular season. And, we used that time to improve our map pools. So you've already seen maybe that this season in the best of 1s, our picks and bans have been, pretty different every game. We've been banning, I would say, for the most part, completely different maps every game. And the reason why is just because we got a big map pool and we're happy to play really anything. So for the best of 3s, we're feeling good.
How much have you been thinking about going to Atlanta? Is it just a little bit further ahead, or are you just focusing on each individual hurdle that comes your way, or do you lay your head on the bed at night time and imagine yourself there on the big lights on the Atlanta stage?
Of course, everyone, I think, likes to look ahead and think about where we can get to and everything. But as our coach always says, we just need to think about one game and one round at a time, because if we showed up today thinking about who we're going to play tomorrow, or who might play next week or whatever, then we could lose focus of the secret game. So for us, we always try to just keep looking at the next game, and one game at a time. Eventually, you'll get to your goals. So that's how we approach it.
For sure. Let's wrap this up, because I know you want to probably go and celebrate or prepare, one of the two. Any shout out that you want to give to your fans watching at home?
Just thank you to everyone who's been supporting us on Wild. Of course, we're relatively new to the org is relatively new to EUL, tier 1 Siege. But I feel like we've already, grabbed the attention of a few fans, and we hope to, show you guys that we're a team worth supporting. So thank you to everyone who's been supporting us. We're doing our best to put on a good show for everyone, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Packbull, you've definitely gathered a lot of attention. Congratulations, and you're a good dude. We go way back. So thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck in the playoffs, all right?
Thank you. See you soon, hopefully.
Cheers, man. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. I love those, the open and honest interviews where you get some real insight into, the workings behind the scenes of, it's not easy when you go on that inconsistent run. We talked about it ourselves. To watch it can be quite difficult at times, but to be in and amongst the camp when you're doing, different types of performances, it can't be easy.
It must be awful, actually, knowing that you're so good that you can beat EUL teams 7-0 twice, but then also knowing that you have these moments where you get 7-0'd. It's, they got the job done. They got through to what will probably be tomorrow, in terms of they'll probably finish second. And they got it done emphatically. They've given themselves a great chance at getting first if Koi do cause an upset, though.
I mean, they just played as a team with this as well. It's just, as Peter said, because, I reacted on this. You said we go way back, but you're not even on a first name basis. You don't know pros like that. I do. So
hey, his name's Peter.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, no, I'm just checking.
That's because I just said it to you. No, but they made that on a team effort, and the way that they played the game was just so beautifully. Peter said during the interview that we can always play off each other, and they really did that. And it's not only that they played off each other and with each other. There's the theory that they had behind the entire gameplay was we hold an area, we waste a lot of time, and then they fell back and they gave up space. They grinded down Team Secret and didn't give them a foothold on the map or any real opportunity to win this. They completely dominated them.
And the big criticism I had of them last week when they went, 0-7 against Virtus Pro was they didn't have that. Yeah. I said in the monologue in the pregame, I want to see them improve on their team play, on their coordination. That's exactly what they did today. Yes, I do think, and I said for the map bans that I thought Border high preference to both teams. Wish we'd have seen a Nighthaven. I think for Secret's sake, I wish we'd seen a Nighthaven, because I do stand by it. It fits so well. Border plays so well into Wild's playstyle.
And Wild might not be known for having the most mechanically talented individuals. I wouldn't say that they have the big star fraggers, but it's just that the way that they play off each other, you don't need all of that flashiness when you have that proper team play, because they're doing all the basics fantastically. And yes, I know what you're going to say. Jags had 100% play rate of Yana. He played it one round.
3 kills.
Fresh.
3 kills.
Was that an impression of Fresh?
Yeah.
100% play rate of Ayana. 3 kills. He's going to be the Ayana main going forward. Mark my words.
Are you sweaty right now?
I'm always sweaty. Everywhere except far north is too warm for me.
Okay.
It's just always too warm.
I just think he might be a little bit more sweaty because there's a little bit of pressure coming up next, because our next game after the break is G2 versus Eminem.
Jax is confused.
The last day of the groups is up and running with Wild securing a spot in the playoffs. And now we shift our attention to the world champions G2 versus Eminem Gaming. A lot to play for. My name's Ian. This is Fresh and the three-time himself, Fabian. Listen, I mentioned it there. World champions. We were there for it, right? He was there for it, of course. He was the coach at the time.
Yep.
I even had a player go down on his knees giving me the hammer. Do you see it?
I didn't know what you were going to say there. And then we switched gears and went across to Copenhagen, right? And there was a lot of anticipation, a lot of expectation that maybe you'd get back-to-back silverware here in the Siege ecosystem. Didn't happen. Then we moved on to G8.
Yep.
Humiliated. Didn't go great. I'm going to come to you in a moment, Fab, but first, Fresh. Could G2 potentially end up with even more egg on their face here?
Absolutely. I think, they got themselves into Group B, and it's not been a great storyline for G2 since, that time in Montreal, the 6th Invitational. When you look at it holistically like that, obviously they can get themselves out of this situation, but I talk about the expectations for G2 a lot, and when I called Copenhagen a failure, I got a little bit of pelters, but it was, they got top 8 in Copenhagen, but they had their eyes on winning it.
Yeah.
When they flopped to Gamers 8, and now the fact that they aren't first place, even in this group, will be a disappointment ultimately to the G2 organization. They do have an ability to get through to the deciders, still go to the major and smooth that all over. But there's a risk that they end up in the open qual playoffs, which again would be a catastrophic failure for this team.
Is there an argument that G2 enjoy the bumpy road to success?
I don't think anybody enjoys that. Everybody wants to go straight through. And the path that G2 have shown us so far is basically they've been relying on the individual ability that all of the players in G2 possess, because that's just the star power that G2's got. We need to see them start playing as a team now, because that's what they've been lacking. And they can't rely on just people dropping massive performances like Alamo did play day 1 and then Doki did against Heroic. You can't expect them to keep doing this. They need to start playing as a group, as a whole.
They've got the ability to do it, Fresh.
They've got the ability, like Fabian said, we've seen it individually.
Yeah.
We've seen Doki drop 23 kills. We've seen Alamo have that big first game. But then if you took that first game away, he would be a 0.7 rated player, right? So we know that G2 have this ability to perform as a team. That's when they're at their best. That's what's won them SI. But we haven't, to be honest, we haven't seen it. They've still got the opportunity, luckily, because they've got such good individually talented players. They've got the points. They've accumulated that. That's great. They've got the opportunity today to get through and show us a team performance.
Fab, can I call you Fab?
Call me whatever you want, baby.
Okay, baby. Well, the question I've got for you is this. You're obviously part of the camp. You're now, we're happy to have you on the desk. It's much better, in our opinion. We like having you here. But there's been some changes and some positive and some negative changes to come from them. What do you think is going on and what do you think is potentially going wrong with G2?
If we keep going on the same things that went wrong when I was there, it's a lot of individual mistakes and not really taking back the feedback that they're given, like we need to play as a team and we need to play as a group. I think that Romalio has brought a new coaching style. I was much more about the mental and the basics and trying to push them to play actually default way of playing together. And then however they played as a team, that was up to them. But I wanted them to individually play as a group, like to help each other and to play for each other and with each other. But I think Romalio has brought a lot of defense help for them. He's also brought a lot of small micro plays and adaptations to their opponents. So I think that there's a different sort of coaching style that they've got going on now. And I think that it might suit them better with this one than what I had. And it's just about them actually realizing that the basics needs to be there no matter what. Because if we look at a team like we just saw, while 7-0ing a team and completely dominating them, they did that out of basics. Imagine if them put the perceived fragging power of the G2 players onto those guys. They could be world champions again.
They'd win everything.
They'd win everything.
Well,
they dominate one more time.
I mean, there's another team that I know that you two are both very excited about, but they just can't necessarily put together the final pieces to make it all happen, and that is G2's opponents, Eminem Gaming. Now, the Siege that they've been playing hasn't necessarily been the greatest. They lost to both the French teams in Wolves and BDS. They did beat Heroic, but like I said, they haven't looked great. Users in particular has been a bit of a highlight. So I guess, Fabian, the players collectively need to step up as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're all playing actually quite decent Siege. I mean, Nello is having a bit of a rougher time in terms of numbers. But Eminem as a team, they're just quite tricky. We've been praising them every playday and said they can be the next best team in the world. And then they just keep disappointing us and themselves because it's the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over. And I wonder how many times that over can come before they start to realize it. It seems like there's some sort of internal problem that they've got, though, because the staff in interviews, they say they know it.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to the playday next one, it's just the same thing all over one more time. So I don't know how they're going to fix that. It's like the manpower advantage just needs to be there. Stop peaking. Care more about winning the round than care about the number you get on your scoreboard, because that's what I see as a massive issue. You should never be peaking in some of the situations where we're seeing them. And just the individual or the team play that they have, it's non-existent.
Fresh, we are going to get to maps in just a second, but first, just briefly, do you think they're focusing a little bit too much on 1v1s?
I think it's just such a deep-rooted issue, genuinely.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've got a few deep-rooted issues, and I think their attitude towards the issue is probably what's causing them not to fix the issue. Because they make a joke of it amongst the players, you know. They know, oh, Eminem, they lose X3-1s. Oh, Eminem, the defense matches. Oh, Eminem, you know, don't get trades. And they need to be a top team. They need to improve these issues.
G2 versus Eminem, where will it be played out? Let's take a look. And Fabian, we are going to Skyscraper.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that from Eminem. They've been struggling so badly with their attacks. It's been awful to watch them play them. And I think that Skyscraper is one of those maps where you cannot do the one-on-ones that they have been doing. You cannot sneak around the map like they have been. So I need to see a completely different Eminem turn up today. They just need to show some motivation to play it. This is a map that I know G2 loves. They absolutely love playing it. When I was there, it was our #1 seed. Yep. We just wanted to constantly go into Skyscraper. And now you're allowing that instead of a completely unknown Nighthaven. It puts question marks in my head because I don't see why. I think that because of the map, Eminem is in for a really, really rough time.
I've got to add on to this as well. And, you know, I saw it being a Skyscraper because I didn't think Eminem had the map pulled to compete with G2.
That's no.
One thing that I will say, that attack and defense merchant that we talk, Eminem loved the defense. They're good on the defense, they're bad on the attack. 29% attack win rate over 17 rounds. That's 5 attacks in 17 rounds. That's not just one game where they've been bad at attacking that. It's a consistent issue. I could very well see G2 going 4, 5, 6-0 up on the defense here and then getting the job done. I really worry for Eminem on this map. The other thing I worry for Eminem about, just very quickly, is the fact that they struggle to beat G2 generally. Last time, I don't think they've beaten them in the last 18 months from what I could find in the head-to-head. You know, so certainly G2 have got that mental advantage. They've got the fact that they've always beaten them in the head-to-head. And they've got a good map, their favourite map, and starting defence against a team who can't attack. Everything stacks, in my mind, for G2.
Yeah, and just the one-on-ones that Eminem are allowing. You're going to allow a one-on-ones against the best fraggers in the league? Like, this is the team with the highest amount of fragging power. Are you going to allow the one-on-ones here? I just don't see how Eminem can win this.
Go on, Fresh.
I've got one small thing. G2 did lose the last time they played Skyscraper against Wolves. And that's the only thing I could find that might make me think, hey, Eminem might have a chance because they've seen G2 Skyscraper this stage. But also,
it won't change this thing.
Eminem only just beat Heroic on Skyscraper Playday 1. So, yeah, that's it.
Come on, give me one quick reason.
If you're an Eminem fan, that's the
why
thing
Eminem could win this. I just want one other than...
They can't.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much,
G2.
Appreciate that. All right, let's get into it. G2 versus Eminem. I'm predicting an unpredictable affair. Let's get into it with Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moustache Mysteria. Oh no, it's Ian Chambers with a moustache. What a strikingly handsome man.
Is that Ian Chambers from the radio?
That's Ian Chambers. Right there. Zoom in. Close up. 65% of you agree with Fabian, maybe not to his level of extreme belief of a 7-1, 7-2. Now, Fabian has been right about some things, but one of the things that I think we've seen from this G2 team this split is that they can go up very well in the first half of the game, and the second half gets a little bit falling away from them.
Yeah, it's weird how that keeps happening, right? It's like, I don't know what it is. I mean, we're not going to be talking about fatigue. It's just the best of one, right? Fatigue doesn't really get into play for these players. They're all used to be playing best of threes. So it's not that. It just might be that, you know, they start off well, they start on the preferred site, and then they just kind of get like left in the dark end, or they swap over to a site that requires that bit of a better team play rather than individual performances as
it doesn't even matter because in the first map they started on defense versus BDS, went 5-1 up, fantastic control. In the second map it was only 4-2 on their half, but it was really controllable on their attack and things went a bit away from them. So they need to make sure they keep themselves a bit steady. And as Fresh said, their last showing on Skyscraper was a 4-7 loss against Wolves. But to be fair, Wolves are a terrifyingly good team at the minute. One of the other things I think is a point obviously worth paying attention to is, well, the performances of G2. You have Virtue and Doki that have been outstanding throughout the split so far. They're both sort of flying away in the kills game, but the rest of the team, you know, Benja and Alamau especially, they've sort of had big moments, but we haven't quite had that same dominating effect. Whereas, well, when these teams have met before, I think it was on a cafe where it ended up as a 7-0 to G2's favor. I think it was Alamau and Benja went about plus 11 each over the series.
Cam Benja hasn't really been able to find his like old self for this stage. I believe he was like -6 in his KD so far. So
this is a strange start.
It is a strange start to go to the bedroom and the bathroom first. Don't often see that.
I think I've seen it maybe 3 times for the times that we've cast. I know Wild have a hold they've done a couple times on it, but it is a rare sight to sort of bring yourself in. We have Sprabuni statistics. This is the last deciders team. G2 wins 6 rounds. They're good. G2 don't win 6 rounds. Eminem.
Then Eminem is good.
Good. So Eminem need a full fat win here. G2, they can get themselves some tasty overtime points. But will they be able to?
Just any point. It's good for G2. Comes down to that 2 points of a lead right now, so finding one is going to be making sure that Eminem is never able to overtake. And as they get started, well, I mean, they're closer than they might think because the side is on that basement. Oh, no, not basement, on the ground floor. Near the bedroom and the bathroom, so there's direct windows in. Players are being spotted out. They will be well aware, but they just need to remove some of that utility. But Virtue and Alamau roaming on the opposite sides of the map. Actually, very heavy roam on the opposite side of the map. I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's only a single person currently on the site.
I mean,
if they rush this, there's no way they're holding this.
Good luck, Benja, is all I'll say. Uno isn't too far away, and, you know, Eminem are taking their time. They're getting the feed above. There's some angles they can try and strike their way across here. Solosov wants to hold on to sort of the top of VIP, push themselves into Shrine, and cut anyone off that wants to rotate over towards the vertical. They're face checking a lot here and hoping they can get the first step in on the gunfight. As I said, where Virtue and Doki have been exceptional, Solosov, Nathan, users have all generally been pulling positives. Tyrant as well. There's only one player on Eminem that has come into this playday with a negative KD, and that's Nello.
Now Eminem, of course, they know where the side is. They're just trying to cut off any rotates, I believe. Just make sure that the players that are out there on this side of the map will stay occupied and don't have an opportunity to rotate back. Again, if they would have gone for the site straight away, they might have been able to get the plan down before any G2 members were going to be able to respond to them. Rotations are coming through, utilities being taken care of, and Eminem now slowly started to head towards this side, but yet everybody's still alive on the G2 side and slowly starting to creep back towards it as well.
It's almost a little sort of surprising and confusing. It's been played in the pace of their game. They're trying to make sure that they're not just throwing themselves into a trap here, because that is the guaranteed hold and take here. If you can spring a trap on a team, as we've seen before, then you can sort of define things. Watching the vertical, they know that the player's above them. Ben just paying attention towards the window itself. Just trying to get that sort of thread of communication. C4s have popped. Neither's found a victim. Tyrant's watching the rotate on one side. There's the player on the side killed. There's the catch on the rotation round. Alamau does get users, and you can see 2 blue bodies pushing their way across. Uno keeps things locked down here, but Nello's going for the plant right tucked in the corner by the bathroom. They have the vertical back in their favor. They have the double kill now. There's the drop across the front, and it's just Virtue left. And, well, he's trying his best to spray through. Too late to the party to stop the plant, and you know, this whole round has a little bit of a question mark on it.
Not just a question mark, just a very, 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 very big question mark for me. One person on the site.
One person on the site. You can, you know, this is one where I'm sort of, I would love to be next to Fabian and turn and take a headset off and be like, what was, what? Because
what the G2 doing?
What the G2 doing? Because they can do plays and they can do holds on this map. I mean, it's a gamble to go to that site. You're playing by a surprise game. They sort of doubled it down by having the full stretch across the opposite side. You could see Eminem were cautious about it. It took them a long time to sort of go, okay, we feel confident enough to try and get this kit down without it being stopped mid-time. And they even lost the vertical control during that engagement. So all the time that it took, G2's plan, it might have worked, but you know, I think a lot of that hinged on it being the first round. A lot of it hinged on Eminem being a bit cold and cautious. If they were a bit more warmed up and snappy, I think it would have still been an Eminem one, but a much more deciding round.
I think it might have also just been confused, right? Because they've drawn everything. You see four people on the opposite side of the map. What?
Yeah,
what are they planning?
You don't know what to expect. And when you're coming into a game fresh, you're a little bit more cold. You're a little bit more like, all right, you know, we don't want to get taken for a bit of a run and a ride here. And to be fair, a couple of trades they almost were, but the gamble I don't think quite worked out here for Eminem. Alamau wants to gamble the first fight, and I talked about how they can be super strong in the opening half, and Alamau was that super strong player. His best performance so far for the team throughout this split was that opening defensive half against BDS on Oregon.
They're gonna need more than the off that right now though, because again, very important matchup. All Eminem need to do is make sure they close this in regulation and kick G2 down to last chance, well, basically local qualifiers. Try and make it through. Or last chance qualifiers, of course, depending on how points eventually stack up. Solotov, it's going to be taken down by Alamau. Was aware of what was happening. Instantly finds himself slightly back towards safety. As he heads towards house, Tyrandel ready to cut at the staircase now. If he was there a second earlier or 2 seconds earlier, would have been able to catch Alamau on the rotate.
Losing the gadgetry and almost losing Tyrant. Doki took a lot of damage in that sort of shake up as well, but they have the build for defense to work behind. They have a lot of impact and explosives. 3 C4s and another couple of impacts as well. They've gone sort of full in on that long-range explosivity. Hold them off on the back end. There's a spray about. It'll just take a little connection here from Mozzie to get the head of Tyrant, and Ben just tucked super close. It looked like there was a rotate maybe coming around to the door. There it is. You'll see the support, but Alamau gets Tyrant from behind. Ben just ready to take this next fight. And what a shred of Nello. 5-2. Nafe at least gets one back, but a minute on, and they still need to take any control. Great take from Nafe, though.
Yeah, there's Benji going a bit aggressive there, hoping to find another kill to really swing the favor to the side of G2. But as he uses, now finds Uno as well. The round might still go towards Eminem. Doki low on HP. Virtue's playing on the dragon statue. Now, that's very difficult to clear a player behind it. There's many tight angles they can hold. Instead, he will be falling back, still with a C4 in hand. Could always just still drop down below. Use that explosive later on if the plant's happening. So, as the fire now comes through, it's Eminem that need to find an opening. Something they can leverage just a little bit into an advantage. Also, the diffuser still drops, so kills are going to be the name of the game here.
Usus gets one more. Doki goes down. It's all down to Virtue at this point to try and hold out. He's pulled off 2 clutches throughout this split so far. Can he make one more for the road with only 11 seconds? He has that to work with slightly. Swings on, gets the down onto one player. The single 1 versus 1. Nate can't find it, and Virtue tacks another onto his tally. Keeps them balanced, but that was almost a meteoric pullback of that round from Eminem.
That almost went back into their hands. Indeed, a 2v1 in the end, but that diffuser not being in their pockets hurted them there. They couldn't really just, you know, tuck in, go for a plant, hope for the best there. They needed to split up, divvy up their chances of finding that final player. Was Virtue unaware of the fact that the diffuser wasn't actually in their hand? Otherwise, I think he would have hit a bit more on that final engagement when he got the down on one of those players.
As we sort of alluded to before, this is similar to the stakes of the previous game. If a team gets a full fat win throughout this, they will find themselves moving on towards the decided playoffs, which puts them only about 2 games away from a lot of SI points and a guarantee of a fight at Atlanta, the major, Otherwise, even if they get into that situation, well, then their worst case is they'll go to the sort of last chance qualifiers. They don't have to play through the open, which again is only about a game, maybe 2, and you guarantee yourselves 50 SI points. I believe there's around 30 to 50 is the minimum, which is actually around what a low-level finish is at a major. So that is a thing that both these teams have a lot of keen eyes on, especially as they already have quite a good amount under their belt. They don't need too many more to get themselves cemented in that list and in that setup for SI next year.
No, that's it. As soon as you make it to one of these majors, you're basically almost set already for whatever is to come afterwards. It's just you kind of want to go to that major to really ensure yourselves of that qualification. And it's weird the thing that maybe one of these teams will be missing out. It's that major, depending on how results will go, depending on how the rest of the qualifiers will go afterwards. As Nave's coming in with the Bravo drone. Clutch drone trying to steal some utility. Bulletproof cam will fall. It's going to provide some information around restaurant, which is actually quite important given that the site is going to be a barbecue and kitchen. So you have the big open space right next to those two sites now completely covered off by information. Azuna goes for a jump out. It's going to be a fine. Yes, he does find Solotov.
Twice in a row, Solotov's been the first body removed in 3 rounds. He hasn't been able to get anything at the back of the engagement. At least they caught the player there. Nafe, great reaction to sort of get down with the lockout. You know there's only really one way out of that. Even if they wanted to try an impact and run around, you are still stuck in a box. They didn't waste the time on it, though. They did try and force themselves in. Oops, there's Alamau. And there is Tyrant Virtue off the back of his previous heroics. Gets another removal, gets rid of Tyrant. It puts a lot of pressure on the remaining players here because, well, Eminem is still trying to formulate the take, and G2 are so happy to put the pressure onto them as they're trying to just get the first level of their setup put together.
That's what they need to do. They need to make Eminem very uncomfortable in their initial approach here. And again, the diffuser is dropped on the opposite side of the map. There's no one from Eminem near to recover it as they're trying to take over Karaoke. They're trying to take over that bottom floor, find any G2 players that could be useful to them. As Nave is getting pings out, they're going to be able to find a kill to Alamau, so that at least the backstairs cleared out and gives them an opportunity to move on as a player right behind Virtue there had no ID.
Well, once again, Eminem have taken what was a sort of start of a losing hand and done quite well on the flop, and maybe the river might lead them to a little bit more. A winning pot here. Doki's holding off onto one angle. Benja as well. 2 big players we talked about before, and only one of them left. Benja has been a huge factor, was maybe the big factor in their taking of SI, but they're just late to the party. 9 seconds. Eminem still have to plant. Nafe has been on a tear for the team throughout these rounds, and that's a second attack for Eminem locked in.
G2 really need to be cleaning things up here because they find these advantages and then they just lose them. They get a bit too greedy. They spot a player on one side of the map, just start moving towards it, forget about their flanks and get hit by those. Eminem is playing and manipulating that map very well that way. But it might be costing G2 a lot more rounds than they are willing to give up. And thus, as we head to Karaoke T, oh, they have to tidy it up a little bit. They got to make sure that they are just more prepared for where these Eminem players are coming from. A bit of a lack of information really was there in that last round. Otherwise, Virtue wouldn't have been taken down by a player that was hiding inside of basically Karaoke the entire round.
Talking of Karaoke, often a first pick site where we finally find the rotate round 2 for G2's hold. Let's see if they can get a little bit more normalcy, because although Eminem have found themselves, 2 rounds up, they almost had all 3. It came down to a do or die sort of moment off the back of doing or dying. A lot of that is built on those last round sort of pressure plays. Nafe and Users, both of them especially, have been such a driving force, where between the pair of them popping off to this level, it's almost like how we've seen G2 recently in a couple of games. We'll have a couple of players massively popping off and not quite the rest of the squad hitting the mark. It only gets you so far, but so far it's kept Eminem in this fight.
Well, as we move on to the next, G2. Again, to tidy it up. Eminem, they've been showing their clutch potential, bringing back these rounds by just staying calm, not overextending, not overreacting, more importantly. As they're getting prepared now, a lot of information from that one RC Retiro is coming through. Benja going down in the meantime as well. It's going to be a trade to come through as Doki will find Nello, so that's the hard breach removed. I'm not quite sure if they had the breach. He's trying to go for the second fight now. He would very well provide himself some extra cover as he will find a kill to uses. A second person tries to challenge him though, but it's enough. He's falling back now.
Well, I was going to say they have an extra hard breach when you said they don't have any. Now they don't have any. Jesus, the second follow-up there. The ace is gone as well. The breach was open to an angle, but you've still got a lot to take care of it. And Solotov not being in this position means that they could have rotated a bit freer back. It was a little bit of a miss sort of timing there, which could have netted them a bit of a guarantee. But they've been in sticky situations before, and they've lost one of that sort of two-power duo. You still have Tyrant and Solotov. Solotov finding his first, finally, throughout this on the 4th round. The player that you definitely want to start steaming into these engagements. The kit once again cold and off to a side as they're going to get themselves picked up and rotated round to the back. But there is a lot of this site that G2 can sort of set themselves up, hold and wait in. This will be the trickiest for Eminem to try and steal back.
Not impossible as Nave coming around the corner slowly. He's getting some pings. He has some information, but there's a player in his close left as Virtue will find Solotov. The drop came through. He knows that's going to be safe now and tries to go for a swing. He's taking small amounts of damage. That gives away his position. Alamar goes for the swing. That leaves only up Tyrant now in a 1v4 situation to try and make sure that G2's not getting a second round, but it looks like they just might. With 30 seconds on that clock, it's going to be very unlikely. He gets taken down by Doki. A huge round from him. A jump out, using the keeper barrier to find the second heart breach right after as well. And then able to fall back to the site rather than take that third fight in a row.
Trade them rounds. Back and forth. You are kidding me, Josh. They know each other very well, these two teams. I mean, you have to remember, if we're going to highlight G2's sort of round winning moment at SI, or round winning, or their performance, I think it was Doki actually shouted out Nafe on the big screen in the final in all chat. They're very familiar with each other. It's tricky. I mean, it's also tricky because this is truly a group of death. All of these teams, you've got Wolves playing the best that they've ever played. You have BDS and Shaiko especially playing some of the best Siege he's played. And then you have these two teams as well that have both put in great performances. It's rocky that one of these teams won't make it, really.
10 seconds to go.
But that's it, right? Like, one of these two is going to have to go through a very, very, very long route.
Yep.
Try and still get themselves to another spot.
Wolves did do it last time. Wolves were the team that were able to get themselves all the way routed round, and you know, it's not impossible, but it adds so much extra stress on to sort of keep your performance level, and I guess there's no better stress testing than playing against the other best.
Okay. 2 more rounds in this half before we swap, so G2's looking to at least find another round, but preferably 2. Eminem, of course, will be the same. Wanting to lock this off at least a 3-3 to give themselves the best opportunity on the next half. Openings are being made. Eminem slowly starting to approach, but still with the drones in. 2 people on the rappel. Now, we've seen a run happen in that last round. I don't think it will instantly come back again now.
It's not an easy map to get run-outs and jump-outs on.
Yeah,
it's
you'd have to go through the pantry door below.
It's a complicated space with a lot of tight turnings and a lot of overhangs and balconies. It's not your sort of throw yourself out of a window a la bank. You have to be very ready for it. There is ways of doing it. Obviously, there is hop-out windows, but ever since it had some changes to it, it's been even more sort of nightmarish.
Solotov very much aware if someone could potentially be around near him. He's underneath the site. This quickly clearing it out. Finds Doki, but doesn't quite get the kill. Doki now continues rotating around. Impacts are being used. Uno loses his life as Doki will finally respond though onto Solotov. So at least it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Doki took so much damage. And he's not going to be able to rotate back up to the side because Tyrant's out there. He was waiting.
It was such a good response there from G2, though. As soon as those bullets went to Doki, they didn't know. We saw 3 G2 players try to get themselves into that situation. They lost out because of a great reaction from Solotov to sort of aim up and realize the fight's going to come from above first. We heard the impacts go. Doki got the trade out the back of it, but even with that great reaction, they weren't quite able to save the Scotsman who was stuck underneath. 45 seconds. Eminem, they have to try and drive their way past Shrine and Dragon here. Virtue's going to hold it out to the best of his ability. He's been able to do bits on this site before, but he's now the first point of pressure.
Benja goes down. Good opportunity here for Eminem to capitalize on all those early deaths and early downs as there's 20 seconds left. Clutchable, yes, very much, but that plant does need to go down at some point. The breach next to Alamau opened up. He's just trying to hide for his life here behind the keeper barrier to see if he can maybe clutch this out.
I mean, it's the perfect time. Pops up, gets one, gets dropped right back round, but Virtue, again, in a situation where he might be able to pull this out of absolutely nowhere. It's much trickier because their cover just hits the hits towards the solid that stops. And now the post plant. Well, he's been able to do little bites out of players. It'll take a scrape to get the end of users. Who is, unfortunately for him, tucked in a trickier situation. Tyrant has the lockdown. We have Eminem with their 3rd attacking round.
It's looking very strong and solid for Eminem here. Good attacks coming through. And they get one more opportunity to truly solidify themselves as the winner of this first half. They've been looking better than G2 overall. They've been quick to respond. They've been able to cut up the rotations that G2 have attempted back up the staircases. As we're back towards Kitchen and Barbecue.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Eminem again will have to take control of the top floor, but last time they did that very successfully.
I mean, there it was. As I said, Solotov sort of popped up, swung against Uno. The impact came down. They were doing their best to let's try and get this kill. And then Doki can sort of move into that play space. We'll have that advantage. It was a good idea, but Eminem just a little bit more prepped for it and had that first extra step. It's the sort of thing that a team who's been able to watch a team play this map can bring into the second showing of it. Now, themselves eyeing up maybe a full 2 split here. Eminem will be thirsting to try and break this deadlock before it continues as deep as it might into this game.
Important round for Eminem here, but also for G2. They want to be locking this off with a 3-3, whereas Eminem looking to put that distance between themselves and the opposing team. So far, again, they've been really good at capitalizing on the rotations that were being made by G2, able to shut them down as they went, and, coming back from disadvantageous positions as well, so managed to give a little bit more of that. Put this into a 4-2 split. Knave's opening up. There's a player near the house stairs. It's Doki rotating back up towards the top. Doesn't want to stick around on that side of the map too much. And as Geisha is being opened up, it's going to be putting some pressure down onto Benja, who hasn't had the best game. 1-on-5 so far.
Now, as we said, to sort of compare this Benja to the Benja that did those huge deep runs for this team, he was a phenom. He was untouchable. He's unfortunately not quite had that same effect, but as anyone does, when you go from sort of being one of the best in the world to being still very good, but good amongst a good team, it can eat at you because you know what you're capable of when the sort of cards are falling together, and here it's fighting at them even more. They found themselves only 1 attack last time round. G2 were playing on this map against Wolves' 4 solid defense. It was a 3 apiece half from their defenses. So if they end up with worse than that, having to go up against Eminem's defenses, this could be a quick second half.
Could turn into a 7-2 kind of victory that Fabian expected, just not for the team he was rooting for.
Yeah, Eminem have already done better than Fabian's predictions.
Yeah, exactly. So, who's he to tell them they cannot do more than that? as they found that very first into Benja just a little bit ago. Solo to take a small amount of damage, but as Uno drops now as well, there's a good opportunity for Eminem to start snowballing through the site, because now rotations will start coming through from G2, and we've seen Eminem be very capable of shutting those down as they happen, but Elamar with a huge pick onto Nave.
Users takes a lot of damage as well. They're trying to just strong arm themselves into the site and wanted to move over the vertical. Solotov does get the swing onto Alamar, but with those two players still above, they have some good control. Oh, what a swing onto the first. Virtue gets the lockdown, and again, Virtue left in this do or die situation. The plant is going down. The player under the hatch will give the calls on where they are, so they're not going to take the drop. They have to instead try and find a new angle for this 2 versus 1. Play with the time that they have available to them. Drop over the back onto Barbecue will make a lot of noise as the player just behind pops her head up. I don't know if Virtue saw it. Apparently not. We had the guidance of outlines, and Eminem have the guidance of a 2-round buffer here. 4-2 on their attacking half.
It's a dramatic half for G2, the way that they've been losing these picks. Every single time players are rotating, Eminem was there to pick it up. And you have to give commendations to Eminem for the way they played that. Just being in the right position at the right time for 99% of those engagements there. As they now head over towards the defense as the site swap happens, Kitchen and Barbecue is going to be that first site. We're not going to see the bedroom and bathroom to come up. Again, still questionable that round, but it's only 1 round in 6. And Eminem getting themselves ready. G2 haven't called a timeout yet, but the way things have been going, which means that this might still be en route for the prognosis they want it for, at least 2 rounds on the defense, and we have a good opportunity later. But you mentioned it before, only a single attack won in their game against Wolves, so that doesn't really show too much strength.
In the history of their sort of head-to-heads versus Eminem as well, which, will include a couple of roster changes the further back that you go. Sort of individual players swapped out, but these two teams have hit heads for a long time, and as they said, they haven't been able to technically beat them on an org versus org level, I think, until about, EUL last year. Stage 2 was the last time I can see off a quick reference. So it's something that Eminem have in the backs of their minds, but the attack was never truly the strongest thing. It was often quite balanced. There was, 7-0s from the side of G2, where all of that was built on defense. They had better lead-ins on their defense against Eminem. The problem that Eminem had generally was actually attacking against G2's hold here. 4-2 does them quite a good bit of boon on a map that does work well with the defense, on a map that we saw G2 struggle in their attacks. They brought in Uno specifically for the late round execute calls, for those late sort of moments, 30, 40 seconds left to say, right, I'm an experienced voice, this is what we do, lads. Has it been something that's been more esteemed and sharpened over the past couple of play days?
Well, the thing is, some play days it seemed to be working out really well for G2, and in others they completely got countered. And so far this game seemed to have been one of those where no matter what rotation they make, there's an Eminem player always ready. Uno finds the first kill to Tyrant. It's a great start for G2 on that first attacking round. They need to strike back instantly. They cannot wait a round or two before they find their first. At that moment, too much has already gone Eminem's way. Nay, fully flashed 2-3 times, maybe even.
Yeah,
still not really receiving any pressure though.
Stuck underneath, they're trying to break and sort of bite their way in. They've got that early body. The Blackbeard's back onto karaoke window, but Usus gets rid of Virtue on the back end. There's not a single bit of control. G2 are doing that method of attacking where you sort of probe, you poke and try and find a weak spot in the defense, but nothing's being handed. Eminem are sort of keeping them guessing and going all the way around. The first grenade popping around the corner to get them a bit of space. The second right down to the bottom of the stairs. They try and swing on the fight, but they cannot get that engagement. Nafe, again, still having a stormer of a game. As Doki is stuck. Clearing out Shrine, Alamau underneath. 3 remaining G2 players have 50 seconds to try and get themselves a little bit closer together.
Alamau took some damage just a second ago as well, and as Doki now gets removed, Uno forced to rappel into the balcony to see if he can take Geisha under control, but there's 2 players out there. He has a face shield. We'll help him out just a little bit, but that's going to be removed instantly afterwards, right through 2 bullets into the head, and Alamau to be removed shortly after as well. Eminem really dominating G2 so far, even though, those 2 rounds are still on the board. That round, nowhere to be seen. They didn't even get close to sight.
It was one of the things that was cited at the sort of beginning of the stretch and the stints. It was that Eminem have the capability of being one of the best teams in the world. They have a lot of strengths, and when they're on their game, they are phenomenal. They really bring themselves together. They have some great takes and holds. And yeah, there's memes about them maybe throwing when they're 5 versus 1s, 4 versus 1s, but they've learned, they've improved, and this is the sort of statement of that. They're so unified in their motions and their coordinations. Everything seems to have a really good element of control about it, and it helps, obviously, to have a couple of players popping off massively, but at the same time, it's because of the way that they're sort of manipulating the space. G2 obviously taking their time out here. They do not want this to get into OT, because that's when things get more deadly, but they definitely don't want to have to try and fight back against all of the odds.
That's it. Like, it's not over once Eminem hits 6, but the pressure is going to be a lot at that point. And that is something they need to prevent. They just need to get some rounds in a row right now. It's okay, you still have that 1 round buffer. But they needed 6 rounds to confirm themselves. So far, they only have 2. And time slowly ticking down. Most Eminem just continue cruising on. Again, they found like answers to whatever G2's been tossing at them, and even though at times G2 looked quite individual in their approach, I think that attack was a good example of that. Everybody was basically picked up in separate parts of the map, and no one was there to find a reply to any of those players from G2. I believe that's something the desk mentioned, that like they cannot just rely on individual plays. They need to work together as a team. They need to play for the same objective together.
What was the steady voice in that call and that timeout there? Is it going to be this? Maybe the double up drive through. Benja wants to see if they can try and put the pressure here onto the black stairs. They've got Doki for a bit of this cross support as well. The 2 big gunners being droned ahead, getting some motion here. Quick breaks. Vanilla doing their best to impact it and slowing down. There is a lot of sharpness, a lot of pace here in this initial approach from G2. 30 seconds in, and they're already opening up walls close towards the site, and most importantly, getting their bodies closer and closer as well. Nath under a big bout of pressure. He needs to make sure that if he's holding onto these stairs that, you know, he's sort of safe from an errant swing round. But again, look at this. G2's much more sort of driven idea as a team.
A minute has passed, and Uses is the first to fall. Great first take coming down from Alamau, and now they need to try respond with this. They need to try and utilize this to their fullest capabilities here. See some rotations coming around from the G2 players as well. Benja hovering down below is getting some pings with drones. So far, things seem to be working together a little bit better. Doki finds Tyrant with a grenade. Benja is still in the process of picking one up as Nath is looking to take the fight towards Doki. Instead, it's going to be Nath that, doesn't escape actually. Gets picked up by Doki, so a 5-on-2, a good round for G2 so far.
Virtue suffers a big bit of damage. Doki's looking for the next grenade kill from underneath, and there's the ping on the player. Downs Nello. They might not know, but they did have ping, so you assume they've got some sense of confirmation there, leaving just Solotov in a 1 versus 5. The Ossa is in, Solotov is out. And well, what a response from attack timeout. 5-3. They make sure the gap doesn't get any wider. Can they try and keep this sense of unity?
That's it. They work really well together in that round, you have to say. And now he's getting that first pick instantly. You see verticality. You saw other people droning for each other, you know, like it should be. Pings coming through to get those grenades in the right places. And suddenly, it's just a completely different team. We see a very dominating round from G2 to come through. But they need to do that 3 times more if they want to get themselves in those playoffs. Alamau with the Amaru. Could, of course, still pick off. But for now, sticking it. Uno is the one that is carrying the diffuser, though. So we're not going to see, like, any quick plant attempt maybe happening. We could see Alamau potentially, you know, insert himself quickly into the building to clear out a part of it.
10 seconds to go.
Maybe to exert himself afterwards. But it seems like it is going to stick.
I mean,
never mind. Okay, last second, I say it, and it happens.
Yep. I kind of want this to turn into a little bit more of a brawl. I don't say as you know, as a fan who actually has, ironically, look to my right, I have both a G2 jersey and an Eminem jersey that were gifts from the orgs. You know, you want both teams to succeed here, but you also want a fight because this is such a potentially important match, right? This is a match where you want the best. Tyrant gets Alamau. They'll lose that Lion. There's the follow-up fight of Solotov getting Doki, even amongst the calls. And, you know, from that first huge impact here from G2, we move on to the next site, the next map, and it seems that that sort of step up in pace, without it needing to be a big conversation from the side of Eminem, has been met by more pace. Tyrant gets Uno. There's one more on the door. And they say, you want to do a flawless? We are still in the opening minute of this round.
G2 not allowed to enter the building whatsoever. Virtue's going to be opening the door, gives away his position, drops down. It's going to be heard by those players out there. Called out as well, especially when he started opening up. And as Virtue is the last one standing, he's going to be waiting out. There's 100 seconds left on the clock. So a quick restart is just Virtue trying to stall time here. I mean, he knows this is 99% of the time going to be unwinnable.
It's also, obviously, as you said, Uno's just getting the rehost in. And the longer Virtue's alive, the less likely we'll have to be to stop the game. There's 5 players ahead of him. There's a minute 10. They know exactly where he is. Any other approach will make a lot of noise. Solotov's holding a sharp angle. And giving the Australian any sort of freebies here, though. Virtue, as I said a few rounds ago, you met this Eminem half a year ago, you might have been able to pull off the 1 versus 5 because they had a horrible habit with them. This time they've definitely learned a lesson. The C4 gets most of Virtue. 45
there was an opportunity of clutching it. It's just almost gone down the drain by that Nitro.
Yeah.
That 1 HP. He's just going to be holding off. He's just looking to see if he can get any kills on Eminem players walking out. Second impact back on where the C4 came from. But this is just time to talk for the team. Because for those of you that don't know, if you have a technical rehost, which won't be the case, Uno has returned, you're not allowed to actually talk. So they could talk whilst they were waiting for Uno to come back. As soon as he joins the server, they end the round. They go on to the next. The round that will be deciding which these two teams might go through. Because, well, if Eminem win this, game's over. They are the ones that are securing themselves top 3. If G2 win this one, well, then they have 2 more to fight for to get themselves in that similar position.
It is spicy. At this point for G2, they only have these opportunities ahead of them. They just need 3. They just need overtime. They can lose in overtime. At that point, it doesn't matter. They will still find themselves locked in 3rd place and save themselves having to do the open here. Eminem, I mean, they are battling at this point. They came in fully with the knowledge of what they needed to do, what had to sort of be pieced together for them. Since then, have just stepped up and stepped in. Closer and closer. 1 round separates them from, well, having to go through a lot more of a fight.
That's a fight against very hungry teams. Like, teams that are trying to prove themselves, players that are trying to prove themselves. So you really have to get up to the best of your capabilities to get through the open qualifiers as well. It's not like it's any easier. If anything, it might be harder for a well-established team because it's a lot of teams you're coming up against that you just don't have any information on. It's a nightmare for a lot of these teams.
It's also a sort of bit of a turnaround as well because, you know, last time that these two teams met was in the Deciders, where G2 pushed them down to the lower brackets. They had to win their game versus Wild, which they did 2-1, to get themselves to Copenhagen. G2 had already sort of booked their flights here, so Eminem is sort of saying, look, you knocked us down in a tricky position last time. We're giving you a worse return favor here. We're giving you so much more work to do to get up. And still, as we said, even if they win this, whichever team gets ahead, it's not set in stone they'll be there. You could always still have a change of fates, and Uno's going to make sure that they still have a bit of fate in their favor. Solitov first.
The previous one round started off as well, you know, just picking up that very first kill, and then the rest of G2 being able to find. That's a rappel rope, yeah. That's Nate just patiently waiting for it to come back up, but also realizing it might not be for a while. So he's just going to be digging in close on the corner. Now he knows that it's actually that rappel rope that went back up slightly. Uno still trying to take a fight onto Nave.
And just sort of tacking some shots either side of the box, but it's very well-made hard cases. That'll need some of the support here to come through from Benja. Breaks across the back of drum. Doki gets into a very heated engagement, but Users doesn't have a single bite on him to show for it.
As again, Users are looking to go for an aggressive swing. Virtue finds a kill. Users turns around but gets himself found as well. And this is a good opportunity for G2 to find that response, as it's only up to Nave in a 1v3 situation as Virtue shuts him out. A huge rout from Virtue is keeping G2 alive in this game. 2 more to find if they want to qualify themselves for playoffs. So they're getting closer, but they cannot afford a single slip-up anymore, because then Eminem is going to be taking the game.
That is how that point works. Timeout. Eminem call a timeout. They want to make sure that they can keep their heads on it. They don't want to give G2 a single breath of getting themselves anywhere closer towards the end of this game. They have played this phenomenally so far. It's been a very good balanced hand, a very good strike through from Eminem. It's also time for G2 to talk to as well. Obviously, they can sort of use this moment to talk about where things went well. I mean, over the past, 4 rounds, we've had 2 timeouts and 2 flawlesses. Guess it shows the weight of it all.
So that's it. No more tactical timeouts now. The thing is, G2 also had time to talk during that 45-second gap. It's not like it's just Eminem that has the opportunity to discuss.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Of course, we will not know, what has been said by these coaches, by the teams themselves, but we'll see what the outcome will be. Just a couple minutes. Barbecue. It's going to be the site where Eminem hope to close off this game, where they hope to find themselves in the playoffs. There's G2 looking again to find that early opener and capitalize on the back of that.
Push from the top. And they get this one final push. G2 have improved their pace quite a lot over the past couple of rounds. One time it worked very, very well. One time it worked the opposite. And that time, well, it sort of had a good bite. They got the opening 2 bodies, and then the leading onto the third was just winning that engagement where things might have started to piece away from them. It's this sort of return to drive, this return of respect of what Skyscraper is, which is a very big play space. He's just going to soft off the back end and make sure they have a little bit more to work with, as there is a very close Solace here. Of course, the house stairs. Bit of gadget juggling. Sometimes it happens. They start to try and force that player to make a decision. The Solace has made one, and it's Tyrant. Oh, with the pull on the player on their drone and cameras, they're going to hope that they go unchecked. They're pretty sure that they were.
Yeah, just trying to reposition yourself slightly. Still staying near to take the fight. Might be because he realizes he, might be just a buck alone. Otherwise, there would be someone to follow up on it. Virtue actually has a spot. He has an idea on where the Solace is going to be at. Trying to go for a bit of a bait, but it's going to be Nave that takes on Benja. Tyrant to just come around the corner, finds Doki as well. And Eminem in a really good position right now to close out the game and find themselves in playoffs.
Tyrant, a real good dive there. Obviously, we saw them soft off the door that they expected the runaway to come through here, and they couldn't get the catch on the player on the back end. Shrine Uno, a rocky time to run out of the right to that fight. Gets the call, gets the flash round. They have to try and make sure that the next pull on a player is one that is clean, but without any of the control on the vertical, without him out going for the dive across the top. It's so rocky without having somebody else to just offer you support, so they have to wait. Here, Virtue, getting everything reloaded. There's 3 bodies on the second story. If they can maybe try and isolate one of these engagements, they drop the camera, they get the drop on the player, but will unfortunately find themselves falling through as well. A panicked second there, as Virtue did not want to get caught out. A good first take, albeit a little bit of a panicked one. 2 more, and they've suddenly got themselves an advantage.
Virtue got himself up in the spot he was in before he fell down. Needs to find a bit more. They think there's someone on the other side of gold. That's why the ping came in. So I think it's up to Virtue now to try and see if there's any verticality they can go for here, as there is a trade on either side. A 2-on-2 will eventually be the case, and it's a team kill. Yeah, indeed, that comes true. Virtue now knows there's no one where Lamau eventually pinged out the player to be, and with 30 seconds left on the clock, is G2 still needing to approach the site? Verticality is being made, some shots are being exchanged. Virtue is trying to find Nello, but he's not quite connecting.
A 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds out of a little bit of a mistake. I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves for if this goes a little bit wrong. But here, G2, you have been handed a chance and a lifeline. Uno takes the drop. He's going to miss all the shots onto the goo mine, but go for the plant anyway. 5 seconds on the cover. They've got the vertical cover on one side. Virtue's watching the right way, but Nello gets it from the back at Eminem. Oh, your final team confirmed for deciders. Even with a little bit of a slip up, they make sure that they are a step closer towards getting themselves back-to-back majors and back in Atlanta.
It's going to be really disappointing for G2. A long road ahead of them as they want to try and find a 3rd spot as well to eventually come through. Well played by Eminem. They did this absolutely by the books. They were always ready for whatever G2 was throwing at them and find themselves with a 7-4 victory. And with that, in that final spot for playoffs.
Well, I am very excited to see what Fabian has to say on the desk, so let's throw it to a break and waste no more time.
I would say my favorite competitive moments in R6 have all been related to or around LAN events. The first LAN that I went to as a player is probably my favorite. I think it was the 2019 Winter UK Prem LAN. For me, I was brand new to competitive, and being able to make a LAN in our first season was a great experience for me. Whether it's been me going to LAN events as a spectator or as a player, they've definitely always been the highlight of the season or year for me.
Well, it would have to be winning the Berlin Major a year ago, because that was after like a long period of not winning like tournament and stuff. So I was kind of teetering on it, thinking like, oh, am I still good enough and all that kind of stuff. And then we won that match against FaZe also, because it was just such a nail biter, I guess. Then obviously the fans, it was just crazy. Like I think we all said after that it felt like the crowd was like a 6th player to us. That's definitely my favorite moment.
My favorite memory is definitely the last Invitational we played. I think the turning point was the match against FaZe. We were losing pretty hard, and if we lost that, we'll basically be out of the tournament. But we had a good timeout from our coach, Fabian, telling us we're playing like really bad, and it not only made me mad at myself, but it made me mad at him, because like how like he's saying this stuff, like everything just fired me up, and I just wanted to go out there and destroy the enemy team after that.
My best memory in Siege has to be the victory we got in the Young Company Major. The feeling to finally win something, like something big, right, was amazing. Especially like doing it with the teammate I was playing with for 3 years. Like it means a lot for us and for me, obviously. And I'm really happy to have done something that not a lot of people did in this game.
For me, my favorite moment is qualifying for Copenhagen Major when we was playing Wild at the UL playoffs, and it was game for a slot on Copenhagen. But I remember that we were getting on the Chalet, and basically Chalet is not our greatest map, but we tried so hard, and the game was absolutely emotional. Everybody was so emotional, everybody was so screaming. That should be my favorite moment from the recent ones.
So I think one of my favorite moments in Siege actually was when I was still in tier 3, basically on, and I randomly got a message one day from Fabian, one of the greatest players of all time, a legend, and he asked me if I would be interested in a project that he would make, and I ended up joining that project. I mean, I own him a lot. He basically taught me how to play Siege correctly, so that's the reason I'm here. So just thank you for giving me a chance.
Well, welcome back to BR6 EUL Stage 2, the last day of the groups. I can see Fresh in the corner of my eye, just glancing to the left of him. I'm Ian, this is Fresh, that is Fabian. G2 were just defeated, convincingly, you could argue, by Eminem Gaming. And we did go into that map there, into that game, Fab, and I said to you, what can Eminem do to win this game? And you said, there's nothing they can do.
I think he must have misheard me. I said that there's anything that they can do because they played as a team for the first time this stage, really, that we have seen them do so. And I'm impressed by the way that they did it. I do also think that G2 were suffering from some massive nerves because I'm not used to seeing Benjamin playing like the way that he did today. And surprising the way that they just turn out to the map because they lost all of these manpower advantages that they had. And we almost saw them lose a 5-on-2. That's what Eminem does. Not G2 too, but Eminem much more. Yeah. And it was surprising.
Well, I'm looking forward to picking it apart in further detail with both of you. But first, let's talk to Eminem's analyst. We've got Eden ready for a bit of a conversation. Eden, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
You make the playoffs. Congratulations. Did you expect it to go as well as it just did against G2?
Hello everyone. No, honestly, we knew that Orban and on my pool was not the greatest against G2, but we're competitors, so we give everything, whatever the stakes. So we are ready, fired up to win against them, and it worked.
It did work, that's for sure. And, you know, it felt like you were playing a little bit more of a slower play style, a bit more together. There's been, you know, a little bit of feedback in some of the previous games that you've had that there's been maybe a little bit too much of a focus on individual play, maybe 1v1 plays recently. Is that something that you've picked up on?
Yeah, as you said, and as everyone have seen on the broadcast, yeah, we were missing the team play, especially in attacks. Been something for a long time, but it was even harder lately. So yeah, last 2 weeks, we really focused on getting our head back correctly on the game, doing things step by step, having correct shot calls, correct decision at the right moments. It started to show the results.
How much equity and how excited are the players about the fact that they did just beat the world champions? Of course, they're not in the sort of form that we expect them to be, but it's always still a massive W when you take down G2.
Yeah, and they, before being world champion, we're friends with them, so it's always a pleasure to meet them on the server. Yeah, we were excited. That's one of the few teams we don't like to lose against. And yeah, we are really happy and really excited for tomorrow game also.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead to tomorrow, how will you prepare this evening and then tomorrow morning before you get right back into action in a best of 3?
Yeah, we face Wild, I think, tomorrow. So we're gonna make the plan today. Wake up not too late and have a bit of VOD, obviously. Finish our plan and then jump into the game.
Yeah, I think that's as it stands. There might be a couple of variables that need to play out before we know exactly who you'll be playing up against. But if it is Wild, they're very good. Do you think you'd be able to take them down?
Well, last stage we've beaten them 2-0. So I think we can do the same again. So yeah, we're going to see. We're going to wait a bit more for the games to finish. But if it's Wild, I'll be very happy to face them.
All right, Eden, thank you very much. And congratulations to you and the rest of your team. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Cheers. Thanks. All right. Well, it is always huge, even though G2 aren't in the sort of form we expect them to be in. If you can take them out and do the job that Eminem just did, you're going to be proud of yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. I think that when you've had your issues kind of so publicly addressed. You know, we've come on here, we've publicly addressed their issues. Eminem know about their issues. To see them improve on those issues, you know, it was only 6 days ago we were saying these guys have got all these blatant issues that they need to work through. Finally, you know, it looked like they did. There were still a few moments on Skyscraper, don't get me wrong. It was far from the perfect game, but it was enough to beat a G2 who was very poor. I think had G2 have been their full selves today, we was in for a much, much, much closer game. But Eminem capitalized and beat what was in front of them and improved their issues. So for them, that's job done. They're into the best of threes. And I think, you know, you can play as bad as you want during the league stage. As long as you get into the best of threes, that's all that's going to matter for you.
It's all that does matter. And I mean, if you look at it, we were looking at when did Eminem beat G2 last? Both me and Fresh were in that team. He was as an analyst and I was as a player. So that's a long time ago. Or at least that's the last time we saw that we remember them beating them. So that's back in 2020, 3 years ago. So that's quite a while. But they looked a lot better. I'm happy for them. But now it's about repeating that. Maybe it could be that it's a little bit of a grudge against G2 that we don't want to lose against these guys because we know them. I don't know what it was that activated for them today, but keep that up and we'll definitely see them.
That was part of the Eminem that we've wanted to see these past couple of weeks.
Well, you mentioned grudge there. And another team that has a massive grudge is Wolves, who want to take down the monkey on their back. They've never beaten the BDS. And the stakes are so high regardless. You do not want to miss it after the break.
Your final team confirmed for the...
Okay, back to Blast R6 EUL. We are absolutely flying through this play day and loving every second. My name's Ian, this is Fresh, and of course you know that is the Mr. 3-time himself, Fabian. BDS versus Wolves is up next, and there's just so much to play for. It's the battle for Seed 1. It's, of course, the French derby. We all love to see it. And a mission to end a curse. This matchup, Fresh, literally has it all.
It literally does. Like you say, first and foremost, we'll talk about the boring bit, which is who gets first place in their group.
Yeah.
BDS have to get a 7-4 victory or better to get it in terms of first place. Anything else, Wolves will get it. First place means you get a bye going into the deciders phase. You get 3 shots at the major. However, maybe more importantly for Wolves, in all honesty, is whether they can get over the line in their mental block they've got going up against BDS.
Never done it.
Never. And, well, not in tier 1.
Yes.
We'll be a little bit specific. But I think that's where it actually does matter. You can win on the French home ground when you're playing the French league, but is that really the same? It's not. And that's what they need to get over.
Yep, and that mountain is in the shape, of course, of BDS. Many would say that these guys are back to their standards. They took a loss to G2, but have been cooking ever since. One man who doesn't agree with that storyline and that ethos is Fabian.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with them being back. I mean, look at the teams they've played so far. If Eminem had lost their game against G2 today, it would have been even more convincing the way that I want to put this, right? Because they beat Eminem on Café on a 7-4, but that was largely on the back of Shaiko. He had an outstanding game. He played out of his mind. And they also beat Heroic. Well, I don't even need to mention that. So it was kind of... You never know when a team is like that, right? Because you have 2 players that are struggling massively, both in Lems, as you can see here, and Renshiro. They're just not putting the numbers up on the board. And we cannot have a team that has such a high and such a low in their performance, because as soon as he has a bad day or some team shuts him down, it's good night.
Yeah, just to contextualize that, that's 2 players from what we're considering one of the best teams in the world, in the bottom 6 of players in the league in terms of rating.
Yeah.
Which... What you want when you've got a team in your team is you want everybody to be performing probably like 20-30% above average, and you want everybody to do that, and then you know that you will have a solid team. BDS don't necessarily have that. What they do have is 2 of the best players in the league, in Shaiko and Leaky Fact, playing slightly different roles that can win rounds and games single-handedly.
I mean, you forget Bride as well on the support role. And then it's like, well, we still have Renshiro and Lems, and they're great players. Just this stage, they haven't really showed that.
Still extraordinarily formidable opponents for Wolves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, Wolves have got this mental block. We've gone over this. When they was at the Untripping Major, they got drawn against BDS. They knew it was over. Rise literally told me in the bar after the after party. Maybe that's why he's not here anymore, but whatever. They've got this mental block. They need to get over it. Today's a great chance because Wolves have been playing probably the best Siege of anybody in Europe so far. It would be absolutely shocking if these guys were not at the Major. One way or another, they will get to the Major. They'll be at SI, and they are a formidable team in Europe. They've got that puzzle, they've solved it, and they're looking genuinely excellent. When I talked about you want everybody to be average and then 10-20% over, look at the EPS on these guys. Everybody is either average or just over with 2 players sitting
Whole team rocking it.
Yeah, and that's literally what you want from a team.
And it's just, the numbers aren't that outstanding, though.
Yes.
They're not that great.
You want the team play.
Exactly. But when you put it all into looking at how they're actually on the server, it's just mind-boggling how they can just take control of the maps and some of the rounds. Like, just look at the game against Eminem. They were struggling to begin with, and then they just took charge after losing 2 rounds. They win a 1-on-3, and then after that, it's just, there's no chance for Eminem. Those sort of comebacks, both mentally, but also able to, as individuals and as a team, just turn back onto the server, you cannot get that very easily. That's so hard to find. So once you have the recipe for success, you just need to keep pushing it, keep practicing, and keep working, and just keep beating these teams, because now the BDS game comes up, and I think this is the time for it.
If they were going to do it.
Not if they were, when they have, because they are going to do it today. That's my bet.
You said G2 was going to...
Yeah, but G2, they are nobodies. They couldn't even make it to the playoffs.
Okay.
Like, the deciders, G2, lol.
All right, let's take a look at where this epic rivalry will be played out.
So, it's going to be Cafe, and the one thing that I was going to say is whoever banned Border in this fixture genuinely was at the disadvantage. We criticised BDS when they went up against G2 for banning Chalet and Border when they know that G2 don't like Border. I think they've learned from that because Wolves also don't like border, but it hasn't been a first ban for BDS. Now, the reason that's important is BDS have been able to navigate that onto a cafe, which is, because Wolves have banned border, it's given BDS essentially a free ban, and they've been able to then navigate that to cafe, which we've seen them play time and time again. It's a map that they love. They played it, you know, against Eminem. They won on it, and they're very comfortable there.
They're comfortable, but I wasn't impressed when I saw them last, and I need to see something more from them. It's just activate as a group, and I don't think it really matters which map they play. They just need to get the basics back together.
Wolves breaking the curse.
Yeah, 100%.
No.
BDS?
BDS.
All right, let's find out. This is a French derby for the ages, of such importance for so many reasons. Who's going to take this one home? It's time to find out with Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, Ian, and we are here in Cafe Dostoevsky, and there is a lot of fun stats that come into this game that we will drip and drab throughout all the day. That is a very balanced vote. My new favorite one is actually, we have technically the two top-rated players in EUL. After Groovy didn't have a great performance earlier, who was in second, Shaiko is the #1 rated current player at a 1.46, and Shinka is #2, not that much further behind.
You're telling me Shaiko somehow again finds it shocking? No matter where we go, he's always on the top. You know, there's one thing that happened with this new kind of format we have.
Yeah.
It's basically a lot harder for him to get 100 kills per stage now.
Nigh on impossible, really. You need everything to go the full stretch. You probably need every single map played in the deciders as well, because that counts towards the tally. But he's doing his best, and to be fair, it's kind of necessary he's doing his best, because although BDS are in this position where they'd sort of got themselves cemented before, there isn't a huge amount that's coming from them as a sort of 5-strength roster. You have Shaiko going massive, and Brida and Efak are both positive, but Alams and Renshiro, they're -12 each. So there's sort of a bit of a distance in the core of a roster that's usually quite strong as a 5 at the minute.
Now, if we're talking about placements here, BDS, if they win one round, I believe they're confirmed 2nd seed of the group. But it's of course that 1st seed we are talking about. That 1st seed both these teams will be looking for. And if Wolves, they find 6 rounds, they are confirmed 1st seed. No one can topple them anymore. Of course, they're looking for that flawless 4-0-0-0. But if BDS take a regulation win against them, they will also be overtaking Wolves, I believe. So, with that, if you win this series, you basically skip one best-of-3 series later on.
You might be thinking, hey, how is it a curse? What designates a curse when these two teams meet? Well, I've done some research. I've done some counting, which we'll go into after Spravooni's stats. BDS wins 7-4 or better. They're golden. Wolves just need 5 rounds, and they're in 1st place. So
and there we have it.
only 5 rounds is the difference, even if they drop the points, because they've already won everything. If they get 5 rounds, they get that bye. The last time the core of this now Wolves roster, which is, I'm going to say core, this is the same coaching staff from 3 of the players. They didn't have Deadshot and they didn't have Mowgli. Were able to beat this team BDS, -1 change, which was Rafal was swapped, 694 days ago. That was the last time.
Yeah, no matter what happens, but it's like, no matter how good Wolves play, but as soon as they face BDS, for some reason, everything just kind of crumbles.
That's it. It's almost coming up. It was the 24th of October in the French League. Season 3 was the last time that they were able to take a win against BDS.
Closing into the 2nd year anniversary of beating that.
Memories.
But hey, they've been doing very well this stage so far. They've looked unbeatable, and that is something to take away with here. If there's going to be an opportunity for them to beat BDS, it is going to be today. However, whenever we're on Cafe and BDS is on one side of the maps, I'm always going to be a bit worried for the opposing team.
Caught in the Fenrir. The dog barks its way around the corners, and Shaiko wants to see if he can try and take the first fight. Swings around and gets the body. Mowgli gone. Breeder and Efak got ones apiece as well. Great opening shot down here from BDS. They knew where the approach was going to come from. The presentation was laid out in front of them, and they feasted against Wolves, who, I mean, P4 now in a everything ahead of them situation with at least a minute 30, but not really anything else apart from that.
And as I just said, as soon as BDS finds themselves on Cafe, it's just a different beast that's awakening every single time. P4 gets himself split up. He's not going to find anything for his trouble. Shaiko gets that final kill. Flawless round for BDS to start off this game with. Again, which is going to be important for that first seed, which means a bye in the playoffs, instantly up to the upper bracket semis. Saves you a best of 3.
These two teams
Not
actually...
a great start for Wolves.
No, they met on Cafe at Jönköping. This was sort of the moment where that was Wolves' best performance at a major, stopped it in its tracks by the eventual winners at least, but by BDS. As I said, the moment they believed things had gone wrong, it ended in a 7-5. Was the second map there. Weirdly, same thing back in Charlotte. Again, a couple of roster differences between now and then, but they met on Cafe at the Charlotte major, a 7-5. It's just that haunting statistic that hangs over every single sort of step of this showdown here. And when Wolves start getting rounds, hope that they can try and get some of that momentum, but opening on a flawless is not really the best way of combating that.
Again, if it is going to be another 7-5 victory for BDS, as we just saw, it would be enough for Wolves to secure themselves in the first seed.
So they're aiming for that. Maybe because they're aiming for that, they'll fall short.
Well, let's say you want to aim for a bit higher, right? Like, just take the full 3 points. If you then fall short 7-5, well, you still got that first seed. Aim a bit higher than what you actually want to achieve. Life lessons here on the cast.
Picking things together. Frenchiro, one of those two BDS players that hasn't quite been able to have a big impact so far, is going to try and keep himself in one of those dangerous places. That first fall here for the UMI. They're going to just keep things burnt, keep Bakery a bit more confrontational, some support there from a Kiva barricade, and all the support you need from Shaiko, not too far away in coat check. Are now rotated actually, but further around to underneath the stairs. Wolves, they're probing, they're trying to find that first sort of inlet. There isn't a big spread up towards the top, but I believe there is one player all the way loose on the top floor for the guns of BDS.
I was going to say, not everybody's on the site, rather, no one's on the site currently. Everybody is quite adjacent to it. In fact, now drops, yeah, finds himself in the freezer. Is going to be providing some extra security for Breed Days. He's receiving that pressure from both the garage, but also you saw it just now from the restaurant window that he was receiving some bullets from before doing some work. Opening up above, Lem's heading into a fight as Breed Days about to be receiving a grenade, but doesn't quite bounce far enough. But that does let him know that he is being hunted right now.
Gets rid of a meat jammer, which might get them some control. We saw one stacked on either door. They want to try and hold them off from getting the true knowledge of what's inside that room. It's not the most impossible thing to get a shoulder and a shake on. However, it's been a lot of time that's been wasted here. The way that they've set themselves up with these deployed Kiva barricades, with that sort of hold around the site itself, it's meant that, well, Wolves haven't been able to bite inside at all. Alems, just a little bit more damage. Mowgli wants to start knocking his way in. A minute on, and will they finally start being able to put some pressure here onto the site? It starts above.
Yeah, but still, like, as long as VIP is still under control, you basically lose the entire wide side of the map. And a lot of utility and time already was invested out there from the side of Wolves, and now they've just decided that they need to fall off. They cannot quite get through. So a different approach is necessary to find themselves near that red staircase. Leak Effect takes a lot of damage as well as he rotates back towards that side. Big opening there is going to be helping P4 to see if he can maybe find a way in. But as Alems takes down Bibu, things again open up in favor of BDS.
It's 20 seconds left, though. They need to start trying to get the execute going. There's another body that gets into their favor. They're trying to swing and pepper their way into the site. BDS have just fallen their way back inside the walls itself, though. Wolves, they took way too long to get the full clear in. They're not able to get themselves cemented, and it's that caution. It's that sort of slow play. It's that demon that haunts them, where once again we find ourselves looking at a Wolves unable to truly contest against this BDS defense.
They had to go back out there. Like, of course, they tried to take control of the white side of the map. They couldn't. Now, then they took the red stairs approach. And the thing is, they kind of got themselves stuck in like a three-pronged sandwich to some extent. I don't know how that works. Is that like a hot dog? I don't know. I'm trying.
A three-pronged sandwich.
No, I'm just trying to figure out like what kind of, you know, you have that whole debate with like that's a pizza, that's a calzone.
How many prongs is a standard sandwich?
It's 2, but I mean, just.
I say my sandwich doesn't have any prongs.
Oh, I mean,
layers.
Listen up, layers. Yes, okay, fine, but. It's like you walked into a U-shaped defense line. Let's put it up like that then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring it all tactical and cool.
Okay.
You walk in. There's people to your left. There's people to your right. There's people in your center. There's basically nowhere where you can go. And that's because they didn't take control of weddings, or because they didn't take control of bar. And there's just no succeeding in that. There's no way you're gonna be coming out on top if you approach it that way. So they needed to either just continue pushing onto Y or go to, like, the cupcake bar, maybe?
They need to do something.
Well, yes, they need to do something. That's the very first step.
And that's the kind of problem, I think, from my side, is it took them a long time to start to do something. They met what was a full face across all of the ground floor. They tried to hold on and get a catch. They did some scrapes to a Lems a couple times, but you're still looking at, you know, how many players of Wolves were outside the building or not quite paying attention to the site with only a minute left. As you said, they need to do a lot of steps, but, well, here's the worst way for it to start. Shaker! Oh! I was going to say Shaiko and Shinka combined it both, and he got a double. Bride gets one more, and it's the two factors that come into play is BDS when they're on Cafe and they need to try and get a win, and Wolves when they're off against BDS. It's two different teams, and I mean, with the Lems getting dead shot, it's just a bit sad to see for the side of Wolves here.
Jump down from the balcony. It's not going to catch P4 as he finds himself 2 kills for his efforts. Still going to be 3 more to be found. The player right behind the cabinet. Some players up above finding verticality as well. Sure, he has literally done nothing in this game yet. Look at that, 0-0-0-0. Gonna have his opportunity now, potentially, as Shaiko is looking to find himself his 7th kill.
I mean, Shaiko's about to hit the reverse James Bond. He's been having such a phenomenal sort of stage, and I don't understand why there's debates about whether he's one of the best players that's ever touched this game. Because it's not a
Answer is
debate.
yes.
It's
Yeah.
just a fact. He's such an unstoppable force, and there's a joy being able to sort of watch him play his game, unless you're playing against him. Renshiro gets his first.
I was going to say, he's allowed to do something. Let's go for Renshiro, because, I mean, he's just been waiting. Didn't have to do anything for those last couple rounds. 3-0 for BDS right now. And if Shaiko starts off a round like that, like on the staircase, you're trying to double down on him, but you find yourself both taken out, well, yes, a timeout is exactly what you need. Because this isn't a great start. Of course, they're already confirmed for the playoffs. That's not a question right now. Wolves will be at the playoffs. It's just whether or not they have a game off, or if they'll straight have to go back into the server tomorrow.
You know how, like, people have monsters at the end of the bed? Or whatever. Or like, you know, recurring nightmares where they wake up in a sweat. It's the BDS logo for the Wolves players, right? It's they wake up and what did you see?
Must have been so happy when they changed the logo.
No, because it's just made those
Slight
nightmares,
change, but
more HD. It's the sort of, I guess, it's always the other side of it as well, is because these teams are so closely linked, being from the same region, having such a long history, that it becomes really a bigger brother, little brother situation. And Wolves had a long attempt of getting out of that shadow, right? Because for a long time, BDS were that top French team. And, you know, even when they were sort of playing on a different roster, as I said, when they were sort of X-Vitality, and before that, however many different French teams and orgs, it was always, you've got BDS to look forward to, you've got BDS to look up to, and then you got to try and surmount them. Because at the time, BDS weren't able to secure a major. Every single time it looks like Wolves get close. Every single time it looks like Wolves have surpassed them. the bigger brother seems to show up and go,
no,
well, hold on.
Wait a second here, and instantly put them back in their place. Again, less than ideal start for Wolves. Probably the worst possible start you can imagine.
I mean, obviously, the game is still early as well, but you can imagine that the next time, aka what feels like the first time this Wolves roster beat BDS, is going to be the biggest game and the biggest relief.
It's not trying to lift that curse. But well, as the upside down repels come through, they're afraid of a run out to come through. Rightfully so. I mean, BDS, they seem like there's nothing they can do wrong in these first 3 rounds. As Wolves get themselves prepped and ready to start taking that top 4 under their own control, it's Leakafak hiding very patiently underneath the hatch. It's gonna hope and see if there's someone overstepping a little bit, not droning out properly, so we can pick them up with a P90.
Oh, there's the first pick. Deadshot gets in. Wants to swing into the second fight. Removes the procs, though, as Alems steps up not too far away, but he is under a lot of pressure here. Do they know about his position? Can he get one before he gets swung on? Because there's 3 players on the hunt. Spray round towards the corner he was at. Bibu gets another, and he gives away some of his location by spraying some traces towards one. There it is. Wolves have shown up. A team talk is obviously one for the ages. They needed the words of their coaches in their ear. Julian and Helby have given them wonders for this as they seem to be bouncing back.
Oh, flawless round to come back indeed. Shaku had an idea where they're coming from, but as soon as he turned around, it was over for him. It's a good timeout to be called there by Wolves. Very decisive, very quickly. But they need to keep that up for the remainder of this half. They need to try and push this back to a 3-3. 1 round is just not going to be enough. We mentioned it before, 5 rounds is all they need to hold on to that top spot. They don't even need to win here. They just need to, well, stall long enough.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
3-1. We're not going to see Bar as of this moment, and it has fallen out of favor a bit when, you know, we've talked about it before. When teams first sort of came towards Cafe, when it was reinvigorated, Bar was the sort of go-to. You'll recognize it a lot from your non-comp games as being a site that a lot of teams pick first because you can get quite creative and you force a lot of it in specific scenarios that have to be cleared otherwise. However, as the sort of CCTV route went, you have it learned by attackers. You have teams get more and more used to it. They're able to pull out plays and force engagements, and also that modern take and setup of Siege where you have these long firefights. You sort of want to stretch out the angles in the gunfights to be as wide as possible. It's very hard to get a good control of that on that top 4 site. So you'll see teams try and pick it less. It's not entirely fallen out of favor. Mining is still also a bit of a sort of eek for some teams, but ones that are happy and confident with their mining holds will pull away from Bar.
The Grim to be used might be able to slow down BDS's approach a little bit if used properly. Stop them from taking the swings. You're going to get a bit of a heads up once those players, of course, are inside of the Grim Bees. Slums is hunting for a drone. I'm not sure if he found it in the end. It's definitely getting his position reinforced up a little bit more as Wolves seem to eye up a quick bakery take.
I mean, look at this, all the pressure's coming through. As I said, Renshiro is in a danger spot. Does get a down, which is picked up by the end of Alems on the cover, but they get the kill onto Renshiro and try and take the territory with all the aggression behind it. They're going for a bit of a smash and grab, and it has to come through from Mowgli. Swings onto one, gets the down on the second. Would have seen the player go down, finds the next engagement as Brede and Shaiko do their best, and it's just good enough, but it's still technically a 3 versus 2. They're going for the pickup on the player. There it is, Alems back on the beat, back with those Kiba barricades, and one instantly deployed, a second in pocket as Shaiko is able to hold on for a little bit. A cheeky upside down rappel on the door, sprayed through against them, but they've just done enough to stop Wolves progressing from the bakery.
They needed to go aggressive, Wolves. They did so in the start. Just weren't able to completely push on through with the advantage, but still put a big dent into the defense out there. They have some control they can play with. All they need now is to just take out one of these 2 flanks. Either the person that is behind the prep window or the person in Kojak to get themselves lined up to take a unilateral fight. Shaiko seems to be the approach they wanted to go for. He's rotating back up red. Wolves still trying to decide where to go. Bibu's actually covered off slightly by the keeper barrier. So Shaiko finds the jump in though. P4 was looking to go for him, go aggressive in wedding. And now to 2-on-3. BDS again in the driver's seat of this round.
Oh, it's so tricky to get the push as well. Bibu's able to get one more. They've got themselves in tucked, and the pre-fire around the corner gets the down onto Bride. It's all down to Shaiko. Doesn't have the impact to stop this. Doesn't have the fight to go his way. Pre-fires, he goes through the hop, gets the down onto one. Can't see the second. And Wolves just push through to get their second round.
Keeper Bearers being more of like a hurt here for BDS rather than a save, because he wasn't able to push through to the wedding area there. Wasn't able to actually see where the plant was happening, which eventually cost him his life. And Wolves again, they push through a very aggressive and explosive opening in the round. And I should drag him just across the finish line in the end. Again though, bottom floor will be played by the side of BDS, looking to go for a repeat here. And again, great picks by Mowgli. The injury onto Elem's not being able to confirm that is what it is. Instantly try to put the fight into Bride. And Shaiko being able to go through, didn't actually know what the plan was happening. He thought it was close, but it was actually right behind it. They probably didn't expect the second player to be behind that one keeper barrier.
I mean, they were double stacked. They were really out of time, have to hold on. Free fire on the swing, got the net on it, and here we double down on Kitchen, and Bibu's got a bit of an idea on the blitz. Instead of playing the long fight against those long angles, it was a really good sort of setup and take and smash. They're going to wait and try and move as slowly and subtly as possible to disguise the operator and the chance of it.
I think this might be to take quick control of VIP. If there is, again, trouble out there, you want to be removing that, because that's where they struggled with in the first round. They were playing this ground floor. Last round, they brought the aggression. They found success. What about this time then? Bring more aggression. Bring that shield. Try and go for a clean pick through the opener there. And suddenly you have the entire half of the map under your own command.
Mowgli trying to force the catch onto the player, trying to see if any support structure's in the line. There it is. He said it was a quick clear, and Bibu's made sure that it's quick work. A couple of smokes. We hear some barricades popping. They might try and get a bit of cover on the back wall. It does isolate EFAC, and that is that risk at this moment. The Blitz is a little bit lucky that EFAC's trying to be as secret as possible there. As the pings come out towards Shaiko, they can sort of force the player. But if he can go untested here, if they think this is a clear place to play, well, you can see them trying to get the pressure onto Bibu.
And Bibu already did his job, though, as that blitz, taking care that VIP was going to fall into their hands. Anything he gets from here is going to be a bonus for that blitz. Whereas they want to make sure and make the most of it with that shield in their hands. Keeper Bears are blocking off the double door, though, as Bibu does get taken down by Leakefak, who was stuck in there, somehow escapes before anybody was able to respond to it. Shaiko over the top floor will find P4 as well, and Wolves, the round suddenly seems to be falling apart a little.
One little missed moment here. Shinka holding on and wants to swing into the engagement, but knows the fight ahead of him. EFAC's got a good angle and a good hold on this, and he's ready as soon as he sees a bit of a shoulder. Oh, he's actually going to opt to pull back slightly. I was going to say, it looked like he might want to lean in for a second. It's almost a bit of a bland hold. There's still Shaiko behind them. Still a little bit of an isolation of those three players. They have the choice of either trying to drive their way in, but it's currently locked off. The C4 doesn't quite get the catch, but well, the hop over the top. EFAC isn't able to get the connection. All down to a Lems, and suddenly this 1 versus 1. It's a bit of a blinder, a bit of a back and forth. Shinka's going to hold on, see if he can get the plant as the motion comes round. They're not sure if there's a cover. They're not sure if they're going for the full send it. They're off. They're up, but it's Shinka! The MVP of the roster throughout the split so far gets one more clutch added to his tally.
Just in time as well. He saw Lems doubting himself. It's like, should I go for it? No. And then he went anyway, held back slightly, And at the final moment, he decided to run for it. It was Shinka deciding to go off the actual defuse, ready to take that fight. He was just a bit sharper out there. 3-3. After BDS started off so dominantly, a timeout really put Wolves back into it. Now to the defense themselves. 2 more rounds is what they need to secure their first seed. But they're not just looking for a first seed, Emmy. They will be looking to go 4-0. But more importantly, to finally beat BDS again. I think that is like the biggest win for them. Even if they get 5 rounds, that is what it is. If they manage to find a win against BDS, that's going to be really skyrocketing their motivation and their knowledge of themselves and confidence.
5 seconds left before insertion.
An even half from where it was. That team talk has really done a bit of the distance. And it's not that the rounds were, you know, sort of swing through. 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2. You can't really get closer than that. But finally, we have a little bit of a game on here. And you want it to step in because, to be honest, some of the ones a bit earlier in the day haven't quite had the bite and panache of all the intensity of one that doesn't even have the same level of tenacity. Wolves 2 rounds. You get yourself that first seed. You get yourself to save 1 more game, and only 1 game, 1 best of 3, would separate you from getting to Atlanta.
Oh, is this going to be a jump out from P4? That's 1, that's 2. He's definitely tempted to go for it, and he goes, but he's found. Elems from the spawn are ready to pick him up. Shinka goes down as well, and it's a horrible start for Wolves on their defense.
It was an idea, but Elems was prepped for it. If they didn't have that Elems position played, well, then you'd probably lose someone, but you know, it's a good, keen bit of awareness against their opponent. Shinka is pretty much ungettable with the position that he's in. Oh, ho, ho, and Ranshiro gets the take there onto Mowgli, who was doing his best to try and offer something back in, but it does just leave the 2 players inside the site. Another E1D across the sky with Deadshot just firing back at the tracers, hitting them, but with Shaiko now tucked in, cutting the hold of the site in half. It's going to make it very tricky for these players. 1 left, not any long. BDS. They opened their defense with a flawless, and they've done the same on their attack.
Now, there is no more timeouts for Wolves to be picked up here, so if this is again starting to be a quick succession of rounds for BDS, then there's no more saving grace except for themselves. They need to do it all by themselves right now. Their coaching staff can no longer help in this important game.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being...
This is the second floor to come up. Reading and dining usually played heavily up to the top floor, and that's why we see many of them go instantly out there. Verticality also very important. Stop a lot of the entries that way. I do not mean entry kills, I mean entryways. Just for those confused about it, you know.
I'm so confused. Now I'm glad that you split things up.
Yeah, I mean, the Platel. Kali to be on the board at Lems. Could still swap off, but it's not an operator we see very often. I'm not sure if we've seen her at all this stage so far.
No, I believe that is the first pick of Kali. I'm pretty confident in my belief there as well. So, well done, Lems. I mean, BDS have often been a team that's helped pad out precious stats of what operators have been played. They're just one of those rosters that does like to sort of stretch their legs a bit and, I'm not going to say bring pocket plays, but they have ideas on how they can get plays put together. Alem's pinging the window, sort of giving the preparedness to P4, who's just on the other side of it. You expect not to have another jump out. The deployment of those claymores will pretty much confirm it. They pull the Kali slightly further back.
Whereas the Kali could be really useful in holding off angles. All you need is just a tiny slip of the back and have an instant kill on the player out there. Mowgli finds Likafacto with a big run out. Needs to find himself back into the site somehow though. And he's very afraid of Saul potentially coming up on that garage side. Also afraid of someone being down below, but seems like he's able to escape freely. No one there from BDS, which was actively hunting him.
Yeah.
Just rotate.
I mean, it's I'll be honest, a bit of a surprise that he's able to get all the way around there. You could see, look towards the places that might be the first catch. We saw the Carly not too far away from one of the positions he could have checked and was ready for the sort of run round there. So I guess they just sort of thought, nah, we don't need to go for this swing. Let's keep pushing. The Carly's now in on the top. The pressure onto the back end of the wall. Shaiko wants the player to have to rotate round. Look how aggressive he is, but it's punished. He thought he was in this sort of sneaky position, but instead, Wolves have the watch. They get the take. They're able to pull themselves back down to the site itself and go actually even further after Deadshot gets the clear that it's all clear. 3 versus 5 here.
And we have Deadshot in a good position. Has the opportunity to rotate up any staircase that is necessary eventually. So really come down to where that push is happening from. And as he's coming up red, Yokai drone is being used again by P4, probably to spot out what is clear and what is not. We might actually see a double roam back up to the top floor to see if they can put a nail into the coffin for BDS in this round.
BDS, they have opportunities. They've been able to pull impossible situations and scenarios into their favor before, but time is steadily ticking, and that control that they have to keep on the vertical is something that is being actively contested. Plant is being attempted. I'm not sure if there's an echo drone on the favor, but with Renshiro distracted by the first fight and dropping it to Mowgli, even with the put down, it's instantly put right back down. Wolves, they set themselves up for a retake there and played it phenomenally.
Almost a flawless round to come through. Just Mowgli that was rotating up the brown stairs got himself picked up before the rest of BDS fell. Means we're trading those rounds. Wolves a single round away from getting first place in their group. Kitchen up next. Now, we've seen Wolves attack that. Defend that, sorry. We've seen BDS attack it. All the way around. I don't know how I messed it up twice in one sentence.
All right.
But it came down, and I think it usually comes down to picking your side. Like, either you go from the white side of the map, or you go from the cupcake side to try and take control of one of those sides. The attack that didn't work was to go all from red stairs, because you find yourselves literally exposed from every single angle, which is winnable if you find and win every single gunfight, but it's just way better to limit those fights in just a single direction they could be coming from.
4 apiece. And last time we were here, it was a flawless from BDS just a round before. Why? I mean, those sort of rounds, you just have to put down to mistakes. Mistakes on the jump out attempt, mistakes on the cover being punished there. Wolves might try and play themselves a little bit more sheepish, because from that moment, they're also able to, well, lose a body down in a wedding. 2. The Monty will be that chance at a drive. P4 preps himself some attention, but again, you know, it's got to be a heck of a blinder, though they were successful with the run out on the last time round, so who knows.
It's a silent prep as well on that window, so if anybody was near already, no one would have heard. Lems again playing on that Kali, just holding a very tight angle, and I said it before, if someone walks by and you're quick enough on that trigger, it's an instant down. Not that that's why you're picking the operator, of course brings some utility as well, basically an alternative to Thatcher. Look, if that gets the very first into Thatcher, he was just unaware.
Cut the hold right in half. Last time they didn't really do any of the vertical take, and this time Efac's done it single-handedly. What a kill onto P4. The P90 can't even fire as quick as they move. Alems with a Carly kill. Not the most common, but they'll take it and they'll keep moving in. BDS with a slightly different approach. They missed the swing of one player, but they look prepped to take another flawless. There it is. 2 different takes, both on Kitchen, both flawless for BDS.
Sabibu struggled there. He's trying to find a head on the Monty right over the shield, but somehow all his bullets just hit the shield or went over instead. And BDS with that find themselves that flawless round. Alem's just holding an angle the entire round, actually got rewarded for it with the Kali. I like how it's like, I said that during the first round he played it, and it's eventually happened to him. Bit of a flank watch, or like a rotation watch, but didn't work out. Top floor is next up. It's not going to be as forgiving to a Kali, I think. actually might use it here to make sure the walls get opened up, or that the shield gets removed, or some other utility to be destroyed. Explosive lance, of course, if you manage to get it on that shield, is going to be destroying it and all the utility around it. Need to bypass those magnet discs first.
To the top, I said things about this site and the reason BDS didn't pick it. Wolves, they're going to give it a go after they've had more solid holds picked apart a couple times. Still on. The Kali still on. A chance at the swing through here. It does give you some of that long range reach. Combined with the Habana, obviously, none of those walls are going to stay sort of stood, but there isn't anything that is distinctly being removed from the back end of them. There isn't a need for a heavy electronics game to invade here, apart from maybe getting the cancellation and the break on some ADSs or some bubbles.
Quickly putting some horizontal pressure over that first floor, second floor. Lemurs to be set down as well. It's all in preparation to make sure. Very careful there. Lem's just crawling underneath the window. Doesn't want to receive any straight gunshot towards his face. Just to get the second claymore down. And now pressure over piano. Tight angles. Shield needs to try and get rid of that. But there's only one way, and that's to waste those ADSs and get a lance on it.
Mowgli's playing that dangerous game. I mean, this is the position, as I said, where, you know, they're trying to remove those ADSs. Let Shaiko get the pressure onto the back end. He's just been so driven. That grenade over the top. You get the full cash. The blinds and the break. They're pulling themselves out of that position onto Pixel. They know how much pressure's coming their way, and they're just going to take the E1D pings, because on the back of it, you can hear the thundering destruction towards that shield. EFAC's now going to White Window, cutting them off on the corridor. That bubble still causing problems. The spray up, Mowgli in such a dangerous place. Going for the jiggle peaks against the Kali, but how long can he survive there?
People down below actually found himself into a fight. Shaiko gets the very first onto Mowgli, so that opens up a whole opportunity onto White. Leak Effect still holding a flank down below. He's waiting for the player to come back out. Bibu, whereas he's playing 2 floors below, there's nothing really he can do here with the Solace, so all Leak Effect needs to do is just hold the one exit that he has potentially working for him. Shinka goes down as well. I believe that might have been by the Kali shot, as the Maestro no longer will be able to control their cams. Leak Effect finds Bibu as well, and it seems like BDS are going to be putting themselves up into a map point here.
Oh, there is a down. There is a swing towards the Kali. Just that terrifying tracer that cuts across the side. They suffer a little bit more damage here. Deadshot is being pressured from all around. And it's another flawless. Their third of 4 attacks. BDS are pulling off here.
Well, I guess this round will decide who's taking the first seed then. This is what it will come down to. Reading and Fireplace to come up. That middle floor, again, top floor, quite important. Lambs has been quite effective on the Kali, I have to say, though. He's finding quite a lot of kills. And this might just be, you know, like BDS knowing the kind of playstyle Wolves are doing. They'd like to go for these jiggle peaks every now and then. You can try and respond to that with an automatic rifle, which means that you need to hit him like 3-4 times to the chest, which is like 3 or 4 jiggle peaks and, you know, big opportunity to get your head removed. Or you pick the Kali. You only need to hit 1 bullet.
Winner of this round gets first seed, saves themselves a showdown against somebody in the opposing group. The other would fall second. And I'm not sure if things have been entirely confirmed as to who they would be playing. It just gives them so much extra work and another extra swing, another extra fight. I think if Virtus.pro could still fall down to 3rd if they have a very bad loss against Koi. But otherwise, loser of this round plays into the breach.
Yeah, I think it's like a 7-0 loss they need to get.
Yeah.
or maybe a 7-1, depending on how. I mean, we'll get to that
We'll get to that when we
but
get to it. This is the round that
yeah
connects the most, and BDS have such a good connection with this game. As you said, whether it's just playing against a team they know very well, Frontier and Alems have both seemed much more alive, much more engaged in this map than any of the previous ones this split so far. If BDS is slow to warm up to the phase, it will at least get them a little bit better sort of situated for the best of threes.
Explosive lance used on the bulletproof there is going to be cleared out. Instantly some long angles as well to follow up. It's going to be making it quite awkward to go back into the white hallway there for the Wolves players. Whereas the top floor is not the actual site, but it's often the very first step towards this site. It's Leak Effect already opening up from the train. He took some damage. He's looking to return the favor now, using that big DMR. Only need 2 shots to find a kill. Shaiko's getting stunned by the Yokais, instantly falling back, afraid that he might be hunted for it.
They're holding on with the caution to what is played, and it's EFAT that swings out, gets the first, instantly responded. There's the quick bite back from Shaiko across Zulu. And it is just body for body. Shaiko almost gets bodied himself as Deadshot wants to try and retake up against the Kali, but it just takes a sliver to get that catch. The grenade through the hole doesn't quite get the take onto the reading room player, and Deadshot still holding onto the back of the mining site means they can't try and eke in a plant otherwise. Bibu with a shaky grasp on the top floor. He's going to find a fight sooner rather than later, but there's only one other player up here putting the pressure on, so it seems very much like they want to try and angle and eke their way in onto this reading wall. Deadshot almost caught by the Zulu swing, just sees the side of Iana.
Saved his life unknowingly there, now still active in the fight, still looking to find a kill. A fight over the top will happen very soon though, as you see a player eking out. Shaika finds Deadshot. Is this going to be the end? Is Wolves again going to fall? As Shinka finds one, he needs to find a second, but the swap to his pistol is not fast in time. Bibu, the last man standing, gets taken down as well by the Kali, and BDS take the first seed in their group as they take down Wolves again.
The curse continues for Wolves, and they leave against BDS once again, tails tucked between their legs. BDS, after a rocky start, pull a first seed. You can see the excitement on their faces. They know that they are now only a single best of 3 away from cementing themselves on that trip to Atlanta and pretty much in those seats at SI. So, before we get any further into this, let's take a break and go back to our desk.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with the Central Combine. 2 Tier 1 qualifying teams are sent straight to the playoffs, whilst there are 4 national spots composed of teams from the Legacy National competitions, and 2 EU squads made from teams that are at least 3/5 from Central Europe. These 6 teams go straight to Phase 2. There are then 18 more spaces to be filled by open qualifiers, which means this is your chance to get involved. During Phase 2, our 4 national teams, 2 Central European teams, and 18 qualifying teams will be divided into divisions to play against each other based on a point system, with the lowest 2 teams of each division being eliminated. Our remaining 12 teams will be grouped into 3 conferences, competing for their spot in the playoffs. Each team will play every team in the other 2 conferences for points, with the highest scoring 6 teams moving forward to Phase 4. Phase 4 is our playoff bracket, where our top 6 teams from qualifiers and our 2 Tier 1 teams face off in a best of 3 bracket. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the €40,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to €15,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
Doki 4 kills. Give them the ball! That's going to be G2. Moving on.
Pretty sure that was pre-placed on the hatch as well. It's the second time they got away with this half as well. It's really good stuff coming out of Secret. Groovy's there.
Nella holds strong on top of that one. Drops into it. Stops the counter refuse to give the round over to Eminem.
The close game ended in quite handily a fashion for the Wolves.
Need to rotate. They took the stock hatch. They took the rotate round onto Banana. And they had the site control. Heroic!
Joystick denies the play. Psycho needs to throw it down, but he won't be able to do so. VP, close it down.
He will not even make it back to his feet before Deepek cuts him down.
BDS lock down the series. They will qualify through.
Hungry, he's hopping. He's got to sprint round for the final player. Can he make it? Yes, he can!
You are back with us at the BR6 EUL desk, and it is the curse that can never be broken. BDS defeat Wolves once again. My name's Ian, this is Fresh, and Fabian. You guys teed it up with, differing opinions on which way that was going to go, and Fabs, I want to come back to Fabian on camera in just a moment, but first, talk us through what we just saw there. No, let's do it. Look, this man's wearing a different shirt. Simple as that. How's that happened?
I don't know. Fresh probably threw food at me.
No.
What happened,
We
Fresh?
were eating during that game. There was a nice beef in a sauce and tagliatelle.
Yeah.
And some went down Fabian's.
I even I sit over the desk like this, eating like that, just literally like a gremlin.
He looked down and he goes, I can't make this one work. I'm going to have to change shirts.
Even world champions can spill food down the chin.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? But yeah, listen, Wolves, we teed it up as this could be their time. Everything feel like the stars almost aligned for them to get the job done here, and they couldn't make it happen.
They couldn't. And honestly, it looked like they just didn't show up for the first 3 rounds. But if we look at it from the other standpoint, BDS really did show up. I think I saw 3 flawless attacks and I think 2 flawless defenses. I mean, it's just incredibly well played by them. And they looked a lot better. And it seems to be a reoccurring theme with the teams in EUL. Sometimes they look really good as a group and as a whole and as a team, and some days they just don't show up at all. And today, Elems and Ranshiro started coming back. They didn't have as rough of a time as they did before. And I mean, who else than Shaiko to, basically put the entire team in his backpack and say, hey, we're going to the major.
That man's a beast, isn't he?
Oh, he absolutely is a beast. I think, I said it last week, I think he's possibly the best raw fragger in the world.
Yeah.
There's a whole conversation about best player in the world, but in terms of raw aim and mechanics, I think he's, he is the best. And he does carry them through games. He makes those individual plays and was genuinely, once again, excellent today. It wasn't just the Shaiko and League of Facts show, but they certainly contributed.
We will get more into the weeds of this momentarily, but first let's have an interview, shall we? We've got Eagle Mees, BDS analyst on the line. Welcome to the show. First things first, you and your team are now first seed. Fantastic position going into the playoffs and one best of 3 away from a trip to Atlanta. You must be feeling incredibly confident now and relieved.
I mean, just very ecstatic. It's an amazing feeling. To just cut 4-4 and then the last 3 rounds, still able to get it back to win it by the round difference against Wolves. The round difference and the head-to-head. It's amazing. After the G2 match, our little fumble at the beginning of the stage, just coming back, it's an amazing feeling.
The thing is, with any rivalry where one team can never ever beat the other, is I imagine for the team that is always on top, you still you take that into account, right? You're looking at Wolves thinking, not today, guys. This is not your day. Does that come into the roster's mind? You know, from the Wolves' perspective, they want to beat the Giant, but for you never want to let it happen, right?
I mean, it has happened sometimes before, but like, of course, we take every opponent as serious as we do the previous one, and like no exception. Even if we have like a win, we've won against Wolves more time than they've won against us. Like, we still take them as seriously as possible and like prepare as much as we can. So like, just take it as we do, like with every team, and like no exceptions.
Do you think that BDS are back to their best?
Well, if I say that, we're probably going to lose the next match, and I'm probably going to curse us. So I'd rather not like back at the best. But we have been getting the results have been showing within our internal performances, and I'm very happy with that. And I hope it keeps on going and that we're able to qualify for the major.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of which, this roster is very comfortable in a best-of-3 sort of situation. Do you think they got the map pool? You feeling confident going into that next best-of-3?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe we have any specific maps that we don't play. Like, of course, there are maps that we didn't play or that we've hidden a bit. But I think we have the map pool to come at least like win at least our pick and hopefully the decider or the opponent's pick and be able to win the best of 3. But I'm quite confident in our map pool.
So
like, there's not any specific maps where I'm afraid of like us not having any strats or not having the edge over other teams.
Yeah, well, you're looking in phenomenal form. Just briefly, can you tell me any of the money that these guys have spent, the G8 money? Has it gone on anything nice, like any yachts or anything?
Well, I mean, the joke was that after every Gamers 8 match, like the joke was "La Tesla, La Tesla." So that's where the Gamers 8 money. If I have to guess where the money went, it's for some nice Teslas.
Yeah, convoy of them. Yeah, congratulations again, and we'll see you soon. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you.
And hopefully see you for the next interview.
I hope so. Thank you very much. Good old Eagle Mees. I wonder if he's got a Tesla.
Probably not. He said he was going to buy a bike, actually.
Oh, did he?
And just before the interview, we were talking about Shaiko, and I've just actually got a quick clip that I want to run as well.
Absolutely.
If production are ready for it, which is Shaiko showing the power of Solace as well. I think when the clip runs, what you're going to find is he's on the Solace, and he notices that the Brava takes the proximity alarm. And this is Shaiko just shutting down a play that Wolves have pre-planned. Uses the Solace gadget, sees the proximity mine's been stolen. That means there's a gap. That means Wolves are coming for that gap. Ready, shut down, done. And that's what makes him into, in my opinion, one of the best players, genuinely, in the world. Now, it's easy to do when you're on such a powerful op as Solace, but it's also easy to recognize they found a gap in our defense now because they've taken that proximity alarm. I'm going to shut that down, and I'm going to plug that gap.
It's that you have to actually realize those things. Being the best player in the world is not just about the raw firepower, which he clearly possesses. It's also about the game intelligence, and that's something where I think a lot of fraggers fall short, is that they can only really have one gear, which is straightforward, and they don't really use their head in terms of positioning and decision-making. And when should you take a fight? A lot of the fraggers that we have in EUL and all over the world, I think, they take duels that aren't always in their favor. But if you're an intelligent fragger, you have those 60-40% duels rather than the 50-50 ones, or even maybe 40-60. Don't take those. Take the advantageous ones and just roll with that, because that's what makes you great from good.
Just briefly, Fresh, Cali hasn't been played at all, really, until today. BDS played, or why?
Yeah, so... Yeah, not played by any single team in any single play day until today. I actually had a conversation with Alems back at Gamers 8 in Saudi, where they played Cali in that tournament, and they said there's 2 reasons. He said, one, when there's a team that wants to overpeak you, you've got a sniper. They peek into you, you snipe their head off, done. The second reason, they're going to get tilted by that. Every time they die to a guy on a sniper, they're going to get more and more tilted, and it's going to affect their gameplay so much. As soon as Alems jumped onto Cali, he started having such good success with it, and it was because of those 2 reasons.
Hits hard.
It does hit hard, and we've got one more hard-hitting game coming your way. VP versus Koi. It's going to be a banger. I'm hoping for a banger. I know you aren't super confident about this one, but I expect...
I believe in Boy.
You believe in Boy? I see what you did there. We'll be back after the break.
taken down as well by the Kali, and BDS take the first seed.
Welcome back to Blast R6 EUL. This is stage 2. It is the final day of the group stages and it is the final game of the group stages coming up shortly. My name's Ian. This is Fresh. That is Fabian. Hey, I haven't said it yet. This is Fresh. And that is, I can't do that with your name, Fab. Sorry.
Go on.
I can't do it. It's impossible. VP versus Koi is how we will close out the action today. VP need just 5 rounds to secure themselves top of the group. Let's talk about them. Let's take a look at this roster. They've got a unique playstyle, Fresh, a tad dated, arguably.
Yeah,
but it's working for them.
A little bit like you, Ian, to be honest. Updated, but it's working for them. And the one thing,
I'll take it.
The one thing I will say, and viewers that have seen me introduce VP before will know that I talk about the paradox of how they play an old meta, right? No getting away from it. The one thing that I don't hype them enough for is that they do it together. Now, 5 people executing any plan, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, together with coordination is going to be better than most things in EUL in terms of Rainbow Six Siege. The fact that they play together, even if they are executing it, in terms of an old meta, shows. And the fact that they did it, last week on New Consulate shows that they're playing, some new maps, some new operators. They are getting there, and they are one of the best teams because they've been together that long and they are that coordinated.
And it's just funny how their playstyle that we call very outdated, it just counters perfectly the way that the game is being played right now, with
Yeah,
all
doesn't it?
this
Yeah.
individual aggression, retakes, and taking opportunities. What happens if your team just kind of sits still? They know the flank is coming, they know the retake is coming, or they know that something is about to happen, and they're just sitting there with the best possible angle, where they show 1 inch of their head, and you have to show your entire body to peek them. The playstyle works in Europe, at least in Europe.
So what you're saying is that what's old is new again.
I don't know if it's new though. Like, it's so old that it can't be. It's basically ancient gameplay, right?
And this is the paradox.
Yeah, it just doesn't make much sense. But it gets them to the majors and it gets them to events, so why should they change?
And they did have deep runs.
Yeah, and they are showing some signs of change. Especially Pasha, if you guys remember the game on Bank, that he was moving around a bit more underneath. They are doing something new as well.
Yeah, and it seems like the usual suspects are stepping up. You mentioned, Pasha there taking on a bit of a supportive role, and it's all working across the board, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what you want from the team. Pasha's taken on a bit more of a newer role in terms of the newer meta, but Dan's been, fragging his brains out, not necessarily playing the fragging operators. It's been a good performance, I think, across the board from, absolutely everybody on Virtus.pro. They are going to be playing today for first place. Like you say, even a 5-7 loss gets them first place. They've had a good stage. We would expect to see them at the major as well. Whether they've got a best of 3 map pool is still to be seen, but, that's next week's problem.
Yeah, and you can't really put a price on getting those 5 rounds because it puts you in such a tremendous position. 3 opportunities to make your way to Atlanta, of course.
That's it.
That's it. Let's talk about Koi, shall we? Because I know that you guys haven't been too big on these guys. I just want to start off by saying I did see Leon tweet a little bit earlier on saying, final day of EUL, playing Virtus.pro. Let's end it on a banger, get the W. We can't make playoffs, but winning will be huge for us as a team. And I think that you can get a little bit downtrodden when you get into a set of circumstances like this. They've had a bit of a fall from grace. They lost one of their big star players. We all know who we're talking about, Spoit, of course. We were there fresh when this roster, minus a couple, raised the trophy in Berlin. And a lot's changed since then.
A lot has changed, and to be honest, they've been chasing that pipe dream of trying to replace Spoit. They potentially have done that with Jigsaw, because Jigsaw has come into this roster, and what has been an utterly miserable roster, let's put it how it is, and he has had a good stage and built in confidence ever since, but from the rest, it just really hasn't been good enough.
If you're an avid viewer of EUL, you know that me and Fresh are good friends with Titan. And I'm sitting here, standing up actually. And I'm wondering if Crim can actually be a worse rated player than Titan can be. I'd be very impressed, but if he keeps up what he's doing so far, it's not that far away, is it?
To contextualize it, that is the lowest rated EUL
Oh yeah, he's
That's
the
what
worst
you're
we've ever seen.
saying.
Yeah, he was fucking awful. He sucked. But this team somehow sucks even more, because at least that team Secret did win their games, even though Titan was the worst rated player. They won games as a team. It's not a team right now. They need to just do something, because they have 1 point so far. They shouldn't have had that. Secret should have won that game in regulation. They messed up. Koi needs to just, focus on the qualifiers, because...
Give me some positive feedback for Crying.
I can't.
Yeah, I know, but
no, I
he's
can't.
Old.
He's a good dude.
The thing is,
big muscles.
We've both worked with Crying.
He's a great player.
You took him on to G2. I was there at that time, and then I teamed with him as well. That player has got so much potential, but it's all about him in his own headspace. Yeah. I think when he was on G2, he completely shut down in his own headspace. When I was with him on Chaos, he had to be a leader in a failing team, and he did that well, and that kept him in the league, and he ended up winning a major. But if his headspace is shut down again, it's going to be nigh on impossible to get it back.
But what you mentioned is he was a leader in a failing team. This isn't a failing team. And he also has another person that's a lot in charge of this mentally, which is Leon. And both of them are performing horrifically. So they just need to step up and get their head out of their ass.
Well, I think your predictions have been a little bit off today, so I'm hoping they prove you wrong today. Let's see.
Koi is going to win 7-0.
Oh, no, don't say that. All right, let's find out which map we're going to. Why did he have to do that? Why did he have to do that? We're going to Clubhouse to wrap things up here, Fresh.
Yeah, so, the Russians are always going to leave and want to play Clubhouse for the longest time. This roster has been a team for years, genuinely. and they've always left Clubhouse open. They will always play it against absolutely anybody. However, their stats of late have not been the best in the terms of the last few times they've played it. They're certainly not the formidable opponent they used to be. It's a map they play, but they're not as good. For Koi, it's been a high preference map. You know, I've got it over the last 6 months for both teams has been number 2 preference. I'm not necessarily that surprised to see us go here.
It could be preferences, as you say. It could also be that if you look at Virtus Pro and their last performance on it, it was a loss against Into the Breach, where they were messy.
Yeah,
they were very messy. They were losing a lot of these basics that they never really used to miss. So maybe Koi's hoping that they do that again. I think Virtus Pro have definitely shaped up in the edges, and it's not going to be allowed one more time. I think Koi wins 7-0, simply so that I can't jinx another team.
You've lost me so many Twitch channel points tonight by telling me.
You shouldn't
told me it's gone to G2, then you told me it's gone to Wolves, now I've gone on to the Koi.
Maybe I have strong beliefs, but, you know, it matters what you think in your heart. That's what you think in your head.
There was an old saying that you would never take this Russian team to Clubhouse.
Yeah.
That, again, it has faltered over time because teams have, you know, found them out over time as the meta's evolved. However, I would still, on the balance probability, say I think VP's won this bomb phase.
I think that if you're Koi coming into this, you're playing for pride now, aren't you? Obviously, you've got that qualification. You can drop to the open quals. But prior to that, right now, it's about getting some form of a positive footnote on what has been a disastrous group stage.
Yeah, I mean they're going to have to play in open qualifiers. They're going to have to play against teams they've probably never heard of. In all honesty, unless they're all over the tier 3 scene, which they might not be. So they're going to be playing against unknowns. They've got to have something to take into it. In terms of they've got to have at least a good performance. We saw them get a point, like I say, against Secret. Don't think it was a great performance. Even if they lose today, I want to see them have a good performance against one of the top teams. So they've got something that can start that momentum. We saw Wolves, it's still not all over. We saw Wolves in Stage 1, where they had a very similar performance to how Koi are playing now, still make the major. So it's not over, but they need to take something from this game.
It's looking rough. And when you go up against these lower tier teams, as you're mentioning, they play such a different game. Like, it's a completely different ballpark you're in. And they do things that are so unpredictable. So either you need to be on top confidence-wise so that you're at least individually performing better than them because you are better individual players. But you also need the basics. So you need either or. And if they don't show either or today, because they haven't so far, then I'm doubting that they'll make anything happen there either.
Well, you mentioned unpredictability, and I think that's one of the great things about Siege. And when you get into the situation where you're watching that build up to the major and seeing which teams fill those spots, you can take a lot from the group stages, but you can still have those shock teams that still make the cut despite not performing here.
Caneo and Calories, they're going to beat everybody. They're going to qualify for the major. I believe that.
Guess who you're friends with this week?
Yeah, just getting points.
I mean, the thing is, obviously, Koi are in the open calls. There's no two ways about it, but they won't be playing Calories because Calories are nice and high seeded.
They could meet each other pretty quickly, though.
As are, X-Makers. They're very highly seeded. They'll be playing against somebody I think it's going to be somebody like Team 86 they'll be playing against, which again is still fairly decent opposition.
It's not bad opponents. None of them. They are, after all, the ones that made it the furthest. They're there for a reason. We might not know all of their names, and we might not know all of their careers.
There's some great names.
But there are teams there with players. We were looking up teams in the bottom of the seeds because we wanted to see who they were playing against, and there are names that we do know.
So Koi will be playing against, if I've got my seedings right, either Wild Multigaming or Team 86, depending on the outcome of this.
Yeah.
Both of them are actually genuinely pretty good tier 2, tier 3 teams.
Well, they've got the work cut out for them, that's for sure. And this sounds like a bit of an obvious question, but Jigsaw, right? You've shone a bit of a spotlight on him particularly.
Yeah.
Do you think we'd be a little bit more excited about him as a player if some more of the results went his way and some of the players around him were stepping up, and would be even more excited about him as a prospect?
Oh, absolutely. I think, he has been the one shining light in this very bad Koi roster. I think even though, they got whacked 7-0, let's take you all the way back to play day 1. They got whacked 7-0. What was the very first kill of his EUL career? Was jumping out of snowmobile window on Chalet and spawn peeking, right? The guy's got a lot of confidence and he can clearly shoot. High headshot percentage. He's the only one that's really getting Koi any kills or keeping them in rounds on defense. Had this Koi team be functioning around him, we would be, had Koi have won 3 games, and let's just say it's an alternate universe, and they won and they were decent as a team, we would be calling him the next spot. He's played very well,
yeah,
but in a very, very, very bad team. And we can't get away from that.
It's 3 best of ones as well, so it's very hard to judge. I think that it's just the confidence that's lacking overall. And I have a hard time seeing, what's your mental state like when you travel all the way from Australia to play here?
And he's been waiting like ages to do that.
Yeah, and then you're struggling that hard with the team. I mean, it's a major champion team. It's not that long ago since they were the #1 big dog. And now we're down here struggling. He could have probably made it quite comfortable for himself in staying in Australia and just going with Bliss all the way again. Yeah. Maybe they would have qualified this time.
You've got to admire his aspirations for that, right? You've got to admire his aspirations that he could have stayed on Bliss because the team he was on was flawless through Oceania in stage 1. He could have stayed on that, gone, basically flawless again, gone to the major again, gone to SI, but he wanted to be on a team that he believed could have the potential to go and win majors.
Ambition.
And then they've got nowhere near that. Yeah. I kind of feel bad for that, but
you still respect it.
He believes in that. He believes in that team. It's just up to the others around him to build that back up.
We're just getting.
If he's lucky, he can go on a vacation really soon back.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't have to be so sad.
Well, we are just getting set. We're not there yet. We're just jumping over a few hurdles to get you through into the final game here. Fab, I know what you're going to say here, but have you ever, as a player, maybe not when you were playing at the highest level, maybe when you were, have you ever been in a little bit of a rut where things really aren't going your way?
As an individual player, I've only really had one bad time, and that was the Paris major.
Yeah.
That's the only time I've really underperformed as an individual. The team has always been up and down because that's just how it's going to be. I mean, my stint with Vitality didn't go according to plan at all, right? We didn't play as a team. It was really weird, like me on support operators being the most entry engagements, stuff like that doesn't make any sense. So as an individual, I haven't really struggled. But when you do, it feels like you're letting everything and everybody down around you because you know you can do so much better. I think up to Paris Major Grand Final, I had a 0.8 rating, awful numbers. And you feel so lost. I can only imagine how it feels to be in a team where the entire structure feels as lost as I did as an individual.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I felt like therapy for us right there. I'm hoping that in this final game, Koi well and truly find themselves. I'm showing a bit of bias here and I don't care. VP versus Koi to close out our final play day of the group stages is right now. Flu Cap, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ian. And we are here on Clubhouse. Where else but this map for this roster and their one chance? We're getting some pull here. 71% of you believe this is going to be a VP day. I think most people agree.
Yes, I think most people will agree as well, especially how they performed against the Wild. It's going to be fresh in the back of their minds. And, Koi themselves being 7-0 by Wild. It's 14 rounds between them if you would go for a direct head-to-head on what we currently have. So there is some work to be done. Koi, they have struggled immensely. Only a single point so far they have on the board. And then the question comes, Emmy, what do they have to play for now? Definitely not seeding. Even if they win this full-fledged, they get 3 points. They'll still be a point behind Secret. So it's just their honor and showing to the world that they can win. That's all that's on the line for them here.
Obviously, as they highlighted before, Club was where we saw VP take their loss. This split versus ITB, there was punished mistakes, there was moments that was sort of taken out of their hands because of a bit of sloppiness here. Koi think that they can punish that, and I guess Virtus Pro think that they can try and smooth those problems over, get themselves one more game, because CIS region teams, they love a bit of Club.
Yeah, that was my worry as well when we came out here. They love to play Club. And of course, it didn't really go well last time they got here against ITB. A 6-8 loss for VP. So that does leave you questioning, okay, how is this going to be happening? On the other side, Koi, they play Club as well against Secret. An 8-6 loss for them. So, yeah, both teams identical losses, just against different teams.
So, the one thing that can change up here, because Koi's place at the bottom of the board is cemented. There is no way that they can catch up to Secret. Virtus Pro currently sit in that first place spot. They currently sit with that little skip against it. If they do not find at least a round, then they can fall all the way down to third. Into the breach will be pushed up to second because of the head-to-head, and Wild will find themselves in that first spot after their fantastic 7-0 performance earlier. If they can keep themselves at least 2 rounds away, they need at least 5 rounds here, Virtus.pro, and they can keep themselves in that first seed. So Wild have eyes on what work can be done here by Koi, but there is that strange sort of sentiment because Wild have been on the receiving end and the givers of so many 7-0s this split. Koi probably aren't their best friends right now.
No, but I mean, Koi, still a team, still competitors. They want to show what they can do. And also, it's, you know, a good test, a final test before you go over to the open qualifiers, which is where Koi will be, well, not really relegated to, but definitely in the terms of making it to the major. But also for the side of VP, you know, they'll be looking to get 5 rounds. But again, we'll be aiming for more, wanting to pick up with a full-fledged victory, keep everything in their own hands, and not let it get to where it got for the previous match, where Wolves only needed 1 more round before BDS took it all away from them, and they got relegated to a 2nd spot.
VP, a sloppiness that was highlighted from their recent showing here might turn into a little bit of a sharper swing. They had a worse time on their attack than they did on their defense. They were only able to take 2 attack rounds throughout the entire 6-8 showing. They really need to see if they can try and push that medal a little bit further. Dan suffers a fair bit on the end of a C4, but is allowed to keep his life. There'd be a little bit of regret. They couldn't quite get the full send on that, but they still have 2 more. So alongside the impact, they're more than happy to play this long game.
Then, of course, it's going to be bringing Ram. The Bugies will be opening up this long hallway, I'm pretty sure. It's going to be giving them quite a lot of verticality to play with here. The shotgun doing some work as well, and that's just making sure that he can do it safely. All pre-placed C4s that could be out there would be destroyed. Not that there is any, but it's just that bit of safety you have you otherwise wouldn't have when you have to use a sledge to open up. He still has 2 left, so no, I guess the kitchen is going to be falling victim to these buggies as well.
It keeps you safe from the C4s. There is still obviously the chance at a vertical fight there, but it's not going to be something that gets you caught the same way a sledge or a buck would otherwise be on the wrong side of. Deploy him, get him out of there. You can destroy him with explosives, but it's not really worth the juggle and the risk. 45 seconds though, and we do still need VP to actually put some pressure onto the heart. Dan goes down. As I said, the vertical is still going to be a danger. Picked up by the C4 of Deepak, looped against the bars of the floor there. Oh, and with that break on the mirror window not quite coming together, it's now made it a bit of an awkward pass-through. VP, they haven't really been quick enough. Joystick needs to put the pressure onto Blue. Crying shuts down any of the pressure coming from one side. Hosty is able to get another swing. And with Joystick now just getting the pinch onto one side, they're trying to pick up the back end as well. This looks like a bit of a flawless opener. Always the last swing stops it being a flawless, but can't do much more than that.
No, won't be able to do more than that. And, you know, looking back at the round, VP a bit, you know, desynchronized in their pushes. Some 1v1s coming through. Nothing really as a team effort. And of course, I think, like, especially if we're looking at the bottom floor, it's going to be the hardest to go for that synchronized push. Often requires you to drop hatches, move down the staircases all at the same time. Especially if you are at a man disadvantage, it's not going to be working out that well for you. So let's hope that we're going over to these 2nd floor bomb sites now. Gym bedroom up first. VP is going to be able to show up a bit more as a team. Quite played that well, by the way. Use of the Valkyrie cameras. We're always aware of when a drop would be coming through the motorcycle hatch. That's a big advantage. I mean, knowledge is power literally in Rainbow Six Siege. And them, you know, having that full read and VP not being aware of the fact that they're being spotted almost 24/7. That basically already hurts any attempt that VP wanted to go for.
When there's no pressure, you can sort of play with a little bit more confidence, a little bit more bravado. They were good at eking out the space. They know what VP's weakness is. On that time sort of clear, on that make them second guess, make them double down. Obviously the play against the C4, the swing up back against the vertical. On this side, though, they don't quite have that full pressure of time. They can get themselves in maybe a little bit sharper. Kryan's going to see how much time he can waste on the back end, with Hoxty offering themselves some support. How long until they are forced out of that position?
It's quite logical that we see an extension of Koi over towards Cash. Make sure that you have the opportunity to find support onto the highway if there is going to be approach there from the side of Koi. But they seem to be aiming more towards the actual jacuzzi wall. EMP is about to be tossed in by Dan. Means they will follow that up with a double hard breach to stop any trickery from going on the Ungit's side. It's just going to be a clean opening, nothing there to stop it. Now they can start focusing onto the actual... the grenade as well to follow through. Almost gets Leon there.
Very well played there. They put the pressure immediately onto the follow through with it. And, well, look at this. They pick themselves up entirely driving. As a team, as a unit, making sure that there's more of that support. They said on the desk that they sort of play this old school classic bit of Siege, and... well, as Ian and Fresh will attest to, Northern Soul and its classics is always a good drive for a good time, and it's having a bit of a good time here on the take across it. But they still need to force out these players. The ones holding onto CC and Construction, the ones on the top of the fight. There's Deepak playing that support. As long as that castle wall's there, they're happy to play that position too, and Kryan and Hosty know that they're happy to fall back whenever they want to.
90 seconds left, and Koi, or right now, falling back from the CCTV area and from the cache area, which is now falling into the hands of VP, but that's still only step 1. And Jigsaw, as he's still down below, has the opportunity to go for a late rotate if he finds Joystick. For now, it's going to be digging into the kitchen out here, holding tight, using verticality as an advantage on the hold. And VP, they need to recollect themselves. Okay, they got one part of the map, but now they still need a lot more than that. They need to get control of Construction. With that, they need to find control of Logi before they can actually start pushing the site.
All the players still standing. The castle wall's falling, and Hosty getting the swing on the back. Dan gets dropped and almost baited into that. By the timing and the combination there, one person was ready for that break, and it was not his teammate. Joystick swings, doesn't know about the Tux player, gets all the way around. There's the pop-up behind the desk that does get caught out. It was Kryan playing a dangerous game, but in the 3 versus 3 with the window player covered by the chassis of the holographic, Leon keeps the body balance into their favor. Great swing from Pasha, but Jigsaw just is the last bit to say.
Well done by Koi again. A decent round to come through. As, of course, like, you know, great start from 3P with opening up that wall. They did everything they needed to, but after that, they just started to struggle a little bit. They lacked a bit of the control to actually go for an execute. That might be due to the lack of pressure that was coming down into the site. Good for them, though, is that we're headed towards Cache and CCTV next. Now, we saw them attack that in that previous round as they needed to control horizontally. This time it's going to be the actual site. I'm going to say it again, if there is new viewers here, this is what is most likely the most known defensive site in Siege Esport. Every team will know how to attack this. Every team will know how to defend it. And it usually starts with opening up the wall on the B-bomb site, the exterior wall from CCTV. And after that, you have either the option to go to Garage or to take Construction, and see if you can put up pressure onto the site afterwards. So, with the current setup, there is almost not a single reason why that main wall shouldn't be opened up. Just wondering, I saw they made a big hole in it. I wonder if they're just going to reinforce it, or... yeah, they're okay, they are. Afraid for a second they just leave it open.
Koi could get themselves the perfect start here. The 3 rounds in a row, and... yeah, I said there's something of a... more of a struggle when we get towards the attacks on this side, when we see that Virtus Pro weren't able to make those connections themselves. Throughout this, it's sort of being proven every single step, every single game. Now, when you have a look at the flip side, boy, it was a similar statistic, but, you know, the momentum here of having 0 pressure is always a factor. It's always something that can play in the head. Worried Hosty had disconnected for a second there.
It's always worrying when a player just suspiciously stands in place.
I think there's a new visual change where if they're wiggling, it has the legs do a full walk rather than like the shoulder shuffle it used to be, and it makes me just see people walking on the spot, which terrifies me.
A lot of damage being done to Always. Hosty in a very aggressive position as well. Near that main lobby door, gets spotted out by a drone, instantly falls back. He doesn't want to stick around and see what might come to find him. Grenades being tossed in towards the small steps. Not going to be able to find anything, but that means that VP have a good grasp on the bottom part of the garage. They just need to find the mezzanines right now, and as Leon is taking an aggressive fight, he's being fully flashed, basically locked in place. No moving for him as Jake takes a lot of damage himself as well.
Doing his best to hold out as the Bees give some of his position away. There just needs to be the follow-up. Hosty gets joystick though, buys themselves a second of space. They do pick up the kill. There's a second follow through there as Jigsaw's pretty fractured and pretty beat up and hurt by the back end of it. The break of the hold, they still have this pressure underneath, and obviously with Hosty being able to get the kill from it, it draws attention. It brings this idea of we've got to go and try and take that fight. We've got to make sure there's something on the end. Pasha does go down. Yeah, Frostmat caught at the top of the stairs.
Of course, can get himself out, but will be helped up as it is going to be VP continuing on towards this main push. And I don't think there's anybody watching from below right now, except for Dan, who is still quite close. And that means that Hosty, once he gets the call, has the opportunity to go for the Nitro Cell. And that's exactly when the smoke canister will find Pasha from Deepak. Hosty now activated as well to try and go for the roam, but he gets shot at, which means that he knows he's been spotted, and that means he's occupying a single player right now.
20 seconds left, a 3 versus 3, and Always gets the grenade and goes for the plant itself. Dan picks up the vertical. They got to try and make some motions here. They swing for the fight outside, but it's well covered. A 3 versus 1. Jigsaw could not get the connection in time with post plant here, and it's a very tricky one to try and bite back in. Always pops around and cementing himself a couple of kills, and the plant itself. VP finally activate themselves to get the round.
Again, that tertiary site, CCTV cache, is that site where they need to find those victories. Wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being a 2-4 split eventually, with both those CCTV attacks to be taken by Virtus.pro. As we head back towards the basement now, we need to see a bit more of a cohesive play from VP. Last round we saw them drop hatches individually, we saw them move down the staircases individually, and there was no opportunity to trade. And they took big advantage of that. They thanked them for coming in one by one and secured the round as a result.
Okay, they get one of their rounds, and they might be getting themselves closer towards a second. If they do, then they're at least confirmed second. They at least have the showdown against Eminem, I think it would be, from the opposing group. If they fall to third, they're up against Wolves. I don't think anybody really wants at this moment in time. We can start actually getting things jotted down in pen on that sort of balance list. And I guess it's always kind of nice that up until the very last game, we're working out the seeding.
It is. It means there's always something to play for, right? And if I'm correct, it meant that VP needed to win 5 rounds. Anything less is going to mean that Wild is taking that first seed. And I actually saw before this game started a bunch of the Wild players tweeting in support of Koi. Like, we are new best friends now, even though we 7-0'd you. Please go get those 5 rounds for us.
It's nice for them to reach out and ask for help. A lot of people have suffered scrapes so far as well. Seems like that heat in the early opening game is starting to kick on a little bit more.
So, as Kryne and Jigsaw looking to be very aggressive up the main stairs, they have been droned out. Trying to take care of those drones and fall back instantly afterwards. Not quite sure if they had succeeded in that particular drone. Joystick very afraid that someone might be climbing up the oil pit staircase, so... or ladder, rather. It's going to be pushing over a drone just to make sure there's that flank watch going on. The Boogie in the meantime as well. Going to be opening the entire kitchen hallway there. Again, usually this is done by Sledge or a Buck, but it's just a lot more safe to do it with that Boogie. Not having to be there yourself in that distance.
There's a swing from a beautiful free camp in the perspective on all that the Boogie opened. Last time, Dan actually suffered through the vertical on the back end of it. This time, maybe not so much. Spots the Valt cam. Not all of them, though. As the other gets the read onto the hatch, and it means Cryin can maybe try and play a C4. I actually ripped it, but I guess that's the one spot of intel that they weren't able to get.
And also the Valkyrie camera in the bar telling them that there's no one currently on motorcycle hatch. Well, that can mean only one thing, Emmy. Is going to be a push on the kit on the armory side of things, and you know that could be coming through dirt, as you currently see Pasha moving in first, but also the kitchen hatch where they saw people move into. So they're going to be very aware of the push that's going to be coming down from Virtus Pro here on the side of Koi. So all they need to do now is just hold off long enough to make sure that plan doesn't come in.
Here come the flashes around the corner. The swing moves on. Dan's able to get Deepak, and the first body is theirs, but Leon quickly responds. There's 28 seconds, and the pressure is still on VP to make those motions. 2 versus 2. Holding onto the fire. Pasha wants to hold on to F as well and get that kit planted as Hosty and Cryin are doing their best to bite. They have some vertical cover. But if they can get themselves round towards blue, they could really cut this in half. They don't quite know about where that final position is. Shepard has the pick onto the corridor player, leaving just Hosty. Slow rotate, the catch on the Fenrir will reveal at least one's position. It's a very awkward retake here because they still need to have 2 stories engagement. Great first body. 28 seconds to try and bait out the second. They're going to just crouch behind the box, long arm, and hope that they can get there in time. You've got to make a move here. You've got to get there in time. Hosty just holds it.
I was going to say he could just dig himself behind the boxes, and if there's nobody actively watching that, there is no verticality you can use there. And Koi, they still managed to win that round. As VP, they managed to get the plant together there. They managed to take the site. It was a very scrappy fight from either side. The plant went down. They almost went their way. But Koi, they hang on for now. They managed to find that win on the bottom floor again, the basement again. So we head back towards the first top floor site, towards the bedroom and the gym. I said it before, I wouldn't be surprised, Emmy, if this game comes down to VP winning both CC attacks and then having to head over towards the defense, hoping to hold off Koi long enough so they can get 5 rounds on the board.
Well, from this here onwards, Koi, they're still just keeping that pressure hot, aren't they? They're making sure that everything is hard fought for, and for all the performances Virtus Pro have been able to put forward before, unfortunately they're up against a Koi that playing the best that they've sort of played all split. They need to obviously keep this momentum onto the second half. There is a game of 2 halves ahead of them, and they are a team that has struggled on their attacks just as much. But if Virtus Pro end up pulling out a worse performance than they did their last time in club, it might just mean that they don't even get to that precious OT that they want.
See a full attack coming out from the CCTV and cache side this time from VP. Now opening up the opposite side first, they realized that they kind of fell short in time. Need to speed it up. Not sure the Gemini Replicator actually spotted Jigsaw out there. I knew it was deactivated shortly afterwards. Oh, he's all the way down below, so I think he's gonna unspot it. I don't think they know about his existence right now. That means that this drone being put into a flank watch position is going to be very important for the side of Virtus Pro as they start attacking, because the last thing you want is, as soon as you're about to knock onto the doors of the site, is someone to come into the back of you.
Ryan's waiting for this approach. They've got a much more direct line here to CC. They're trying to get themselves up and under, and you can see Cryin as a sniff of the pressure, but they've also got the pings onto the player top around the corner. It's Jigsaw who's suffering the first bit, but Cryin pops up from behind and gets that cover and support for them. They're able to catch out Virtus Pro's game, and Leon with a very prolonged fight outside has another player come for the level of support, and what a great read on what was attempted. Always gets one more on the back of it, but they just seem to step ahead.
Very aggressive there from Koi, sending 2 people outside to make sure that they secure those kills. Now in a man advantage, a minute 10 left on the clock. A lot of utility still to be taken care of by Virtus Pro, starting off with the mirror window, which I believe... No, it's started to pop just now. I was wondering if it was actually popping, but yes, mirror window should be open, but Klein still below. Holding the rotation. As soon as they jump in from the rotation, they're going to be picked up. So Pasha opening this up completely needs to be wise and actually use that one. Or he's going to be losing his life.
Deepak wants the attention to come from the pings on the door that's still being read to them. It seems like this intel game is just something that is always out of the hand and pocket of Virtus.pro. They don't seem to know just how much Koi knows, and they can get an advantage on this next gunfight. If they can push themselves into a 4 versus 2 with only 20 seconds, you are pretty confident the rest of the round will fall into their favor. Shepard wants to be the start on the break of the door. The C4 is taken quite quickly. There's pre-fires and pre-aims and angles towards it. Wings a bit too far. Deepak goes so close. Somehow gets the drop either side, and Koi playing with a merriment that befits a team in their position. 4-1.
And then you're wondering, where was this Koi when it actually mattered for them, when they could still qualify? Because they're definitely playing a different game than they were back then. The time I was being called from VP. They're going to have a chat. Of course, there's something more at stake for them rather than just their honor and glory, as they're actually trying to secure themselves that first seed. And so far, things have just not gone well. They keep on being caught off guard by Koi. They turn their backs, and suddenly there's a player swinging them. That and, you know, also the aggressive jump outs we've seen from Koi, and just generally not being afraid to pick the fight with Virtus.pro. Now, of course, VP are already confirmed to go to playoffs. They're just wanting to get that first seed in. But the way things are currently going, well, they need a very good second half if they want to do so.
It needs to sort of be, you know, above and beyond here, because we wanted improvement from their performance here the other day. We wanted to see more sort of togetherness on the approach, and they're teed up to fall even worse. They're having those sort of weaknesses shown on stream the other day, well exploited and well played against by a Koi that is more than ready. Now, it's obviously a game of two halves, and, you know, Koi suffered on their attacks. I've said it enough times. Virtus.pro might have a prepared game, but it's also one of the things about VP is they very often play their game to their pace and have that full belief and strength that if we play it better, we will win. It might be a second half where they haven't exactly gone, well, let's play against Koi's game, let's just try and improve on ours, where Koi, if they've sort of gone full strength, if we're reading them like the book, then they're going to find that sort of happy ending.
Now, VP really need to be winning this round. They've shown they can do it before with quite some success as well. It was a comfortable round, managing to get the plan down in a, what was it, 1v3 situation in the end. Skewed around on the back of it as well. And it started by opening up that main garage, and instantly afterwards, a lot of utility towards Leon Gids' position on the rafters. Now, that came with bees, that came with grenades. As the garage has opened up, that means Leon will at some point start receiving pressure. He's looking for drones. He has two of these, you know, anti-drone screens up there. It's going to be making sure that there's no information going to be given with these observation blockers. That's just the player walking by. Or was it the Gemini? I believe it was the Gemini replicator.
Shepard getting their route through. They obviously, you know, fought through onto this site. It wasn't a clean take as before. The reason for the conversation is it's not quite the full confidence. There's a bit of a peppering through of bullets. That means Shepard has to be a bit more courteous to the damage that might come his way. The role of the Rook, not the most common pickup. And, you know, Shepard's still cautious, waiting for somebody to offer some support here and spray through in case somebody does go for the peak. But aids of process, they're more than happy to take their time on, apparently.
Just got to make sure it opens up safely. You do not want to lose someone on opening up that wall. And if it takes 10 seconds longer, well, it takes 10 seconds longer. Leon just drops down from the skylight, from the mezzanines, gets himself a kill. Dan drops right after as well by the hands of Jigsaw. And VP got surprised by two more aggressive plays here.
Joystick, making sure that nobody gets caught in the same trap that they had before. A take onto Deepak. Tears through the hole. The second one allows Pasha to really move their way up. They don't have the exothermic to smash through this wall, so it'll be a hop or a potential rotate. And there's the hop and the motion, and they're now going for the plant. The goo mine will buy them a little bit of extra idea of what's going on for the take. There's the bit of damage, the break, the attempts to spray over the top, but it's not enough to stop it. Cryan moves in, goes for the fight onto the rappel, can't get it, can't get the follow through. Jigsaw does find Shepard. And Hosty is able to get one on the back of it, leaving just Joystick below. Now, he has the grenades to maybe play against this. He's going to hope that they're going for the plant. Gives the game away where he is, and there's Hosty to pick it up. And it is a 5-1 half for Koi.
Well read by Koi. They're not instantly going for the diffuser. They realize the last person was downstairs. It's Ayana. What does that mean? Grenades. So they hunt instead of trying to get that diffuser. An important call to come through, otherwise it would have been a 1v1 with yet another grenade in pocket. Could have just as well gone VP's way at that point. But a great half from Koi. 5-1. VP, they need 4 more rounds to get themselves secured first seed.
Attackers need to locate
Brabuni, if you please. That's the wrong
That's the wrong one.
stat. I must have sung the wrong song. It's my fault.
Yeah. Different song, please. Not the French version.
Brabuni, bring us the stats on this game, please.
Hey,
no, that what? Okay,
no, that works.
No, that confused me. Yeah, no, it did.
Yeah.
I saw Wild's logo. I'm like, they're not here, but it is down to VP. They need 5 rounds or Wild based on the 7-0 they got earlier.
5 seconds to insertion.
Went from maybe not making it to maybe getting top seed.
Objective is to locate a bomb and
It's crazy how things can change that quickly, right? All's between first seed and not making it is a 7-0 win. And Koi's still chasing their first. Not that it matters anymore, because they're out. It's always nice to have. And they are 2 rounds away from finding themselves to their first victory. The openings start coming through. Now, the same counts here, or is here. That was also kind of for VP. You need to see a unified attack. We cannot see Koi players going one by one. As the castle barricades are being opened up, it's the slowdown that was being put in place by VP that's quickly destroyed. As the hatches open up, some are left soft, some have been reinforced. It's Koi that's doing a lot of work very quickly here. And I'm not sure if they have a lot of pre-placed drones, but it seems like they're not worrying at all about a potential roamer being around.
If Koi can get their foot in here, if they can try and carry some of that momentum over, I mean, it would be another sort of game where nobody really expected it to go the way it has. I don't think anyone expected it to be this 5-1 half here, but a bit of a break. They're doing 2 to try and bait out impact. There are the chance of those being thrown in. There's still 2 in the pocket of Joystick, but he's not quite in the position to fight back against them because they also have this wall to contend on. Jigsaw's holding and hoping. Nobody expects him to be in that position that early. Boy, they seem to be prepping themselves for a bit of attention here onto blue and onto the back line of kitchen.
Not sure if Leon gets actually spotted Joystick out there. As he's out and about on a bit of a roam. Could be really devastating to Koi's attack here. Drone still driving around. Have they seen him? They're still hunting. Definitely feels like they know of something because Cryan is watching that top floor. He's watching one of the exits. As an impact comes in, Joystick deals a little bit of damage, but he takes them as well.
Cryan wants to get the lead in here, hits the procs and realizes he just sort of kind of deep dive behind it. The flashes come out, always in Jigsaw, find one apiece, all in a sort of threaded fight there. Cryan gets the back end of always though. The risk and the surprise was worth it. He gets another! A huge connection there from Cryan, leaving just 2 VP players left. Leon's going for the plant itself. They have some safety. It's just Pasha left. There's suddenly 2 kills threaded. But with Leon getting the kit down, Pasha's got a lot to bite back in. They've got 1 player stuck just in on the corner of the hard wall. They didn't know about Koi. They are up 6-1.
And what a difference this Koi makes compared to the previous games we have seen from them. Actually working together as a team right now. Everybody is connecting to the game as well. VP, well, what was it? How many rounds did they need to not go into third seed? Emmy, was that 2 rounds?
I believe so. It was either, I think one leaves them level and ITB get the head-to-head. So
Yes,
so
that's what I was thinking
VP, VP need a second round or they fall down to third. And the difference of falling down to third is they'll be playing Wolves in the first best of 3 rather than Eminem. And it's just...
a fall from grace.
What a day. What a day. No result from these 4 games has gone in a way where you're like, yeah, that makes sense.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, VP, your first seed might be a bit out of reach right now. Let's first try and secure that second seed, shall we? Been so hyper-focused on that first one that we completely forgot about the second seed they still needed to secure. Bedroom up next. This is where they need to start their flawless run on the fence if they want to be making a victory happen here for themselves. Currently, teams 1 to 3 all on 7 points, so any point for VP would be enough. Again, 5 rounds would still be enough. They can still lose the game. Selmas are deploying. It's going to mean that there is going to be an opening that VP will have to worry about on the CCTV side of things. Deepak is waiting for any help so he can start opening up the construction wall, if that's where they're coming over with the Dokkaebi. Impact's EMP will be tossed as soon as they figure out where the actual claw is.
That's a sneaky one, and not one that they've been able to find. And they're not going to double down. They're not going to risk it. It's an awkward place to root out and a very good place to deploy one. Now, there are obviously ways to get rid of it. You could roll a grenade if you desperately wanted from the hatch on the opposite end if you're feeling very confident.
Oh. Now Jigsaw's waiting very patiently here. He knows about a player that's inside a gym, but just wants the player to dig in deep next to the actual window. He starts moving himself, is going to be taking care of the mute jammer. Now they definitely know about the player that's down there. Jigsaw is just holding off. He's just waiting at where the rotation supposedly is. Still the electric claw they need to find, though. It is pinked up top, so that should be a free opening for the side of Koi.
They're going to roll the grenade through, try and get anyone that might be trying to play against it. There's breaches on either side, and they'll pop off just to give them the angle, but...
oh, no!
The claw is always going to reactivate. They'd only got the 1 pocket EMP to use after the missed one previously.
Oh, that's it. They only had 1 left, and it took a while before they actually got their heart breach on, and, you know, they didn't wait for Deepak either. A grenade will eventually take it out, though, so it means that they can still open up, but putting down an extra thermic on what is left of this wall is going to be very dangerous. They need to make sure there's no one watching on the opposite side of things. Especially looking through a mirror and, of course, not really in danger. The grenade from Jigsaw is going to be making sure no one's inside the bathroom. The wall will open up, and they have themselves an opportunity to push through now with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Jigsaw creeping their way up. Played a surprise game before, but the player who's crouched under might be the first to get the swing round. There's only 15 seconds, and, well, they have a body advantage, but you still got to try and put the pressure on and get the plant. The swing comes round, and it's Jigsaw's to take. Tears the head off of the touch player. There's 1 more round on the corner, and they can't quite react fast enough, and VP light up when they have that time advantage cry, and all that's left. They just did not have enough time, Koi, to push that final one over. 6-2. VP, they've secured themselves second place. ITB are now third. We can start penning things in. ITB will be up against Wolves, I believe, in the first of the decider matches, but they need another 3 if they want to try and get themselves that first shot.
Great stuff from VP, but they need more than that. Back towards the basement they go. And for Koi, I'm going to be riding that round off on the actual breach. They failed to open initially. Cost them a lot of time. If they waited for like 2 more seconds until Deepak was there, they could have done a double breach. Made sure the extra thermic at least would have popped off. And And the Selmas also took a while before they were being deployed. Like, the impact hit, and then it waited for like 2-3 seconds, and then they tossed up the Selmas, basically making sure that the second one never had enough time to pop. I mean, you're gonna lose your time at that point. You're gonna run out of it, and there's nothing left you can do but just to run in. And while it might work for a kill or two here and there, eventually VP able to hold off. Back towards the basement though, and we found mixed success here so far. This time our plan came down behind the bar after VP unable and basically being picked apart on the side itself.
Koi, I mean, maybe they go from having no pressure to some pressure to try and push this game over the edge. We've been able to dispatch teams before, and they have such a good lead, you assume they can try and get this one a bit further over, but stranger things have happened. Quick boogie breaks over the top, the long corridor. It's not becoming a staple of the takes onto this site, but I do like the fact that we're seeing the operator get some play, even though they are a 1-speed. That really removes them from a lot of teams' generic rotation. There are these instances where you can sort of, I was going to say painlessly get those floors open, but Hosty takes a lot of pain in doing one side of it.
I mean, it's kind of what we usually see, right? Like, the boogie opens up, and then the defenders, they're just looking to take a fight right on the back of it. So, yes, you might be opening it up without being present to see fours, but if anybody walks past afterwards, there's always a defender watching somewhere along that long line that has just been opened up. So, need a bit of extra information out there. Opening will be made. Don't think there's any tricking going on, and that's why Leon gets us out there with the Maverick as well, just to put that extra pressure down. Otherwise, you give the Cade an opportunity to just juggle those Electro Claws around. And that's one hatch open up for Koi. Still be looking to open up the others as well.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered.
Which I believe just kitchen is left. Yeah. But it's been electrified as well, so need a bit of extra utility out there. They need those EMP impacts from Hosty.
You can see now as the floor continues to fall, Jigsaw and Leon have got themselves tucked in, and Jigsaw's trying to find the fight on the back of it. Just sprays through the opening line. The catch on the goo mine and the catch on the two players back end. Boy have suffered, but Jigsaw at least gets a take there. There's nowhere really safe for him to put this pressure on. That grenade will not quite get the full bite onto Shepard. He just braves it out. Takes half damage for the trouble. You can see the Virtus Pro are just sort of sticking around, and with Deepak above the hatch, with the cross angle watched by Dan, Koi have hit a bit of a brick wall on the approach. Big rotation. Deepak wants to offer some support to the two players working in some slight tandem. There's still a tuck onto blue. There's a crouch round on the back. As soon as he steps too far, you assume the blue player is going to go for the swing here, but 15 seconds. 4 players to fight through. Doesn't really look like a Koi round.
Now, Hosty, last man standing, is going to try and salvage it, but 6 seconds left. 4 players still around. It's going to go nowhere. It's going to be a Virtus Pro round, meaning only 2 more to find themselves secured in that first seed. Like how Hosty actually waited with the Gone 6 there, just in case he actually killed himself with it. Wanted to just get it out the way at the last second. And kind of did a lot of things right there. They made the openings they needed to. They just were unable to find the actual approach, find the actual pressure onto the players onto the side this time. Because the last time they attacked, they managed to clean them up quite effectively. This time I lacked a bit of pressure. Maybe a player from blue would have helped there, due to the fact that there was a player out there holding the motorcycle hatch, making sure no one could really pass through that door. But that's over and dusted for now. As Koi called their timeout. They want to be dragging this across the finish line.
Yeah, it's entirely that, right? It's if not now, then when? It's that worry of, well, you know, we're able to quickly take our first attack round. Those two have just gotten out of hand and out of pocket, and we're this close, and this is their weakest. This is our opportunity. Because if they can't get it across the line here, it's not to say that they won't be able to in the pickup following rounds, but then suddenly you're going back to sites that you've lost. You're back onto sites that, let's be honest, on Gym, they never really got a look in. They failed on those breaches, and then the second take on Armory, they just ran out of time. They have to make sure it's this, and it's really a bit of a do or die moment, which is always strange to say when they're still up 6-3.
It is strange to say, but this might be the best opportunity given it's going to be that tertiary site we find
100%.
ourselves at.
100%.
So, and they might be coming back here at some point as well, but you kind of want to lock it off now. Just make sure that you have it out of the way. Find that victory, prepare yourself for the opens. Again, pretty default take is most likely what we'll see here from Koi. Opening onto the main wall. It's going to be teamed up by both the Ace as the Thermite, of course, with the Thatcher to provide cover with the EMPs. And afterwards, we'll see the garage to be taken as well by the attack. The mezzanine as the goal to eventually ascend towards the site. Always is roaming down below. That might be an actual problem, given that he has a C4 available to him. That's something you do need to take care of if you want to go for a plant. So the sooner they know about that, the better.
Quick break and breach onto the CC wall. Leon's going to watch it out. It was pretty standard setup takes from their opponents before. They have that same stretch, a couple of players off towards the gym and bedroom side and construction to make sure that they can't just be swung onto on the back end and have some peer and protection towards this, the player that is otherwise tucked up as safe as they can be. Camera popped and removed. Jigsaw working his way underneath. Bit concerned that somebody might be on blue and that he's got himself into a little bit of a sticky situation early, but if he can go untested with these grenades, suddenly you might have a bit more of a definition to his round.
Jigsaw still holding as the openings are being made in the other walls. Interesting way to hold your gun. Openings are being made in the different walls that might matter later on. Leon getting back towards the main breach. He has that diffuser. Of course, he's going to be trying to either digging close towards the breach, or he's going to run behind the server stack. Dando will find Hosty, a great first pick that will actually slow down any potential push that might come on the back of it. Leon gets taken down as well, which means the diffuser now stuck on the ground. Jigsaw will find almost Pasha with that grenade. So he just steps away in time. It seems like Koi is falling apart completely on this round. They haven't been able to enter the building properly. They made all the breaches happen, but besides that, nothing that they could get done to maybe try and get this plan happen.
What a round for things to fall away from them. Said it was an important one for them to cement. Said it was an important one for them to get over that mental hurdle. Pro apparently had the same feelings. Their strongest lockdown, the just rebuff of any other approach here, and say Koi have fallen apart a bit. There's obviously still the opportunity of them to get back into this fight and try and get them over the edge, but you know, every single round we get a bit closer here. I think you can see Wild getting a little bit more concerned. That first spot will fall away. What was a distance of 6-1 now becomes a distance of 6-4.
And that means that this next round will decide whether or not Wild or Virtus.pro is going to be the first seed. Now, the last time we had that was between BDS and Wolves. They were facing each other, then Wolves got one round short as BDS locked it off and took that first seed. Are we going to get a repeat story here? Is this going to be Koi locking it off with just a single round, removing VP from that top spot?
It's strange how we, at the start of this playday, we're throwing all these ideas, and I was messaging Sprabuni about, oh, okay, well, there's this, and you know, there's this, and this possibility, and being like, that's not going to happen. This isn't going to matter. Every single game, pretty much without fail, has had us in this situation where we've suddenly appeared on the, oh, this was like a 0.2% chance of happening. Oh, it's happened. Oh, this is, oh, then, you know, they're not going to get 5 rounds. They're down 6 to, oh, we are now 6-4. It's just, it's both very exciting as a final day, but also all of them have sort of happened a bit out of nowhere.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now, which team is going to give themselves a free day tomorrow? Is VP going to be able to find a round and with that secure themselves a bye? Or are as well cheering really hard right now for Koi to just lock it off so they can sleep in tomorrow and prepare for whoever is going to come up next against them as their opponent gets decided tomorrow after best of threes. Koi pushing up quickly, hoping to open up Jacuzzi as soon as possible. Not wasting any time, because we've seen them run out of time on their attacks. That's something they cannot afford. As the mirror windows are being set up, I love that frost mat down there, by the way. As soon as you make a rotation in it, jump away, and they might have a feeling like they can take it. You might actually catch someone off with that frost mat down there. But of course, if we see another grenade follow up right after they open it up, that's just going to get destroyed.
A quick break and attention paid to it, and time was a factor, and this time they're being much more decisive about the breaks onto those hard breach. Much more attention paid towards the objective, towards the focus on getting the things that slowed them down massively before. Obviously, they didn't get construction all open last time round, which does limit some of the catching you can do on the players on the CC side. It means that they can sort of have the fallback on construction at least a little bit safer if, you know, the wall is still standing, maybe even break. But here, no messing, no fussing. Boy has done that first objective.
I don't think they've seen the Frostmat Emmy when they droned the bathroom. Now, I'm not sure if it got destroyed by the Selmas. I don't think it did. And that means when Leon Gibbs might want to go for a hot dash through, and he steps a little bit to the left, he might get himself caught off, and with that, the diffuser drops. So that's something to keep in mind for the late part of this round. Jigsaw's trying to find something with grenades. Is he going to find anyone? No, Shepard just delayed and actually stepping into it. His delay and looking through the hatch actually saved his life down there. Second one to be used. That is not going to be finding anything either. Leon Gibbs is right next to the wall. If he just jumps over, he might be picked up, but I believe he used an extra thermic to open it up, and with that, also the Frostmat destroyed.
50 seconds. The longer this timer ticks, the more and more worried you get a bit here, but they took a risk, and it's almost paid off. Pasha gets the end of it. Koi, they went for a bit of a dive right towards the sort of setup and the door of the site itself. Hosty gets caught out by Always, and 30 seconds now. The time is halved since I was last concerned, and we only get more and more. The grenade will go a bit too deep. Cryin wants the fight, and Deepek's going to go for the cover. Joystick and Cryin get one apiece. The swing round and Cryin does the bits, but the kit is no longer being planted. Cryin stuck in a 2 versus 1. They've pulled themselves as close as they can. There's a fight to his left. He doesn't quite see it in time, but they miss the shots, and VP get their 5th round. They secure the top spot. I am losing my mind.
They let it get down to the very wire down there, but at least they secured their own first seed based on round differential. Now, they can still do it on points if they find themselves with a 6th round here, equalize up that score, push us through overtime, and give Koi a real run for their money if they want to get a victory out this stage. Of course, still an opportunity to go for that full-fledged 3-point victory. It's just that Wild will no longer benefit on the back of it. And as we head towards that basement site, it is going to be a very tough attack for Koi to stick on the board.
We said it at the time of the timeout. It was sort of the, it's do or die. And there was a part of you that didn't want to believe that you were right? There was the part of you that was like, oh, you know, surely. But it's such a big hurdle because teams build energy. Teams build momentum. And Virtus.pro going from sort of the shrug off of the 4 rounds in a row from a 6-1 to a 6-5. Even though Koi have had a very rocky season, not being able to push this game over the edge might be the worst part of it.
They want to prove that they can win. That's it, right? It's like you just want to show that you have what it takes to find a victory. And what better way to do it than against the first seed of the group? Not going to say they're brick braining this by giving them 5 rounds and then to lock it off. That's totally not what's happening. But it would show their potential if they are able to win the victory, get the victory now. Deepek, aware of the fact there's someone near the main stairs, means he might be a bit cautious with throwing the boogie in. Or could easily be counted off if Impact gets used, or someone shoots up the red canister on the back of it. This time the IQ is going to be able to spot out some of those Valkyrie cameras, which might be useful for the side of Koi. You want to deny as much information as you can towards your opponent. Ooh, Pasha. He's looking to go a little bit naughty there if Leon Gibbs is going to be taking a window approach.
Still waiting. Still hoping they can get a catch. It's not the most expected player. The Impact, they waited as long as possible to get another second. Deepak's head isn't too far away. Pasha has a chance to get one more. He's hoping that they assume the players moved out and that they can get them as soon as they move through. There's the next break. Fortunately, not being gifted on it. The patience of Koi at least pays off to save their life from that, which might have put them in the worst tailspin for the end of this game.
A minute 15 left. Jigsaw working with that electronic sensor here to spot out those cameras from the Valkyrie, the Black Eyes, just to make sure that there's no information in the hands of Virtus.pro to use in that post plant. Bugis are going off as well to open up as much verticality as possible, giving the upper edge to the attacking team that's just looking to go for a plant quickly. But it seems like it might be coming down for another triple wall approach as the Selmas are coming through. The tricks of the Bandit are there as well. How many will Shepard get? I believe there's just one set of the Selmas, and a big opening will be made in the remaining walls.
Shepard's still setting himself up quite aggressively because he knows that he's got always on the swing for some cover and support, and they've only got 30 seconds. The things are going to get a little bit do or die and desperate, and as always plays against it. Shepard does find that first fight onto the first player that drops. Always goes down though, but Dan gets Leon. Technically a 3 versus 4, but with Hosty able to get one more and Crying going for a bit of a deep dive, there is the down player and get the pick back up on it. It's a 3 versus 3, but they're stuck in the corner. There's 10 seconds. It's a overtime. From a 6-1, we have fallen all the way to an overtime, our first of the day.
And with that, Koi, they might see their hopes of winning that single map, a single game in their group, slip away slightly. Cash CC is up next. VP, they have a complete site reset, but will be choosing Cash and CC to go on. Now, we've actually seen a very convincing victory from Virtus.pro here, so that might be the reason why they've chosen it, because no one was really able to enter the building from Koi's side. And it seems like Koi currently, they are very well prepared for a basement take again by the operator selection. Soon they'll find out that it's actually the top floor. It's actually CC Cash, guys. And thus the changes will have to come in.
Okay, let's see how this unfolds. There's still such a big part that has that Ian Chambers level of hope that Koi can just push this one over the end because they were so close to doing it. They are in such a good place. It would be such a good boon for a team that has fallen from where they once were to where they're at. And, you know, with shortened sort of playthroughs, with how rocky things are, and with how much they already have to play. They know that they're playing through the open. They know that they're having to scrap and brawl their way through a lot of unknown entities to get another chance to be at it. But just having a bit of this positive swing round, I think would do such a distance. Here, VP, they've secured their first spot. They know where they're sitting. They only have one best of 3 series between them and a place at the major. Their run is close, cemented.
Koi, you need 2 more rounds to find yourself that victory. What can you bring? Last time this attack was hopeless to some extent. Same openings are being made. You get yourself the same opportunities again. You just need to find those opening kills and actually capitalize on the back of it. Now, DP, they know the job is done, but they still want to go out with another victory in their pockets as well. They're fighting for that. And as joystick goes down, that's a great start for Koi.
It's a necessary start for Koi. They're able to get rid of the player on the rafters. They're able to get the breach open as well. It was, you know, got some of that done last time, but otherwise, everything was sort of out of their reach. They can push this over the edge. They can get back to their defense where they had the 5-1 half. Might be able to find the end of it. Cryan tentatively steps in and steps up along the side of rafters. They're about to hit him. Goo mines. Don't fall for them, but Dan almost falls next.
And it's on the opposite side of the map as well. Grenades are starting to roll through, but I believe that one was just undercooked as it bounced back down. They didn't do a single point of damage. As Koi's getting themselves ready, it is the diffuser that's being handed over towards Hosty here. He is the one that needs to try and make that plant happen in about 10, 20 seconds from now. A grenade gets tossed over, might not actually find a player right behind this. Pasha finds Jigsaw. They keep on trading now between these two teams.
They want to see if they can try and just sneak this plant in. Pasha has 2 more canisters and always a C4 and not too far out of reach. That's what the grenades are trying to get rid of. And once again, falls a little bit. But look at Dan on the backside. He's going up round the back. Always gets the C4. Dan gets the flank. Onto Cryan round the stairs. Leon's able to bite their way in. But now he goes down, leaving just Deepak left. There's a bulletproof that's been giving the game away that finally gets dropped and rocked. The impacts are coming from underneath to try and get the finish onto Leon. The ping's out on the player. They're playing the vertical. They know exactly where they are. Deepak gets the kill through it. And with 10 seconds left with the swing round, the shotgun gets both! Pasha tears through them and Koi lose out again from 6-1 to 7-6.
One pump, 2 birds there as Pasha closes it off. And it's looking very dire for Koi now. Choose to go towards the basement, trying to hold off, trying to bring this to a maximum amount of rounds. Give themselves another opportunity of locking it off. Because they've already lost 5, and now they're trying to fend one off. Great pick there from Hosty, but just not enough. You don't see this often either. Just a double kill with a single pump.
And a rehost on a game crash. 7-6, and it's devastating. There's no 2 ways about it. It is such a rough pill to swallow. And yeah, you know, you're up against the top seed. It was always the game that you went into, but it's just a bit ill-fated. It is rough. There's no sort of way to sugar it, unfortunately. And I'm using these words. I can imagine it's going to be filled with a lot more expletives when we do finally get round to Fabian on the desk.
He started off the day quite expressive already, so cannot wait to see how he's going to be closing the day off.
It's like, you know, everyone has generally experienced this play in this game at some point. Is the words heartbreaking defeat come up on the screen?
Yeah.
This is the most. This is the dictionary definition if this goes away from Koi. It is heartbreaking. It's whether you're a fan or not, it's just it's rough.
I mean, you see it on Leon Gids' cam, right? Like the major, the one they've won a major. They've attended many majors. I believe that one was from Sweden.
It was
the Shield out there.
Shield.
I don't know which one it was anymore because we've been there so often.
Yavle, I believe.
Was it Yavle or was it Jönköping? I think it was Yavle. Yeah, it was Yavle.
Was it SI? No.
I don't know anymore.
It definitely wasn't Jönköping.
That's what happened when we get there for 5 times in a row.
Yeah.
But it's like they've been to so many majors and now they just find themselves in a slump. And then they're so close to 6-1 and they just cannot lock it off. And that's just painful. And it's not just painful for the fans, but it's even more heartbreaking for the players themselves because they know what they're capable of. And it just doesn't work. It doesn't connect. It doesn't come across the finish line.
Well, we'll be back in the game soon. Depending how this goes. It's you have to still look at the positives, I guess, from the side of Virtus Pro. They've been able to fight back into this game from pretty much the worst possible situation. I said they were going to have challenges on their attacking half. There is still a potential attack ahead of them. However, it's a very different game at this point. It is a very different play space. They have had their time out. They've also warmed up much more towards the game. They are working well on the unison. The flanks are coming out. The motions of the team is a little bit more active and reactive. It might be something that translates over onto their attack against what is likely to be a more disheartened Koi. And it seems like the players are fist bumping and getting back ready. You can imagine we will be in momentarily for 1, maybe 2 rounds left of this showing.
Yeah. See maximum 2 more rounds to come through, but it could end in the very next one. If VP managed to lock off displacement attack, sorry, I thought for a second we were on a different site initially, but and as we get underway very soon here, of course VP they attacked this. They looked to be not unified as they did. Coming in like solo plays didn't really work out that way. I think that might be what Koi is hoping for here again, where we see a bit of a desynchronized push, which they can punish by focusing their attention on like a single point of interest.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
It is kind of wild to go, if this game goes away from them here, this is a more heartbreaking thing than being beat 7-0 by Wild. Because they were 1 round away for such a long time from closing it out, and well, they might still. Quickly pulling back towards the site. Jigsaw is the only one not down on the basement, but he's really not that far away. With a lot of time left, VP will still do usually quite thorough checking and clearing of what is ahead and around them. We remember Koi being quite enigmatic, and it seems like they might want to dabble. There goes Cryan up towards the top. Will he be followed by Hosty? Dan might be the one that meets them, making quick ground across as well. Dan is in a position to watch out.
Like some good information being gained here by VP, realizing that there is some aggression looking to be brought by the side. Oh, Dan almost losing his life out there as he opens up from 2 floors above. And everybody from Koi starts to fall back. Hatches are being opened up as well. No response to that for the side of Koi.
Getting the reveal. What is around them? The pull on the intel, as I said, it was something that seemed to work quite well in Koi's favor before against the approach here of VP. They're definitely a bit more attuned and aware of it, but there's still the fight down towards the site. Leon wants to take a risk. Moves up into the empty space. A big engagement goes away from them, and the second almost does as well. Chases and gets the down onto Hosty. A grenade could be the sorting factor, and there's the roll. It should just be out of range. A second is about to come down, though. This one cooked. No, they think better of it. And Jigsaw, he wants to go for the pick back up, but he knows the pressure is not far away. The drone was watching. The bees as well. There's such a statement of intent. That one rolls down. There's the cover and the drop. They cement the kill. 5-3. The risk went away from them, but there's still 40 seconds. Still an opportunity. They're going to breach and break onto the kitchen hatch. It's a big statement of intent. There's a lot of noise and awareness. I'm not sure if that was an impact. No, it wasn't. There was nothing to try and catch and stop that. Just the impact of the hatch being blown open itself. They know about the players here on the back end. Jigsaw's taking a lot of damage, clearing drones with it. The drop comes round. They bleed their way in towards the site. The bees and the blinds push them further and further back. Always does get knocked, but Dan gets the pick on from the opposite end. Joystick pushes it just down to Jigsaw. The new Aussie pickup, the Wonder Boy that can do so much, has so much to do, and he can't. Virtus Pro with a massive comeback. 7 rounds in a row. And for what's to be said on the desk, I'll say it now at least. VP, with smiles on their face, have done a bit impossible and impossibly pull back their spot on the first spot.
Koi unable to secure themselves with the victory in the end. And as they tried to go aggressive over blue, that's when it all fell apart. They lost 2 players on the back of that little adventure. They almost lost Jigsaw as well, who went low trying to recover the player that was down. And in the end, VP able to capitalize on the back of that one mistaken play. They take that first seed.
I mean, well, yeah, they've got the first seed, and if you're about to watch the death segment and Fabian, I recommend you have a Sensor Bleep ready, production. We'll throw it to a break before we're back with them.
Eliminate all of the terrorists. Hostiles remaining.
Nice.
4 neutralized. Mission successful.
tout.
Eliminate the terrorists. The enemies remaining. Eliminate all of the terrorists. Three hostiles remaining.
Okay.
Op 4 eliminated.
What an emotional rollercoaster that was.
I can't even say it. Trying to tell you it was an emotional rollercoaster. It was an emotional rollercoaster.
It was a emotional rollercoaster. Vetches Pro beat Koi in a emotional rollercoaster, and we're sitting around going, "How is this?" You know, I mean, I've got a soft spot for Koi. You know that. I know that you do as well. Maybe not this guy, but for Koi fans and for Koi, in that server, that would have been super tough.
I mean, super great. because you've seen the improvement into Super. What the hell has happened here?
Yep.
You know, any team loses 7 rounds in a row, it doesn't really happen, in all honesty. Of course, it happens from time to time, but, you know, look at that sea of blue at there. 6-1 up. You must have been thinking, wow, Koi's put in a hell of a shift.
Yeah.
And then when it really matters once again, we've seen them falter. And one thing that I do want to say is the Russian team, you know, Virtus.pro, they didn't start well. They still experience a lot of the same symptoms that we saw them experience when they played Clubhouse up against, was it Secret?
Into the Breach.
Into the Breach. Thank you, Fabian. We saw them experience a lot of the same symptoms. But the one thing they've always had is that consistency, and that they seem, you know, people call them cyborgs, almost emotionless, because they just get on with the process, get about their business. So are you surprised it's a team like Virtus.pro that's got 7 in a row back? No.
Wait, I don't want to unleash you just
Oh, yeah,
yet.
I'm waiting.
I want you to wait. Are you
waiting.
stand ready to pounce?
All right, I'm going to carry on talking then. Is that good?
I'm going to go to an interview. All right, and then I'm going to let these beasts
Finally, I don't have to hear him talk anymore. It's
go
like-
at it. Listen, we can talk so much about Koi, but let's talk about our victors here, VP. And we've got Dan here, ready for a bit of a chat. Dan, hello. How are you doing? You good?
I'm insane
Yeah.
because we, I guess, got top 1 of the group, but we never can do it like an easy way. Just relaxed. We always need to lose 50 rounds in a row and then come back when we have no more chance.
Yeah, that's not good for the heart, I don't think. But 7 rounds in a row. I mean, was it ever in doubt? You guys must have been sweating a little bit, even though you knew you were going to make it into the playoffs. That first seed was in doubt for a while there, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course, first seed is very important because, as I know, you get like 2 chances to qualify for the major. And when you are not when you're not getting top 1, you have only like if you lose first game, you are out to the lower bracket. And it was really important for us to win. We, I think, we are not like we're already in the playoffs. We can chill. No, we are fully focused on the game. We know that Koi is a strong opponent, especially like when they have nothing to lose. They are a scary team. So we just we're preparing as usual and. Messed up a lot during our attacks and had to come back on the defense.
How much have you enjoyed these group stages as a team? It seems like you're having a good time out there, and we were talking about your play style. It's almost a little bit old-fashioned as far as Siege goes, but it's definitely working for you as a unit, right?
Yeah, it might be old-fashioned, but I think it's confident play style when like you know your strong sides and you know your weak sides and you know what you're like scared of. Like for example, when we played against Wild, we were thinking before the game what they can do on Consulate, what can counter us. So we just were thinking about it and we guessed everything right. Against Koi, we didn't expect some plays that they did, but I guess if we guessed right before the game what they're going to do, we would have taken more attacks, definitely.
Yeah, do you think that matchup with Koi, though, did really highlight your adaptability as a team? When things aren't going your way, you can chop and change where necessary.
I think at first it highlights that we never give up. Whenever like feel, oh, we lost 6 rounds, it's over. And we just keep playing until the end. We are just fighting for our points and for the games. Even after we took 6 rounds, we knew that we are already taking top 1, so maybe some other teams would say let's just run around, like have fun, but we were focused. We wanted to take a win there for sure.
Dan, do you think we'll be seeing you guys in Atlanta?
I never predict something like that. I just go step by step. It will be great if we will be there, but we need to work a lot still on our map pool, on our strats, so we just go step by step and focus only on the game that is ahead of us.
Very sensible. And listen, a very strong performance, a very strong comeback here, and a strong performance across the group stages to finish top first seed and give yourself 3 opportunities now to make it to Atlanta. So I wish you the best of luck and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Cheers. I mean, I think that his personality and the style of conversation that we had there almost suits the play style, right? Patient, methodical.
I mean, yeah, it's the same that we've always expected of them, just the play style. But it's so impressive that they managed to get down that far and just mentally not check out. I mean, I think that probably it's the only team in EU that I don't feel has any sort of problems with being in a deficit like that. Because I know that, if when I was on G2, if we went down 1-6, that map was over. That map was over. There was nothing to come back. We would be quiet in the communication. We wouldn't attempt as hard. We wouldn't make the same micro plays. We would try to do hero plays. And I think every other team in this league has that issue. They don't.
Yeah. Listen, we've got so much to get through. Before we do, I want to talk about the schedule. I want to look at the groups. But I know that you want to talk about Koi, right?
I mean, yeah. It's kind of sad to see a team like that, because now they go into a game with absolutely zero pressure. None whatsoever. They're already out. They can't do anything to change this. Then they go up 6-1, and you guys, as Koi sympathizers, as I call you guys are all happy. Fresh is walking around, dancing around the studio, and then they somehow manage to choke out on the only little pressure that they've had this game, right? Because what other pressures do they have other than having to actually get it over the finish line? They wasted my time. They could have just lost 7-0 to begin with, so I could have been done with this day, It would have been nice, easy, fast, but they had to break it out.
And the thing is, as well, is we said for Koi, going into this game, they need to take something into the EU Open qualifiers. And I don't think they got anything. They went, 6-1 up, right? That's good, but then to throw it to... That it just compounds.
It's falling at the finish line, isn't it?
Struggling with that pressure.
This is the first point they actually did deserve, though. I'll put it that way. But the pressure was non-existent, so what does that point matter?
All right, listen, I back Koi to bounce back from this, and I think there's still a good chance we will see the lads in Atlanta. So how about that? We will see. Let's take a look back at the schedule for today and what we've seen unfold before our very eyes. It's been fun, and it's sort of whistled by us so quickly. We kicked off with a really convincing Wild victory, and then Eminem beat G2 in match 2. I think that Fabian wasn't necessarily expecting that. Wolves tried to finally break the curse of BDS. It was unsuccessful, and of course, we just saw VP wrap things up there with a win over Koi. It's been a fun day.
It's been a weird day.
Yeah.
I think, every single game, started off with a 7-0, and then I don't know, just it felt like kind of upsets with the way we teed it up in terms of games 2 and 3, but also not really upsets. It just shows how close that Group B was. And then the throw of the century, it kind of does and doesn't surprise me.
It's both those games in the middle, as you said. It could literally have ended the other way, and we'd say, yeah, that's fair.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That whole group, honestly, heroic upwards.
Yeah, anybody could end up anywhere. Yeah. I am a bit surprised that G2 didn't make it through, though. That is a bit surprising.
Yeah, I think you're not alone there. Let's take a look at Group A now. For the final time here, of course, this play day is the last of the group stages, so let's take a look at Group A. This is how it ends as we look to go into the playoffs now with VP just, it looked like they might not, but they have secured that first spot, which of course is incredibly valuable, Fresh.
Oh, absolutely. We'll show the bracket in a little bit after this is finished and show that VP get a bye into tomorrow. They don't have to play best of threes tomorrow. It will be next week. It will be Wild and Secret coming in that second, Wild and into the breach coming in into that second and third spot into the deciders.
Yep.
Secret will drop down and alongside Koi into the Open Qualifier playoffs. Now, I'm going to let Fabian talk for a second while I figure out who they're going to play against in the Open Qualifier playoffs.
Well, Fab, but let's talk about ITB because
I was just going to get there. That was honestly the surprise of this stage. They have actually started to play a good Siege.
Yeah.
They have the fundamentals together. The first play day, if they weren't in a, I would say shocked mind that they were now they were afraid something they had to play again, I think that Into the Breach could very well have been actually at the top of this group if they didn't have that struggle against Team Secret, because the way that they played in the other games after that, they definitely could have taken points off them and kind of gotten back on track with that.
Now, this isn't absolute gospel confirmation, but just from my very rough calculations, I believe Koi are going to play up against Team 826 in the Open Qualifier playoffs, and Secret will play against a team called Paco Valdivia.
Okay.
Spanish team.
Yeah, that's about all.
Yeah.
That's all you got?
No, I mean, there are some players in that team that I do know.
86,
Okay,
Vito was in it, former player of mine on Chaos, and has been playing for 86 for a long time. Good quality team.
You have some players that used to play with Goga back in Tier 3 in Spain, in the Spanish team.
I'm excited to see the open quals. I think it's going to be good fun. Let's take a look at Group B, shall we, boys? And Team BDS, who Fabian says aren't back. I think they might disagree with you. Sitting pretty on top, 9 points. And, of course, the round difference has helped them out a bit there as well. But, you know, they're looking good.
It's actually crazy when you look all the way back to play day 1. They played up against G2, and they didn't get the 3 points there, but they attempted a comeback. And I'm not saying that's, you know, when round difference comes into it, every round mattered, even in that loss against G2, to get them that first place spot. Yeah. Showed a lot of heart today, needed a 7-4 win, got a 7-4 win.
Yeah, and this group is just incredible, right? 2 teams on 9 points in the group of what I would consider much more difficult.
Yeah.
It's impressive. Eminem also, I honestly did not expect them to beat G2 today after seeing how they've been playing before. And again, I will defend my point. I don't think that BDS really showed everything up until this game. And this is where they really showed that they had it in them.
And so again, just again, don't take me for gospel, but I believe G2 in the open qual playoffs will play against Wolves Esport that isn't that Wolves Esports.
Different one.
It's a different one. And then Heroic will play up against Wild Multigaming 2.0, I think.
I'm taking that as gospel. Shout out to Eminem Gaming, of course, looking for back-to-back major appearances, and Wolves in second place, looking better than ever. So we're in for some tasty playoff matches.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is everyone is going to be expecting Group B, the teams from Group B, to be winning in the playoffs once it comes to the bracket.
Yeah. Should we take a look at the bracket? Let's do it. This is what you're all here waiting for. And as you can see, tomorrow's play day, which I am blessed to be here for alongside these two absolute legends.
Oh, no, you're here tomorrow?
I'm here tomorrow. Sorry, brother. Eminem Gaming versus Wild to kick things off. The winner of that one will take on Team BDS. And then we will get on to Wolves versus Into the Breach, which by all counts should be a bit of a banger as well. 2 teams in tremendous form. Winner goes on to take on the team we've just seen in action in Virtus Pro. It's looking good.
It's looking very good. All these games were in so much jeopardy, even in that last fixture that we saw VP against Koi, because VP were in first, second, and third all the way through that. And I think, yeah, you see why the first place was so important, because BDS Virtus Pro, they get to watch their opponents in a best of 3 tomorrow and then play them for a shot at the major. And then if they drop down, they still get another shot.
I mean, I think the confidence that BDS is going to have in the matchup that they're having to go up, but either against Eminem or Wild,
they're going to be buzzing with that.
They're going to be having so much confidence, and I think the Wolves versus Into the Breach game is going to be a real test for Into the Breach, because it's the first time that I think that they're going up against a proper aggressive team like the ones we had in Group B that we did not really see in the same caliber of in Group A. So I think it's going to be a really good game and a really big test for ITB.
Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. And it is, of course, play day 6 tomorrow, isn't it? Right? Match 1, Eminem. And then we're moving on, of course, to Wolves. So, look. Go on, Fresh.
Just a slight clarification. Say it's best of 1. These are best of 3s.
Best of 3s.
We're now into best of 3 territory.
Yep.
Which is the best thing about Rainbow Six.
I mean, that's where
I'm a best of 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, yes, so am I. Best of 3s is where you actually see the true composition of the map bans, because now we're actually talking about a game before the game. We have the map bans where you need to get yourself onto, first of all, you'll get your map, usually. You'll know which one approximately you'll get. But it's about winning the ban phase and maybe your opponent picking one of your other strong maps that you don't know that they want to pick, as well as getting the best decider out of it. This is a completely different game than best of 1.
And you actually get to sit in and read your opponent and settle into a game, whereas it's not just a one and done. Obviously, we've seen plenty of reverse sweeps in best of 1s, even when teams have lost their own, map ban. It's just so much better. I absolutely love it.
Well,
Cannot wait.
I think for you two as analysts as well, it's a real opportunity to get into the meat and bones of what makes these teams tick.
Yeah, it's just you get so much more flesh, right? Like you can dig into it and just that's what I do to Fresh behind the camera. You guys just don't see it, but yeah, you just have so much more to see.
No, seriously.
No, but you get so much more.
I've been broadcasting in different ways for like 10 years now, and I'm genuinely concerned this man's going to end my career by the time this week is done.
Your fault for taking the job alongside me. I haven't done anything I should have.
You're unleashing him now. Anne had him on like such a tight leash.
Yeah, maybe we bring back Anne. I think that might be the shout for maybe the next player.
As long as I get paid, I can do anything. I can sit in backstage if you'd like me to. I'll be doing any job job. No, but you get so much more. I won't dance for production. They're asking me.
Go on, dance. Do a dance.
Not
Do a
doing
dance.
that.
Dance.
Just,
Dance.
it's
Okay.
not happening.
Okay.
But you 3 times
come
my
on him until he
salary,
dances.
and I'll dance for you. But that's for you guys later. Ubisoft, Blast, pay me let's make it 6 times double the price I have now, and I'll dance for on camera.
Is this how you negotiated with G2?
Yeah, no.
We want you back 6 times my salary, please.
Well, I wish 6 times my salary. That would be
6 times? You think we're going to pay you 60 euros to do that?
Yeah, at least 60.
I'll pay you 60 euros right now if you
No,
dance.
I'm going to ask a lot more than 60 for that. But back to the points we were trying to make before you guys just completely ruined everything here.
Yeah, that was us ruining it.
Yeah, it was you guys ruining it.
Yeah.
You get so much more, and you can look into the opponents and the teams that you're watching so much. Like, you understand what sort of tempo they're keeping, what sort of aggression on the individual basis do you want to achieve. In best of ones, you don't have that much time to figure it out. If you go down 0-2, 0-3, the game might already be over because you just don't have time to react. You don't have time to turn everything around.
Right. Well, listen, this has been an absolute pleasure for me personally. I've been wanting to work in the EUL desk for a while, and it's been good fun alongside you two absolute beasts.
Yeah, you had quite a poor start day, but you'll probably do better.
Hey, this time. Fab, thank you very much. Fresh, thank you. And to all of our amazing teams that have been competing here today and who are going to be in action tomorrow as well. We cannot wait to get right back into the server. Thank you guys so much for watching. The next play day is going to be electric. We will see you there tomorrow. Bye for now. Au revoir, twat. Chat.
Not one more time.
Jax is confused. The back at Eminem. Ah, your final team confirmed for this. Gets taken down as well by the Kali, and BDS take the first seed. Pro with a massive comeback. 7